Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had a leveling system and had mini harem? Part 3. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Gamer Hero 010 by SherryBro. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Match 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Kyoka Jiro. As the arena buzzed with anticipation, Katsuki Bakugo stood with his usual fierce demeanor, glaring across at his opponent, Kyoka Jiro. The stadium was packed, and the crowd's energy was palpable. The tension in the air was almost as explosive as Katsuki himself. Mike. Next up, from Class 1A's hero course, it's the explosive, unpredictable, and downright terrifying Katsuki Bakugo. And facing off against him, the mistress of sound and rhythm, also from Class 1A, Kyoka Jiro, he announced, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Jiro took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves as she walked onto the stage. She glanced up at the bleachers and saw her classmates cheering her on. Ochako had given her a reassuring nod, and Izuku and Momo were all there, watching her intently. She couldn't let them down. As she faced Katsuki, she replayed in her mind the conversation she had with her friends in the waiting room. Flashback. The waiting room. Jiro had been pacing nervously when Ochako entered. Her victory over Mina was still fresh. Kyoka. Congrats, Uraraka, she had said, though her voice trembled slightly. Ochako smiled but then noticed Jiro's anxious expression. Are you okay, Jiro? You seem really nervous. Jiro sighed. Kyoka. Can you blame me? I'm about to face Bakugo. That guy's a beast. Ochako nodded, understanding Jiro's fears. Ochako. I get it, but you're strong, Jiro. You've got this. Just then, Izuku and Momo entered the room. Momo. But I don't think even Bakugo would use a full-strength explosion on a girl, she said thoughtfully. Izuku quickly interjected, shaking his head. Izuku. No, Yaoyorozu-san. Bakugo won't hold back, not against anyone. He's aiming to win, and he doesn't care who his opponent is. Jiro appreciated Izuku's honesty. She knew he was right. Katsuki wasn't the type to show mercy. Izuku took a step closer, his eyes earnest. Izuku. Jiro, if you want, I can help you come up with a strategy. Katsuki's tough, but he has his weaknesses. Jiro thought for a moment before shaking her head. Kyoka. Thank you, Midoriya, but I need to do this on my own. I've been relying on you too much during this festival. It's time for me to stand on my own 2 feet. Izuku smiled, respecting her decision. Izuku. I understand, but just know, we're all rooting for you. Before leaving, Jiro turned back to Izuku, giving him a thumbs up. Kyoka. I'll meet you in the finals, Midoriya, present. As Jiro stepped into the ring, she could feel the weight of the upcoming match pressing down on her. Katsuki was known for his ruthless aggression and explosive power. But Jiro wasn't about to back down. She had a plan, and she was determined to see it through. Katsuki eyed Jiro with a menacing smirk, recognizing her as Ears, the girl who messed with her earphone jacks. Katsuki. Give up now, Ears, he warned, his voice dripping with confidence. I'm not going to hold back, especially not on someone like you. Jiro didn't respond, but her resolve was clear in her eyes. She couldn't afford to be intimidated. She had something to prove, to herself, to her classmates, and to Izuku. As soon as President Mike announced the start of the match, Katsuki launched himself at Jiro with a powerful explosion, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Jiro barely had time to react as Katsuki's blast sent her skidding across the arena floor. Boom! She gritted her teeth, suppressing a scream of pain as she tried to recover. Katsuki didn't let up, his attacks relentless. He insulted her, calling her weak and mocking her for being friends with Izuku. Katsuki. You think being friends with Deku is gonna help you? You're just as pathetic as he is, he sneered, sending another explosion her way. Boom. Jiro was forced to dodge and roll, but the pain was building with each attack. She knew she had to fight back. Gathering her strength, she sends a sonic blast at Katsuki, hoping to catch him off guard. But he was too fast, too brutal. Katsuki. You're too slow, he shouted, blasting her back again. Despite the pain, Jiro continued to pressure Katsuki, trying to close the gap between them. But each time she got close, he repelled her with another explosion. The crowd began to boo Katsuki, seeing him as a villain for the way he was dominating Jiro. Pro heroes in the crowd murmured among themselves, some believing that Jiro was desperate and that her feints had failed. Katsuki, however, remained focused, his eyes filled with a burning desire for victory and revenge. Mike. There's booing from part of the crowd, but honestly, I also feel the saw. Aizawa elbowed present Mike in the face before he could finish that sentence. Mike. An elbow. What are ya doing, Aizawa? Was that a pro saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro? He asked. Huh? Aizawa. If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home and look into changing careers, he stated coldly. Everybody was now confused by what he was saying. Mike. What do you mean eraser head? He asked. Aizawa. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's because he's doing everything he can to win that he can't go easy on her or let his guard down. The smoke cleared to show Jiro still standing on her feet, panting, but still on her feet. But deep down, Izuku could see the truth behind Katsuki's aggression. It wasn't just about winning, it was about revenge. Katsuki was still furious over his previous losses to Izuku in the earlier rounds, and now he was taking it out on Jiro. As Jiro took hit after hit, Izuku's anger boiled over. He gripped the railing so tightly that it shattered under his hand, sending cracks through the metal. His classmates recoiled in shock. They had never seen him this angry, not since the USJ incident. Ochako glanced at Izuku, worried by the dark aura emanating from him. Ochako. Midoriya-kun, she whispered, but he didn't hear her. His eyes were locked on Katsuki, who continued to assault Jiro with ruthless efficiency. Back in the ring, Katsuki insulted Izuku again, making a snide remark about how weak his so-called friend was. That was the final straw for Jiro. Kyoka. Don't you dare make fun of my big brother, she screamed, fueled by her anger and determination. She unleashed a massive sonic blast from her earphone jacks. Heartbeat distortion. Maximum. The sound wave reverberated through the arena. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he heard Jiro's words. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, pride swelling in his chest. She was fighting for him, just as he was going to fight for her. The sonic blast was powerful, enough to force Katsuki back and catch him off guard. But Katsuki wasn't one to be easily overwhelmed. With a fierce yell. Boom! He unleashed a massive explosion, meeting Jiro's sonic blast head-on. The force of the explosion was so great that it blew away the sonic blast and almost sent Jiro out of bounds. As the dust settled, Katsuki's hand shook slightly from the exertion. Katsuki. That was a close call, he muttered to himself, acknowledging the strength of Jiro's attack. Katsuki looked at Jiro, who was struggling to get back on her feet. He could see the determination in her eyes, the refusal to give up. Katsuki. I figured you had a plan, he said, his tone less mocking now. You're friends with Deku, after all. But it's time for us to get serious, Jiro. For the first time, he used her real name instead of a nickname, a small gesture of respect. But Jiro had reached her limit. She tried to rise, her body trembling from the pain, but she collapsed again, unable to continue. Even so, she crawled toward Katsuki, her hands shaking as she tried to push herself forward. But her strength finally gave out, and she passed out from exhaustion and her injuries. Midnight quickly approached, checking on Jiro. She confirmed that Jiro was unconscious and raised her hand, declaring. Midnight. Katsuki Bakugo is the winner. Katsuki stood in the center of the ring, victorious but not satisfied. He didn't even acknowledge the win, his eyes already seeking out Izuku in the stands. Their gazes locked, and Katsuki gestured at him, a silent challenge that said, "You're next." Izuku's response was immediate. He returned the gesture with a, "Bring it on," motion, his dark aura still swirling around him. The tension between them was palpable, and everyone could feel that the real battle was yet to come. Katsuki's hand continued to tremble slightly as he walked off the stage, but his determination was unwavering. He had won this round, but the fight with Izuku would be on an entirely different level. And both of them knew it. As Katsuki left the arena, the crowd was left in stunned silence, the intensity of the match lingering in the air. The festival continued, but everyone's thoughts were on the inevitable clash between Izuku and Katsuki, a battle that would define them both. As Izuku walked through the corridor, his anger simmering beneath the surface, he spotted Katsuki heading his way. The air between them crackled with tension, and Katsuki's face twisted in irritation the moment he saw Izuku, but Izuku ignored him and kept walking towards recovery room. Katsuki. What the hell do you want, Deku? He growled, his voice dripping with venom. Did you think sending that girl against me with some shish asterisk TTY strategy was going to work? You put her up to it, didn't you? Izuku stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Katsuki. He could feel the fury bubbling up inside him, but he forced himself to stay calm. Izuku. Jiro's strategy was her own, he said firmly, his voice steady despite the anger seeping into his tone. She's not some pawn you can blame when things don't go your way. Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but he quickly masked it with a scowl. Katsuki. Like hell, she did that on her own. She's not strong enough to come up with a plan like that without your help. Izuku. That's enough, Katsuki, he cut him off, his voice cold. He took a step closer, his eyes never leaving Katsuki's. You listen to me. If you dare to do what you did to Jiro again, to any of my friends in the upcoming matches, I promise you, you won't be walking home on your own legs today. I'll make sure of it. Katsuki's bravado faltered as he stared into Izuku's icy blue eyes, which were filled with hate he hadn't seen before. For a moment, fear flickered in Katsuki's eyes, but he quickly pushed it down, turning away with a huff. Katsuki. TCH. Whatever, Deku, he muttered, trying to brush off the threat, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. Without another word, he stalked off back to the stands, leaving Izuku standing alone in the corridor. As Katsuki made his way back to the seats, Denki couldn't resist the opportunity to tease him. Denki. Man, Bakugo, you really went all out against Jiro, huh? Attacking a frail girl at full power. Some might say you were fighting like a villain out there. Katsuki snapped his head toward Denki, his eyes blazing. Katsuki. Don't you dare call ears frail, he barked, his voice laced with a mixture of anger and something that almost sounded like respect. She's tougher than any of you idiots think. Denki raised his hands in mock surrender, a grin on his face. Denki. All right, no need to bite my head off. Just saying, you didn't have to go that hard on her. Katsuki didn't respond, instead glaring daggers at the floor as he took his seat. But deep down, the encounter with Izuku still lingered in his mind, and for the first time in a long while, Katsuki found himself questioning his approach. Izuku found Jiro sitting alone on a bed covered in bandages in the recovery room, her head bowed slightly as she seemed to be gathering her thoughts. As soon as she noticed him, she forced a small smile, trying to appear strong. Kyoka. Recovery girl healed me up, she said, her voice steady, but Izuku could see the hint of disappointment in her eyes. I'm okay, now. Without saying a word, Izuku walked over to her and wrapped her in a gentle hug. Jiro stiffened at first, surprised by the sudden gesture, but then she relaxed, leaning into the embrace. Izuku. It's okay, Jiro. You don't have to put on a brave face right now, he whispered, just let it out. At his words, the walls Jiro had been holding up began to crumble. Her shoulders shook as she buried her face into his chest, the tears she had been holding back finally spilling out. Izuku held her tightly, rubbing her back as she cried, letting her release all the frustration and disappointment she had been bottling up. Kyoka. Thanks, Midoriya, she murmured, a bit embarrassed. Izuku smiled softly at her, but then his expression shifted into something more playful. Izuku. So, big brother, huh? He teased, recalling the moment during the match when she had fiercely defended him. Jiro's eyes widened, and her face turned a deep shade of red. Kyoka. I didn't mean. I wasn't thinking, she stammered, quickly covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. Izuku chuckled, clearly enjoying her embarrassment. Izuku. I didn't mind, though. If that's how you see me, then I'd be honored to be your big brother. Jiro peeked at him from behind her hands, still blushing furiously. Kyoka. Since the USJ incident, I've seen you as a brother figure, she admitted quietly. Izuku's smile softened. Izuku. Well then, from now on, you can call me by my first name. And I'll be the best big brother you could ask for. Jiro finally lowered her hands, a small smile tugging at her lips. Kyoka. Only if you call me Kyoka. Izuku only smiled and nodded. Back to arena. As the arena buzzed with excitement, Kirishima and TetsuTetsu took their places at the arm wrestling table. Both boys were fired up, their determination evident in the fierce glares they exchanged. They were practically mirror images of each other, both possessing a hardening quirk and an unyielding spirit. Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers. Mike. All right, folks. We've got a clash of titans here again. It's Jiro Kirishima from Class 1A versus TetsuTetsu from Class 1B. Two unbreakable wills, but only one can advance. As the signal was given, both Jiro and TetsuTetsu activated their quirks simultaneously. Jiro's arms hardened into a rock-like state, while TetsuTetsu's turned into solid iron. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation as the two began their struggle, muscles straining as they pushed against each other with all their might. At first, it seemed like a deadlock. Neither boy was giving an inch, their arms trembling under the immense pressure. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads as they gritted their teeth, determined not to let the other gain the upper hand. But gradually, Jiro's relentless willpower started to pay off. With a roar of effort, he began to push TetsuTetsu's iron arm down, inch by inch. TetsuTetsu's face contorted in concentration as he tried to resist, but Jiro's strength proved to be just a bit more. Finally, with one final surge of power, Jiro slammed TetsuTetsu's hand down onto the cement table, cracking it by force, winning the match. The crowd erupted in cheers as Midnight raised Jiro's hand in victory, declaring him the winner. Jiro, still catching his breath, turned to TetsuTetsu, who was panting heavily from the intense struggle. Instead of boasting, Jiro extended his hand with a wide grin. Jiro. That was one hell of a match, man. You gave it everything you had. TetsuTetsu, though disappointed, couldn't help but smile at the sportsmanship. He clasped Jiro's hand firmly and shook it. TetsuTetsu. Yeah, you two. I guess we're really two peas in a pod, huh? We'll have to spar again sometime. Their handshake was firm and respectful, a display of mutual admiration and the kind of camaraderie that made them both proud to be aspiring heroes. The crowd, including their classmates, cheered for the display of good sportsmanship, while Midnight, in her usual style, commented while squealing. Midnight. Such youthful sportsmanship, it's got me all fired up too. With the match concluded, the second round roster was now complete, and the tension in the stadium grew as everyone awaited the next battle. A few minutes later, as the arena buzzed with anticipation, Present Mike's voice echoed through the stadium, announcing the start of the second round. Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the ultimate showdown in round 2. We've got some incredible matchups coming your way. Izuku, still in the infirmary room with Jiro, took a deep breath as he prepared to leave. The match with Katsuki still weighed heavily on his mind, but he pushed those thoughts aside, knowing he needed to focus on his upcoming battle. Jiro, sitting up on the bed, caught his attention. Kyoka. Hey, Izuku, she called, her voice soft but steady. Izuku turned to her, seeing the determined look in her eyes. I'm sorry for using up your preparation time earlier. I didn't mean to take away from your focus. Izuku smiled warmly and shook his head. Izuku. Don't worry about it, Kyoka. You needed that time, and I'm glad I could be there for you. Besides, he added with a reassuring grin. It actually helped me clear my mind. You've got nothing to apologize for. Jiro looked relieved, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. She gave him a small, encouraging smile. Kyoka. Good luck out there, Izuku. I know you'll do great. Izuku's expression softened at her words. He walked over to Jiro and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Izuku. Thanks, Kyoka. Just rest up and don't worry, I'll handle things out there. With that, Izuku turned to leave, but just before he reached the door, he glanced back at Jiro one last time. Izuku. And remember, you've got nothing to prove to anyone. You're already amazing just the way you are. Jiro's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave him a thumbs up, her earlier nerves now replaced with a quiet confidence. Kyoka. Go get him, big brother, she teased lightly, echoing the words she'd said during her match with Katsuki. Izuku chuckled, feeling a surge of warmth at her words. Izuku. You got it. With that, he left the infirmary room, heading toward the stage with renewed determination. The noise of the crowd grew louder with each step, and by the time he emerged into the open air of the stadium, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. As Izuku approached the stage, his mind focused, his heart steady. This was it. The second round had begun, and he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As he was near the stands, the screens displayed the matchups. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Tenya Iida. Match 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Abara Shiizaki. Match 3. Jiro Kirishima vs Ochako Uraraka. Match 4. Katsuki Bakugo vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike's voice boomed through the stadium, his enthusiasm palpable. Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a high-octane showdown. On the left side, we have the strategist and powerhouse, the boy with the mysterious quirk, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd roared in anticipation as Izuku stepped forward, and on the right side, the speedster with engines that roar like thunder, the future hero of Ingenium, Tenya Iida. Iida gave a firm nod and made his way toward the arena. This is gonna be a battle of unstoppable force versus unmovable object, so don't blink. The two competitors faced each other in the ring, and Midnight stepped forward to signal the start of the match. Midnight. Begin. Iida wasted no time, activating his quirk, engine, and shooting forward with incredible speed. His engines roared to life, propelling him toward Izuku like a speeding bullet. But Izuku was ready, calmly sidestepping Iida's initial charge with ease. Tenya. Recipro burst. He shouted, unleashing a burst of speed that took him to Izuku's side in the blink of an eye. Izuku blocked the attack with one of his forearms, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the arena. Izuku. Nice one, Iida, he complimented, genuinely impressed by his friend's speed. Tenya, thank you, Midoriya, he replied, quickly pulling back and circling around for another attack, but I won't stop here. As Iida prepared for another strike, Izuku's eyes gleamed with determination. He knew he could end the match quickly if he wanted to, but he wanted to give Iida a chance to showcase his abilities. Izuku saw this match as an opportunity for Iida to shine and prove himself to everyone watching. Iida launched a high-speed kick, his speed was blinding, and he charged at Izuku with incredible velocity, aiming a high-speed kick at Izuku's torso. Izuku swiftly sidestepped the attack, feeling the gust of wind as Iida's leg missed him by mere inches. Then, with a flash of energy, Izuku summoned his Beowulf gauntlets, the ghostly blue light enveloping his arms as the familiar gauntlets materialized. The sight of Beowulf caused a stir in the crowd, and even more so among Izuku's classmates. Present Mike's voice hit a new peak of excitement. Mike. Holy smokes. What's this? Midoriya's got some serious hardware. Those gauntlets look like they're built for destruction, and... Wait, are those greaves too? Oh man, this just got interesting. Denki. There they are. Those gauntlets of his are back, he exclaimed, excited to see Izuku using Beowulf again. Jiro. Midoriya's pulling out all the stops, he added, impressed by sight. However, Katsuki's expression darkened as he saw the gauntlets. His eyes widened in recognition, and he clenched his fists, a shudder of fear running through him. The memory of Izuku using those gauntlets in their previous battle haunted him, and the sight of them now sent a chill down his spine. In the ring, Izuku focused his energy on Beowulf, using the gauntlets to block Iida's next attack with ease. The clash of kicks against energy reverberated through the stadium, and the force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Tenya. Midoriya, you're giving me more of a challenge than I expected, he admitted, breathing heavily but refusing to back down. Izuku. You're doing great too, Iida, he encouraged, a smile on his face. Tenya leapt into the air, twisting his body to deliver a spinning kick from above. Izuku anticipated the move and used the Beowulf greaves to propel himself upward, meeting Iida midair. Their clash sent shockwaves through the arena as they exchanged a rapid series of kicks. Iida's speed was incredible, but Izuku's agility and precision were unmatched. Izuku used a Beowulf combo, starting with a swift knee strike aimed at Iida's midsection. The blow landed with force, momentarily winding Iida. Izuku followed up with a spinning backkick, which connected with Iida's side, sending him crashing to the ground. Despite the impact, Iida quickly got back to his feet, his resolve unshaken. He charged forward again. He unleashed a flurry of kicks, each one faster and more powerful than the last. Izuku met him blow for blow, blocking each kick with the Beowulf gauntlets and greaves. The two fighters moved in perfect synchronization, their kicks clashing with such intensity that sparks flew from the point of impact. Iida saw an opening and aimed a decisive kick at Izuku's head. But Izuku was ready. He ducked under the kick and unleashed a devastating combo with Beowulf. He started with a powerful front kick to Iida's stomach, followed by a low sweeping kick that took Iida's legs out from under him. As Iida fell, Izuku spun around and delivered a kick to Iida's chest, sending him sliding across the arena floor. "Izuku. Come on, Iida," he called out. "I know you can do more than this. Show me what you've got. Break your limits." Iida's eyes widened in surprise, but then a determined smile crossed his face. Ever since the battle trials, he'd been training relentlessly, always with Izuku in mind as the benchmark he wanted to surpass. He knew this was his chance to prove how far he'd come. With a fierce cry, Iida slammed his hands down on the ground and took a running position, his engines roaring louder than ever before. The blue flames that usually emitted from his engines flickered, then suddenly turned a brilliant purple. The entire stadium gasped as the flames grew brighter, and Iida's engines powered up to a level they had never seen before. "Tenya. Recipro Turbo," he shouted, his voice filled with determination. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing in front of Izuku with a speed that even he wasn't expecting. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as Iida's speed caught him off guard. Before he could react, Iida unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Izuku's chest. Izuku barely managed to block the kick with his Beowulf gauntlets, the force of the blow pushing him back several feet. Present Mike was in full swing. "Mike! Whoa, whoa, whoa! What just happened?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. "Iida just cranked up the heat with his new move, he's moving so fast that even Midoriya's having trouble keeping up." Iida didn't give Izuku a moment to recover. He used his newfound speed to deliver a barrage of kicks, each one coming faster and harder than the last. Izuku found himself on the defensive, blocking and dodging as best as he could. Despite his best efforts, he could feel the strain as Iida's kicks landed with incredible force. "Izuku. He's really giving it his all," he thought as he blocked another kick. "Let's kick it up to the notch." Determined not to be outdone, Izuku activated his sprint skill. His movements became a blur as he used the speed boost to match Iida's Recipro Turbo. The two fighters seemed to vanish from the eyes of the audience, their movements so fast that they were nothing more than flickers of light across the arena. From the stands, the audience gasped in awe. To them, it seemed as though Izuku and Iida were teleporting across the battlefield, appearing and disappearing in bursts of energy. Only the most seasoned pros, like All Might and Endeavor, could follow their movements. Their classmates watched with wide eyes, each reacting to the intense display of power and speed in their own way. Uraraka leaned forward in her seat, her eyes wide with awe. "Ochako. Wow, Iida's really fast. I didn't know he could move like that," she exclaimed, her heart racing as she watched the two fighters blur across the arena. She knew how strong Izuku was, but seeing Iida keep up with him, even catching him off guard, was incredible. Kirishima grinned, his sharp teeth glinting as he watched the intense battle. "Jiro. Man, these two are really going at it. Iida's showing some serious guts out there," he said, clearly impressed by the effort both of his classmates were putting in. He admired the sportsmanship and determination in both fighters, feeling the thrill of the fight as if he were out there himself. Mina cheers for both of them. "Mina. Go, Iida. Show him what you've got. And Midoriya, don't let him catch you," she shouted, unable to decide who to root for. Her excitement was palpable as she watched the two blurs darting across the arena, landing hits with such speed that it made her dizzy just to follow. Tsuyu watched the battle with her usual calm demeanor, though even she was impressed by what she was seeing. "Tsuyu. Midoriya-chan's really strong, hero," she said, her tone steady. "But Iida-kun is surprising too. I didn't know he could push himself this far." Momo analyzed the fight with a keen eye. Momo. Iida-san is using his speed to great effect, but Midoriya-san's experience and versatility are giving him the edge, she observed, her analytical mind breaking down each movement. It's an impressive match, and they're both showcasing their abilities beautifully. Katsuki sat with his arms crossed, his face twisted in a scowl as he watched the fight unfold. The sight of Iida managing to keep up with Izuku, even if just barely, filled him with a burning sense of jealousy. Katsuki. How the hell is that third-rate extra matching up with Deku? He muttered under his breath, his knuckles turning white from how tightly he was clenching his fists. The memory of his own fight with Izuku during the battle trials flashed in his mind, where he had only managed to scratch Izuku. Seeing Iida push Izuku to this extent made Katsuki's blood boil even more. Back in the arena, Iida and Izuku continued their high-speed duel. Iida launched another powerful kick, aiming for Izuku's side. Izuku countered with a swift punch from his Beowulf gauntlets, the two attacks colliding in a burst of energy that sent shockwaves through the stadium. The force of the collision created a crater in the ground beneath them, but neither fighter backed down. Iida pushed forward, using his turbo-enhanced speed to unleash a flurry of kicks that forced Izuku to go on the defensive again. But Izuku wasn't finished yet. Izuku. Time to push even further, he thought, a determined look in his eyes. He used the momentum from one of Iida's kicks to propel himself into the air, flipping over Iida's head and landing behind him. Before Iida could react, Izuku unleashed a rapid combo of Beowulf punches and kicks, each one aimed at Iida's weak points. Iida twisted his body, narrowly dodging the first few strikes, but Izuku was relentless. The final kick in the combo connected with Iida's leg, sending him stumbling forward. But Iida didn't fall. He planted his foot firmly on the ground and used the last of his turbo speed to propel himself backward, catching Izuku off guard with a surprise kick to the chest. Izuku grunted as the kick landed, but he quickly regained his footing. He knew Iida was reaching his limit. Recipro turbo couldn't last forever. As Iida's engines began to sputter, the purple flames flickering weakly, Izuku saw his chance. Present Mike's voice echoed through the arena. Mike. It's anyone's game now. Iida is pushing himself to the edge, but can he stand up to Midoriya's overwhelming power? With one final burst of speed, Iida launched himself at Izuku, his leg aimed for a decisive blow. But Izuku was ready. He sidestepped the attack, and as Iida passed by, Izuku delivered a powerful punch to his back, followed by a spinning kick that sent Iida crashing him out of bounds. Izuku. The match is over, he said softly, his tone respectful. Midnight stepped forward and raised her hand. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for both fighters. Izuku deactivated Beowulf, the ghostly gauntlets disappearing as he offered Iida a hand. Izuku. You did amazing, Iida, he said, helping his friend to his feet. Iida took the offered hand, smiling despite his loss. Tenya. Thank you, Midoriya. You were incredible as always. I'll keep working hard so I can one day surpass you. Izuku nodded, appreciating Iida's determination. As they left the ring together, the crowd continued to cheer, recognizing the display of sportsmanship and respect between the two friends. In the stands, Katsuki watched silently, his eyes narrowing as he considered the gauntlets and the power Izuku had displayed. The upcoming battles would only get more intense, and he knew that his match with Izuku was inevitable. Match 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Obara Shiizaki. In the infirmary, Jiro couldn't help but cheer for her big brother's victory. As the second match of the round was announced, Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium with energy, introducing the two combatants. Mike. And now, it's time for match 2. He roared into his microphone, hyping up the crowd. On one side, we have the ice-cold prodigy of Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki. The screen showed Todoroki's calm, stoic expression as he walked onto the stage. His icy demeanor mirrored the cold power he wielded. And on the other side, we have the girl WHO Holy Vines. From Class 1B, it's Obara Shiizaki. He introduced Obara with his usual flair, her calm and composed presence juxtaposing Todoroki's intensity. Her long, vine-like hair, glowing with a natural aura, moved gracefully as she entered the arena. Midnight raised her hand, signaling the beginning of the match. Midnight. Begin. Without a moment's hesitation, Shoto made his move. His right foot slammed into the ground as a massive wall of ice erupted from the floor, surging forward at an incredible speed, heading straight for Abara. Abara's eyes widened at the sight of the incoming attack, her vines surging from her head to create a defensive barrier. The vines whipped out, extending rapidly to block Todoroki's ice. But before she could fully prepare her defense, crash! The ice smashed through her vines with sheer force, freezing everything in its path. Abara was engulfed in an overwhelming wave of cold as the ice encased her entirely, freezing her in place before she could even counter. The arena fell silent for a moment as the crowd registered what had just happened. The fight had barely begun, yet Todoroki had already seized control of the battlefield. Present Mike let out a stunned laugh. Mike. Hua. And just like that, Todoroki does it again. Midnight approached the frozen Abara, checking to ensure she wasn't seriously harmed. Seeing that she was frozen but unhurt, she raised her hand and declared. Midnight. Shoto Todoroki is the winner. The crowd erupted in applause, though many were still in shock at the sheer speed and power of Todoroki's attack. It had been over in one shot. Abara was gently thawed out by Recovery Girl and helped to her feet, her face showing no frustration, only calm acceptance of her defeat. Abara. I've learned from this, she said quietly to Todoroki, bowing respectfully before leaving the arena. Thank you for the match. Todoroki simply nodded, as stoic as ever. He had barely broken a sweat. Jiro. Man, Todoroki really doesn't mess around, he said from the stands, his voice filled with admiration and nervousness. That was one heck of a shot. With Class 1B, Kendo crossed her arms, her brow furrowing. Quote. Kendo. He's strong. It didn't take much for Todoroki to overpower Abara's defense. TetsuTetsu, still sore from his own battle with Kirishima, grunted. TetsuTetsu. That ice guy's got some serious power. In the back, Nito, the ever-vocal critic of Class 1A, sneered. Nito. Ha, that's your precious Class 1A. One of their students can't even put up a proper fight. What a joke, he continued, getting more animated as he mocked Class 1A. Todoroki had to take out a girl in one shot. What's next? You'll say he's some sort of genius. Pathetic. Just like. Before Monoma could finish his insult. Thunk. A dagger whizzed through the air, landing with pinpoint accuracy just below Monoma's head, embedding itself in the concrete wall. The sound cut through the air and made everyone in Class 1B freeze in shock. Monoma's eyes widened in horror as the cold realization of what had just happened hit him. All eyes turned to Izuku, who was standing with a dark, dangerous expression on his face. His cold gaze never left Monoma as he spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a chilling edge. Izuku. Next time I won't miss, he said, his tone leaving no room for interpretation. The silence in the arena felt suffocating as Izuku's threat hung in the air. Monoma's mouth was hung open. He was too shocked to even process what had just occurred. His usual smug expression was replaced by pure fear. Class 1B collectively thought one thing: never mess with Izuku Midoriya. Kendo, trying to de-escalate the situation, quickly grabbed Monoma by the shoulder and pulled him back into the group. Kendo. All right, Monoma, that's enough. We don't want to make things worse. TetsuTetsu, who had been laughing moments earlier, stood stiffly as he glanced over at Izuku. Even though the battle had been tense, seeing this side of him sent a shiver down his spine. Match 3. Jiro Kirishima vs Ochako Uraraka. Present Mike's voice erupted across the stadium, brimming with energy as he announced the next matchup. Mike. All right, folks. Get ready for another exciting battle. He shouted, his enthusiasm contagious. On one side, we have the indestructible tank of Class 1A, Jiro Kirishima. Kirishima raised a fist as he stepped onto the battlefield, his trademark shark-like grin plastered across his face. The crowd roared in response, feeding off his energetic vibe. And on the other side, the gravity-defying wonder, Ochako Uraraka. He continued, his voice even louder as Ochako entered the stage, waving to the audience with a nervous yet determined smile. The audience cheered for her as well, recognizing her impressive victory over Mina in the previous round. Both fighters are ready, Aizawa. This is gonna be a brawl. He exclaimed. Aizawa. I wouldn't be so sure, he replied calmly. Both have very different fighting styles. It all depends on how they approach this. Midnight raised her hand. Midnight. Begin. The match kicked off with Kirishima immediately hardening his skin to its maximum durability, his body turning into solid stone-like armor. Jiro. Come on, Uraraka. Give me everything you've got. He shouted, eager for a good fight. Ochako responded quickly by activating her quirk and leaping into the air, making herself weightless. She hovered just above the battlefield, observing Kirishima as she thought through her plan. Mike. Look at that. Uraraka is taking to the skies. He yelled. She's gonna use her quirk to her advantage. Kirishima, realizing he couldn't reach her while she was airborne, stayed on the ground, his arms crossed, waiting for her next move. Jiro. You can't float forever, Uraraka. Sooner or later, you'll have to come down. But Ochako wasn't planning to stay idle. She quickly gathered pink energy in her fists, the telltale sign of her gravity blasts, which she had recently developed. Without hesitation, she unleashed several blasts down at Kirishima, each one aimed at testing his defense. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts hit Kirishima directly, but his hardened body stood firm against the onslaught. Jiro. Is that all? He shouted, grinning even wider. I can take hits like these all day. Ochako narrowed her eyes, realizing that she needed to change tactics. Floating higher, she dropped her weight completely, allowing herself to freefall toward Kirishima at a high speed. Mike. And she's diving right in. Uraraka's going for a direct attack, he announced, his voice filled with excitement. As she neared him, Kirishima prepared to counter. Jiro. You're tough, Uraraka, but close combat is my specialty. Just as he raised his hardened arms to block her, Ochako twisted her body in midair, dodging his defense with a graceful spin. Using her martial arts training, she threw a powerful punch aimed at Kirishima's side. Her fist, charged with gravity energy, hit him with a pink explosion. The blow sent Kirishima stumbling to the side, his body still hardened but clearly feeling the impact. He grunted in surprise, rubbing his side. Quote. Jiro. Whoa. That actually hurt. Ochako didn't let up, using her gravity manipulation to move quickly around the arena. She threw another series of gravity blasts at Kirishima, forcing him to block and dodge. But Kirishima wasn't one to back down. Jiro. All right, let's see how you handle this. He shouted as he charged toward her with his hardened arms. His fist swung at her with incredible force, each punch creating a loud thud as it connected with the ground where Ochako had been moments earlier. Ochako darted around him, using her agility to avoid his attacks. But Kirishima's relentless barrage of punches made it clear that even with her speed, she couldn't evade forever. He finally managed to land a powerful blow to her arm, sending her skidding back across the arena. Mike. Oh, a big hit from Kirishima. Can Uraraka keep up? He hollered. Ochako gritted her teeth, feeling the pain but refusing to back down. She stood up, her breathing heavy, and Kirishima grinned at her. Jiro. You're really strong, Uraraka. I like it. Determined, Ochako decided to use her last resort. She raised her hands and activated her quirk at full power, causing the gravity around them to shift. Suddenly, Kirishima felt himself become weightless, his feet lifting off the ground. Jiro. What the? Mike. Whoa, Uraraka just took Kirishima off his feet. He screamed in surprise. As Kirishima floated helplessly in the air, Ochako leapt up and delivered a final gravity blast directly at his chest. The explosion knocked him out of the arena, sending him crashing into the wall behind him. Boom. The crowd gasped as the dust settled, revealing Kirishima lying on the ground, still conscious but unable to move. Midnight walked over and checked him before raising her hand. Midnight. Ochako Uraraka wins. The crowd erupted into cheers, amazed by Ochako's performance. Match 4. Katsuki Bakugo vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike's voice filled the stadium once again. Mike. All right, everyone. It's time for the last match of this round. He shouted with his usual enthusiasm. On one side, we've got the explosive dynamo of Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki strode into the arena, his usual fierce expression on full display. His palms sparked with small explosions, showing that he was more than ready for battle. The crowd murmured, knowing just how intense Katsuki could be. And on the other side, the brilliant strategist with the creation quirk, it's Momo Yaoyorozu, he continued. Momo entered the arena with poise, her expression calm and focused. She took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself for the challenge ahead. Midnight raised her hand. Midnight. Begin. Without missing a beat, Katsuki launched himself forward with an explosion, aiming directly for Momo. Katsuki. I'm not wasting time on you, he shouted as he propelled himself at high speed. Momo barely had time to react but managed to create a large shield to block his incoming attack. Boom! Katsuki's explosion collided with the shield, sending a shockwave through the arena. The force of the blast pushed Momo back several feet, but she stood her ground, gripping her shield tightly. Mike. Bakugo comes out swinging with an explosive start. But Yaoyorozu isn't backing down. He yelled, his voice filled with excitement. Katsuki, however, was relentless. He didn't let up for a second, launching explosion after explosion at Momo, who continued to create shields and barriers to defend herself. Each blast pushed her back, and the strain was starting to show on her face. But Momo refused to give up. She stood tall, her mind racing to come up with a plan. Katsuki. Come on, is that all you've got? He taunted, his fiery temper flaring. He hated dragging things out and wanted to end the fight quickly. Quote. Momo didn't flinch, she knew she had to think fast. As Katsuki closed the distance, she created a flashbang grenade and threw it directly at him. Bang! The grenade exploded in a blinding light, causing Katsuki to stumble back, momentarily disoriented. Katsuki. Gah, damn it, he cursed, blinking rapidly to clear his vision. Momo seized the opportunity, creating a bow staff and rushing forward. She swung the staff at Katsuki with impressive speed and precision, aiming to keep him at bay. Momo. I won't let you get close, she declared, determination burning in her eyes. But Katsuki wasn't so easily deterred. Even as he blocked her strikes, his anger grew. Katsuki. You think you can keep me back with that stick? He yelled, his eyes narrowing. He dodged her next strike and unleashed a powerful explosion at point-blank range. Boom! Momo was thrown back, crashing to the ground. The crowd gasped as she struggled to get up, her body aching from the impact. Katsuki stood over her, his hands still crackling with explosive energy. Katsuki. Stay down, damn it. You're just wasting your time, he growled. But Momo refused to give up. With sheer determination, she forced herself to stand, her legs shaking slightly from the pain. Her resolve reminded Katsuki of someone he knew all too well, Izuku. That unwavering determination, that refusal to give in no matter how hopeless it seemed, it was the same look Kyoka had given him during their battle at the sports festival. Katsuki. TCH, you're just like him, he shouted, his temper boiling over. I'll crush you just like I'll crush him. The memory made Katsuki's blood boil. He blasted forward again, his movements more aggressive, more erratic, as if trying to erase the memory from his mind. Momo, despite her injuries, continued to fight back. She created a small cannon and fired it at Katsuki, forcing him to dodge. She followed up with a flash shield, hoping to create an opening. Momo. I won't go down that easily, Bakugo, she yelled, pushing through the pain. Katsuki gritted his teeth, his rage fueling his attacks. He dodged her cannon shots with ease, closing the distance between them. When he was within striking range, he unleashed a massive explosion that engulfed Momo completely. Boom! The explosion rocked the arena, and when the smoke cleared, Momo was on the ground, battered and bruised. But to Katsuki's surprise, she was still conscious. She gripped her bow staff, using it to help her stand once more. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Katsuki. Why won't you stay down? He shouted, his voice laced with frustration. Momo looked up at him, her gaze steady despite the pain. Momo. Because, I have to prove, that I can stand up to the best, no matter what, she replied, her voice unwavering. Katsuki clenched his fists, his rage boiling over. Katsuki. Fine, if you want to get knocked out that badly, then I'll do it. He charged at her one last time, his hands glowing with explosive energy. He aimed a final blast directly at her. Momo, too weak to defend herself, could only brace for impact. Boom! The explosion sent her flying back, crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. This time, she didn't get up. Midnight quickly checked on her and, after a moment, raised her hand. Quote, "Midnight. Katsuki Bakugo wins." The crowd erupted in a mix of cheers and boo. In the stands, Kaminari and Shiro winced. "Shiro. Man, Bakugo didn't hold back at all," he muttered. Kirishima looked down at Momo, impressed by her resilience. "Jiro. She put up a great fight. She's got guts." But Katsuki's anger hadn't subsided. His breaths were ragged, and his fists still crackled with leftover energy. His frustration bubbled over as he looked down at Momo's unconscious form, still reminded of Izuku's stubbornness and how much it irritated him. Without thinking, Katsuki let out a growl and raised his hand, ready to blast Momo again. The crowd's cheers quickly turned to horrified gasps, and a wave of boos echoed through the stadium. Even Aizawa, who had been silently observing the match, narrowed his eyes in disapproval. "Aizawa. Bakugo, that's enough," he said, ready to intervene if necessary. But before Katsuki could release his explosion, a blur moved across the arena faster than anyone could react. A loud bam resounded through the air as Katsuki was suddenly struck in the cheek by a powerful fist, sending him flying across the arena and crashing into the wall with enough force to create a spider web crack. The audience fell silent, their eyes widening in disbelief. All attention shifted to the figure now standing in the center of the arena. It was Izuku, his face set in a cold, furious expression. Katsuki, dazed and disoriented, slowly slid down the wall, glaring at Izuku in disbelief and rage. But before he could say anything, the intensity of Izuku's killer intent flooded the arena. It was so suffocating that many in the audience felt their breath hitch. Even seasoned heroes watching from the stands stiffened from the raw fury that emanated from him. He stood there, his arm still extended from the punch, and in his other arm, he held Momo in a gentle bridal carry. "Mina. Did Midoriya. Just," she whispered, stunned by what she had just witnessed. "Jiro. Yeah, I think he did," he replied, while gulping, feeling an unusual tension in the air. Kaminari scratched his head nervously. "Denki. Man, Bakugo really messed up this time." Even All Might in the stands felt a shiver run down his spine at the sheer force behind Izuku's punch. He knew his student was strong, but seeing it in action against Katsuki was another thing entirely. Katsuki slowly got to his feet, wiping a small trail of blood from his mouth. His eyes narrowed in anger, but a flicker of fear crossed his face. He hadn't expected Izuku to hit him like that. Without saying a word, Izuku turned his back on Katsuki and began walking out of the arena, carrying Momo with care. The silence in the stadium was deafening as everyone watched him leave. No one dared to stop him, not even the pro heroes who were still processing what had just happened. Izuku carried Momo all the way to Recovery Girl's office. His movements were gentle, careful not to jostle her too much as he laid her down on a bed. The anger that had driven him to punch Katsuki had not fully faded, but as he looked at Momo's unconscious form, his expression softened. Recovery Girl, who had witnessed the whole thing on a monitor, shook her head. "Gee, you're quite the protective one, aren't you, young Midoriya?" she said with a sigh, already moving to tend to Momo. Izuku didn't respond. He simply nodded and stepped back to give Recovery Girl space to work. As he did, he took a deep breath, trying to calm the lingering anger within him. He knew he had done the right thing, but the thought of what Katsuki had almost done still made his blood boil. Back in the arena, the crowd slowly started to murmur again, the shock wearing off but the tension still palpable. Katsuki, now alone in the arena, clenched his fists, his pride shattered not just by his loss of control but by the fact that Izuku had intervened so effortlessly. After a few tense minutes of silence, the stadium's atmosphere was still thick with anticipation following the intense moments between Izuku and Katsuki. The crowd had calmed down a little, though the energy still buzzed through the arena. Suddenly, Present Mike's voice boomed over the speakers, breaking the tension. "Mike. All right, everyone. It's time for the semifinals. The matchups are set, and things are about to get even more intense. The crowd perked up, eager to see the next battles unfold. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. Match 2. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. After leaving Momo in the recovery room, Izuku made his way through the hallway, his mind still on the upcoming match with Shoto Todoroki. As he turned a corner, he was met with the imposing figure of Endeavor, the No. 2 hero, and Shoto's father. His presence was overwhelming, radiating heat and a stern gaze. "Enji, there you are," he said, his voice low and authoritative. "I've been watching you, your power, summoning weapons, a dragon, and your battle with the brainwashing kid and the speedster. It's impressive." Izuku stopped, his expression neutral, though a flicker of irritation stirred inside him at Endeavor's tone and words. "Enji, you have strength and speed that reminds me of All Might," he continued, clearly trying to size him up, "but that's where it stops. It is my son's duty to surpass All Might, and your match with him will be a good stepping stone for him to show the world his superiority. So don't hold back. I don't want you to disgrace either of us by going easy on him." Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. Endeavor's words brought back memories of Shoto's declaration that he refused to use his fire during their match. Izuku could feel the weight of Shoto's struggle and how much he resented his father's expectations. Endeavor went on, his voice full of confidence and arrogance. "Enji, if he used his left side, his fire, he'd be unstoppable. My masterpiece will win this entire festival if he just stops holding back." That was enough. Izuku clenched his fists, a pulse of irritation flaring inside him. His voice, though low, was sharp. "Izuku, shut up," he muttered. Endeavor's eyes flared with anger. "Enji, what did you say?" His voice was heated, more aggressive now. "Izuku, I said, shut up." He spoke louder. His voice was so intimidating that, despite Endeavor's blazing fire quirk, he felt nothing but cold for a split second, a strange, eerie sensation that caught him off guard. The hallway seemed to darken as Izuku continued, his eyes sharp and unwavering. "Izuku, I'm not All Might and Shoto. He's not you." The words hit with the weight of a sledgehammer. For the first time in a long while, Endeavor found himself at a loss, his body stiffening as though the temperature had dropped. The coldness in Izuku's voice cut deeper than any flame could burn, and it left Endeavor stunned. "Izuku, you talk about your son like he's just some tool to surpass someone else," he continued, his tone unyielding. "But Shoto is more than that. He's his own person, not your masterpiece. So stop acting like you own him." For the first time in a long time, Endeavor, the towering, flame-wielding hero, stood frozen in place, unable to summon a response. Izuku's voice had stripped away his usual fiery confidence, leaving only the chilling truth hanging in the air. He could feel the weight of Izuku's defiance pressing down on him, and for once, his fire was not enough to drive it away. Without another word, Endeavor turned on his heel and stormed off, trying to shake the unsettling cold that had crept into his bones. Match 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. As Izuku and Shoto walked toward the stage, the echoes of their conversation after the cavalry battle played in their minds. Now, standing at the threshold of their highly anticipated battle, those words weighed heavily on both of them. The tension between them was palpable, a mix of respect, challenge, and the weight of expectations. As they approached the arena, the roar of the crowd grew louder. People were on the edge of their seats, excited for the clash of two of the most powerful students from Class 1A. President Mike's voice boomed over the speakers, his excitement spilling out like never before. "Mike. This is it, everyone, the semifinal match we've all been waiting for." In the left side, the hero with power so cold it chills to the bone, Shoto Todoroki. Shoto stepped forward, his expression neutral but his focus sharp, the icy mist from his right side already swirling around him like a cold front. His calm demeanor did little to diminish the intensity that radiated from him. And on the right side, the rising hero whose quirk has surprised us all. The one who keeps on getting stronger, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted even louder as Izuku took his place on the stage, rolling his shoulders and mentally preparing himself for what was to come. His sharp eyes focused on Shoto, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. The stadium was alive with the hum of excitement and anticipation hanging thick in the air. Even All Might in the stands had an unusually intense expression as he watched the two students face off. Izuku. So what have you decided? He asks with a serious tone, his voice cutting through the roaring crowd. Shoto. I won't use his power. Hearing this, Izuku's expression darkened. Izuku. We'll see about that. The air was tense in the stands as the class eagerly awaited the start of the highly anticipated match between two rivals. Among the onlookers, Iida turned to his classmate Tokiyami, his expression serious as he analyzed the upcoming battle. Tenya. How do you think this match will end up, Tokiyami? He asked. Fumikage observed the stage carefully. Tokiyami. It depends, he replied in a low, thoughtful tone, on Midoriya's ability to close the distance between them. If Todoroki can keep him at bay with his ice, Midoriya's unpredictability will always be his strength. He may find a way to close that distance. Tenya nodded. At unknown place, while the students of Class 1A exchanged their thoughts, far from the festival, Shigaraki watched the sports festival broadcast from his hideout. His face was twisted with irritation, his nails scratching at his neck in frustration as he observed the spectacle unfold. From the shadows behind him, the calm yet menacing voice of his master echoed through the room. Watch them closely, Tamura. These two could become formidable obstacles in your path if they continue to grow stronger, his master warned, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Midoriya, especially, carries something interesting. And Todoroki, with the potential to surpass even Endeavor. The world could soon find itself with more than just All Might to worry about. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at the screen, watching as the camera zoomed in on Izuku and Shoto, both brimming with power. His fingers twitched slightly as if itching to destroy something. Tamura. Formidable obstacles, huh? He muttered under his breath while scratching with his hand, which was regenerated by his master's quirk. That white-haired brat is my main obstacle. The screen flickered as the announcers prepared for the match to begin, but Tamura's attention was fixed, knowing that this fight was a window into the future, and he knew what he had to destroy. Back to the match, Shoto stared across the stage, watching Izuku with narrowed eyes. Shoto. He's powerful, he thought, remembering how Izuku had handled both Shinso and Iida. His brow furrowed. But I still haven't seen his true strength. I need to push him. He clenched his fist, cold steam rising from his right side. I'll end this with my ice before he gets the chance to fully unleash his power. On the other side of the field, Izuku summoned Beowulf and tightened the straps on his gauntlets, feeling the weight of Beowulf around his wrists and legs. His eyes locked on Shoto, his heart steady as he prepared himself for the inevitable ice storm. Izuku. Todoroki's ice is powerful, but it has limits. If I can close the distance and shatter his ice, I can force him to face me head-on. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium. Mike. Ladies and gentlemen. The match between Midoriya and Todoroki starts now. As soon as the words left Present Mike's mouth, Shoto wasted no time. His right hand slammed against the ground, releasing a massive freezing wave that surged toward Izuku with terrifying speed. Izuku was ready. In one swift motion, he clenched his fist, channeling power into his Beowulf gauntlets. With a mighty roar, he rushed forward and swung his fist into the oncoming ice wave. Crack! The punch collided with the ice, shattering it instantly. The force of Izuku's blow was so immense that the air pressure from his punch rushed at Shoto, carrying with it a chilling gust of wind and shards of shattered ice. The audience sitting behind Shoto gasped as they felt the cold rush past them, mixed with the sheer power of Izuku's strike. Shoto quickly created a towering wall of ice behind him to prevent himself from being knocked out of bounds. His feet dug into the ground as he stood his ground, the ice around him cracking slightly. He glanced at Izuku, his eyes calculating. Shoto. I was right. Midoriya is still holding back. If he's this strong already, then how much strength is he hiding? Without wasting time, Shoto attacked again. He unleashed a relentless barrage of ice toward Izuku, intending to overwhelm him with sheer volume. Massive ice structures grew from the arena floor, each one larger and faster than the last, all aimed at engulfing his opponent. But Izuku wasn't fazed. He dashed forward again, weaving between the growing ice pillars and shattering them with every punch and kick. His movements were fluid, his gauntlets glowing with energy as each strike obliterated the ice as if it were nothing. The crowd watched in awe as Izuku's punches and kicks broke through each wave of ice with precision and power. As the ice kept coming, Izuku broke through it easily, his steps determined as he moved closer and closer toward Shoto. Shoto's thoughts raced. Shoto. He's not just powerful, he's fast. I can't keep him away with my ice alone. His eyes flicked to his left side for a brief moment, but he quickly shook off the thought, refusing to use his fire. Izuku, sensing Shoto's growing frustration, smirked slightly. Izuku. Come on, Todoroki. You've got more in you. Don't hold back now. With Class 1A. In Class 1A's section of the stands, the atmosphere was thick with tension as Izuku and Shoto clashed, sending waves of ice and shockwaves of power across the arena. As the icy gusts and blasts of energy echoed through the stadium, Kirishima couldn't help but chuckle, leaning back in his seat. Jiro. Man, you gotta give it to those three, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Always with the techniques that nearly blow up the whole stadium. Katsuki, who was sitting a few seats away, scowled at the comment, arms crossed tightly over his chest. He glared at the fight, his expression a mix of frustration and intense focus. Without turning to face Jiro, he muttered under his breath. Katsuki. Quirks are physical abilities, just like muscles. They get worn out just like anything else, moron. Jiro raised an eyebrow at the explanation, though there was a grin on his face. Jiro. Yeah, we all know that. I'm just saying, you guys take it to another level. Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance, clearly irritated. Katsuki. That's the whole point of training and development. Your quirk won't be enough in a long fight if you don't push your limits, he growled, his eyes still locked on the ongoing battle. That's why I designed my costume the way I did. To go beyond what I can do with just my quirk. I designed them to help me push past my limits, to fight at 120%. Back to the match. As Izuku broke through the last of Shoto's ice barrage, he closed the gap between them in a flash. His movements were fast, too fast for Shoto to counter with his long-range attacks. Izuku's fists tightened, his gauntlets glowing as he launched into a close-range assault. He started with a powerful right hook aimed at Shoto's midsection. The blow connected with a dull thud, and Shoto's eyes widened as the force of the punch nearly knocked him off his feet. Staggering back, Shoto barely had time to react before Izuku followed up with a swift left jab to his ribs, followed by an uppercut with his right fist. Shoto tried to form a block of ice between them, but Izuku shattered it with a quick, brutal punch. Izuku's movements were fluid and relentless, each punch carrying precision and weight. He kept closing the distance, refusing to give Shoto any breathing room. With a spin, Izuku lifted his leg and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, his greaves glowing as they connected with Shoto's side. The force sent Shoto skidding backward across the arena floor, ice forming beneath his feet as he desperately tried to regain his balance. Izuku, now fully in control of the fight, advanced again. His fists moved like blurs, each strike aimed to break through Shoto's defenses. He delivered a rapid series of punches, left, right, each punch met with the sound of breaking ice as Shoto tried to defend himself with hastily constructed barriers. Izuku. Fight me seriously, Todoroki. He shouted, his voice sharp with irritation as he connected with another solid punch to Shoto's chest, forcing him to retreat again. Shoto. His breathing labored, gritted his teeth. He raised his right hand, more ice forming in front of him, but the exhaustion was starting to show. Each block of ice was slower and weaker, and Izuku was tearing through them effortlessly. Izuku. Stop holding back, he said, his voice growing more heated with every punch he threw. Use your fire. Stop pretending like you can win without it. Shoto remained silent, his focus entirely on keeping the ice between them, but the pressure was mounting. He threw up another wall of ice, but it was no use. Izuku's next punch blew through it as if it were made of paper, and Shoto was once again forced onto the defensive. Izuku, now growing visibly frustrated, grabbed Shoto by the collar and pulled him close, his green and blue eyes blazing with intensity. Izuku. You can't win like this, Todoroki. He growled, his voice filled with anger. You can't fight me with one hand tied behind your back. Use your fire. Shoto glared at him, his face stern, but the words hit him like a sledgehammer. Shoto. I don't need his fire, he muttered under his breath, trying to twist free from Izuku's grasp. Izuku's frustration erupted. He released Shoto and delivered a powerful kick to his midsection, sending him tumbling backward across the arena again. The crowd gasped as Shoto struggled to his feet, clearly shaken by the onslaught. But instead of launching another attack, Izuku did something that shocked everyone watching. Without a word, Izuku took a deep breath, relaxed his stance, and sat down. Right there, in the middle of the battlefield, he folded his legs and crossed his arms. His classmates gasped, the audience murmuring in confusion, and Present Mike was at a loss for words. "Mike, what the heck is Midoriya doing?" he yelled, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Before anyone could react, a shadowy figure materialized beside Izuku. His doppelganger, an exact replica of himself, stood up and walked toward Shoto, ready to continue the battle. Present Mike was struggling to keep up with the chaos unfolding in the arena. "Mike. Wait, what's this? Is Midoriya just sitting down? What's happening? He's sending a clone into the fight. This is totally bizarre. What's going through his mind?" Shoto, confused, raised his hand and sent a wave of ice toward the doppelganger. The doppelganger dodged effortlessly, his movements fluid and calm, but it was clear this wasn't the same as fighting the real Izuku. Frustration mounted in Shoto's chest as he repeatedly tried to freeze his opponent, but each attempt was met with the doppelganger's swift avoidance. "Shoto, why won't you fight me with full power?" he shouted after a few moments, his voice cracking slightly. The weight of the situation was pressing down on him. Izuku, still seated calmly on the ground, slowly lifted his head and smirked. His eyes gleamed with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. "Izuku, fight you with full power," he repeated, his voice low and dripping with sarcasm. "Why should I? You're not fighting me with everything you've got." Shoto's breath caught in his throat. "Izuku, do you think you're being strong by rejecting your fire? Do you think you're proving something by holding back?" His smirk deepened, his voice cutting through the stadium like a knife. "Foolishness, Todoroki, foolishness. Might control everything, and without power, you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself." Izuku continued, his gaze piercing. "Izuku, you want me to go all out? Then earn it. Prove to me you're worth it. Right now, you're not even close." His words were delivered with an air of confidence, a challenge hanging in the air like a storm about to break. Shoto felt the weight of Izuku's taunt, his chest tightening. The calm and cocky demeanor Izuku displayed only added fuel to the fire burning within him. "Izuku, if you want to beat me," he said, his voice hardening, "then stop being a coward. Use your damn fire, or I'll walk out of here knowing you are not worthy as my opponent." Shoto, stunned by the bluntness and raw truth of Izuku's words, stood frozen. The reality of the fight hit him harder than any punch or kick. "Mike, Midoriya seems totally unbothered, while Todoroki is. Well, he's getting more and more frustrated," he continued. "Is this some kind of psychological warfare? It sure looks like it." As the battle raged on, the doppelganger dodged another ice barrage, moving swiftly around Shoto, almost taunting him. The crowd watched in awe and confusion. Some were cheering for Todoroki to break through, while others were stunned by Izuku's bold strategy. But it was clear, this fight wasn't going according to anyone's expectations. Suddenly, Shoto managed to trap the doppelganger with an enormous wave of ice, freezing him solid in place. The crowd roared as Present Mike exclaimed, "Mike, Todoroki's frozen the clone. Is this it? Has Todoroki finally gained the upper hand?" But then, without warning, the frozen figure of Izuku's doppelganger simply vanished. The ice shattered into dust, leaving no trace behind. Shoto's eyes widened. "Shoto. What?" He turned to face the real Izuku, still sitting calmly. "Why are you going so far?" Izuku's eyes locked onto Shoto, piercing through the ice user's emotional guard. "Izuku. You're trembling, Todoroki." The words hit Shoto hard, his face betraying a flicker of surprise. Izuku's voice was cold, calculated, and almost indifferent as he continued. "Izuku. You keep using that ice, but your body can only take so much cold before it starts shutting down. Your quirk might be strong, but your body has its limits. You know that you can offset the cold, though." You know you could fix this if you just used your fire, he added, voice filled with quiet frustration. But you refuse to use it, don't you? The crowd grew quiet as Izuku's words echoed through the stadium, the tension rising with each second. Even present Mike seemed speechless for a moment, his commentary fading into the background as the two stood face to face. Izuku. Everyone else. His voice hardened as flashes of his memories came flooding back. Kyoka pushing herself to her limits, Ochako's determination, and Momo standing tall even after Katsuki's onslaught. Everyone else is giving it their all. Every single one of us is fighting with everything we've got. But you're only using half of what you have. What makes you think that's fair? What gives you the right to hold back when the rest of us are breaking our limits? Shoto's hands clenched into fists, the ice beneath his feet cracking slightly under the strain of his quirk. But he said nothing. Izuku. Put more effort into this, Todoroki, he growled, his voice low and full of power. Stop hiding behind your fear. Because right now, you're not fighting me, you're running away. With Class 1A, as Shoto rushed toward Izuku, his movements were noticeably sluggish compared to earlier. His stamina had clearly taken a hit, and Katsuki, watching intently from the stands, smirked in irritation. Katsuki. TCH, he's running out of juice. That dumbass wasted too much energy on the tape guy and the vine girl, he muttered under his breath, referring to Shoto's previous match against Zero and Ibara. Back to the match. The gap between Izuku and Shoto closed quickly, but just as Shoto lifted his right foot to launch an attack, Izuku casually summoned his doppelganger once again. The doppelganger, moving with a swift and brutal efficiency, slammed its fist into Shoto's torso, sending him flying backward near the bounds. Mike. Whoa, what a hit, he yelled, his voice echoing through the stadium. Midoriya's clone is no joke. Todoroki's gotta do something to break through this defense. Shoto crashed into the ground but managed to roll to his feet, though his movements were slower, more deliberate now. He gritted his teeth and attempted another ice barrage, but the ice crawled forward with none of the speed or precision it had earlier. The doppelganger, unfazed, dodged the incoming shards with ease, weaving through the attack like it was nothing. The two fighters met once again in the center of the stage, exchanging blows at close quarters. Shoto, breathing heavily, threw a sluggish punch that the doppelganger effortlessly deflected before countering with a swift elbow to Shoto's ribs. Shoto winced in pain but managed to keep his balance, retaliating with a sweeping ice attack aimed at the doppelganger's legs. It was slower, much slower, and the doppelganger hopped over it with ease, landing another solid punch to Shoto's gut. From the sides, Smintos watched the fight with growing concern, his brow furrowing deeply. Midnight, beside him, raised an eyebrow as she sensed his discomfort. Smintos. Midnight, he urged, his voice low and serious. You need to stop the match. Todoroki's fighting recklessly, he's pushing himself too far. Midnight hesitated, her eyes darting between the two fighters. Midnight. But, the match hasn't reached its conclusion yet. They're still. Smintos. He's going to hurt himself, he interrupted, his voice firm. It's clear Todoroki's body can't handle any more of this. Look at him, he's completely out of stamina. As the two exchanged more blows, it became evident that Shoto was running on fumes. Each punch he threw was slower than the last, each ice attack weaker and less controlled. Despite that, Shoto refused to back down. His determination to win without using his fireside was apparent, but it was costing him dearly. The doppelganger moved swiftly, ducking beneath Shoto's wild swings and landing blow after blow on the exhausted fighter. Every time Shoto staggered back, he tried to summon more ice, but nothing substantial came. His body was on the verge of shutting down, yet he pressed on. Meanwhile, the crowd was growing restless, murmurs of concern spreading throughout the stadium. Even present Mike had grown quieter, unsure of how to narrate the one-sidedness of the fight. Is this really okay? A student in the stands muttered. Izuku, watching the fight from his seated position, clenched his fists, his frustration mounting. Shoto was still holding back, still refusing to use his fire side, even though his body was reaching its limit. As Shoto lunged once more, the doppelganger effortlessly dodged and delivered a sharp blow to Shoto's side, sending him skidding across the ground. Izuku's doppelganger dashed at Shoto with relentless speed, Shoto desperately threw up another wall of ice, his face showing the strain of pushing his body to the limit. The icy fortress barely formed before the doppelganger plowed right through it, shattering the ice into fragments without so much as flinching. In one fluid motion, the doppelganger delivered a powerful kick to Shoto's side, sending him skidding across the arena floor. Breathing heavily, Shoto propped himself up on one knee, his body trembling from exhaustion and cold. Quote, "Shoto. Why," he gasped, his voice strained. "Why are you putting me through this, Midoriya? Why don't you end this easily?" Without missing a beat, the real Izuku, still seated on the ground and observing the fight with calm intensity, spoke up. "Izuku. Because, Todoroki, I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to become a hero. If you're not giving it your all, you're just wasting your potential." His voice was firm, unwavering. Heroes don't hold back, not when lives are on the line. The doppelganger closed in again, and this time, it slammed its head into Shoto's, the force of the headbutt causing Shoto to stagger back once more. Blood dripped from Shoto's nose, and his vision blurred momentarily from the impact. "Izuku. Stop screwing around," he shouted, his voice carrying across the stadium. His words echoed with frustration, not just with Shoto, but with the situation itself. "You think you can just reject your father and still win? That's fine, but if you're not prepared to give everything you've got, then you don't deserve to be here. You don't have the right to be the best if you're not willing to do your best." Those words struck Shoto like a hammer. As he steadied himself, his mind flashed back to the painful memories that haunted him. Images of his past surged forward, the relentless, brutal training sessions forced upon him by Endeavor, the harsh words, and the pressure to surpass All Might. His heart clenched as he remembered his mother's soft voice telling him, "Ray. It's okay, Shoto. You don't have to be like him." Shoto recalled the day his mother, in her fragile state, had snapped, pouring boiling water over his left side, the side that represented the fire he so desperately wished to reject. The trauma of that day was burned into him, fueling his resentment toward Endeavor and his own quirk. He had sworn never to use the fire that linked him to his father. But Izuku's words pierced through that emotional fog, harsh and unyielding. Izuku wasn't asking for excuses. He wasn't letting Shoto hide behind his resentment. He was demanding that Shoto confront his limits and go beyond them. "Izuku. Do you really think you can surpass me without using your full power?" His voice cut through Shoto's thoughts, pulling him back to the present. "Because if you can't, then you'll never surpass anyone." At that moment, as more frost spread over Shoto's body, threatening to freeze him entirely, the memories flooded back. His father's demanding voice, his mother's fragile words, and most of all, his own desire. His desire to become a hero, not because of his father, but in spite of him. The doppelganger struck again, landing a brutal punch squarely in Shoto's chest. Shoto flew back from the impact, gasping for breath, his body numb from both the cold and the pain. Izuku slowly stood up. He brushed the dust off his clothes, watching Shoto struggle to rise once more. "Izuku. You'll never surpass me, Todoroki. Not like this." His words hung heavy in the air, a direct challenge. As Shoto reeled from the attack, pain and cold surging through his body, his mind drifted back to his childhood, a time filled with separation, isolation, and the weight of expectations. He remembered the days when he was kept apart from his siblings, locked away in grueling training sessions designed to mold him into the perfect successor. His father's harsh voice echoed in his ears, always pushing, always demanding more, never allowing him to just be a child. Then came the memory that haunted him the most, the day his mother had snapped. Her fragile mind, pushed to the breaking point by years of Endeavor's relentless abuse, finally cracked. The boiling water, the searing pain as it hit his face, the shocked look in her eyes when she realized what she had done. And then, just like that, she was gone. His father had her locked away in a psychiatric ward, but Shoto knew the truth. It wasn't her fault, it was his father's. With clenched fists, Shoto forced himself to stand, frost clinging to his body as he struggled to hold himself together. "Shoto. I will reject him," he muttered, his voice thick with bitterness. "I'll never use his fire." Across the arena, Izuku's eyes narrowed, and his expression hardened with determination. His voice cut through the cold air like a blade. Izuku. That's not your father's quirk, Todoroki. It's yours. The words hit Shoto like a shockwave. His heart pounded in his chest, and a flood of emotions surged through him, threatening to drown him in confusion and pain. But beneath all of that, there was something else, something Izuku had sparked in him. An old, long-forgotten memory surfaced, one that had been buried under layers of resentment and anger. Flashback. He was sitting with his mother in the living room, watching a special on TV about All Might. All Might's powerful figure filled the screen, smiling brightly as he addressed the children of the world. All Might. Your quirks are a part of WHOUR, he had said. They may come from your parents, but how you use them is up to you. It's your own power, so use it in your own way. Next to him, his mother smiled softly, placing a gentle hand on his head. Rei, Shoto, she had said, her voice kind and filled with warmth. You're not a prisoner of your lineage. You're you, and that's all that matters. It's okay to use your power to become who you want to be. Don't ever forget that. Flashback end. The memory was so clear, so vivid, that it almost took his breath away. He had forgotten about that day, about her words, buried it under the weight of his hatred for his father. But now, during this fight, Izuku's words brought it all rushing back. Izuku. It's your quirk, he shouted again, his voice filled with passion. Not his. You're more than what he made you, Todoroki. You're your own person, and you have the power to decide what kind of hero you want to be. Shoto stood there, frozen, but not from his quirk. His mind raced as the weight of what Izuku was saying sank in. All this time, he had been fighting to reject his father, to push away the fire that symbolized everything he hated. But in doing so, he had been rejecting a part of himself. He wasn't just rejecting the fire, he was rejecting who he truly was. His eyes flickered with a new light, one that had been missing for so long. He could feel the heat rising within him, the warmth of his fireside, the part of him that he had locked away. And for the first time in years, he didn't try to suppress it. Shoto's resolve finally snapped into place. The flames ignited on his left side, roaring to life in an explosive display of power that lit up the entire arena. The intense heat caused the frost covering his body to melt instantly, steam rising as the ice rapidly turned to water. The audience gasped, stunned by the spectacle before them. For so long, Shoto had rejected his fire, but now he embraced it fully. All Might, watching from the stands, felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He realized that Izuku had been pushing Shoto to this very moment, not out of spite or competition, but to free him from his self-imposed chains. All Might. So that's what you were doing, young Midoriya, he whispered, a proud smile crossing his face. You weren't just fighting him, you were saving him. As the flames blazed, Shoto stood taller, stronger. His once cold expression softened into something more, something free. He looked at Izuku, his eyes filled with new determination, the burden of rejection no longer weighing him down. With his flames flickering lower and the frost completely gone, he took a breath and spoke, his voice steady and resolute. Shoto. Now it's you who's screwing around, Midoriya. Izuku blinked, slightly surprised but smiling warmly in response. Izuku. How so? He asked. Shoto. Helping your opponent like that. His lips curved into the faintest smile, something genuine, something long buried beneath years of anger. I want to become a hero too, just like you. Hearing those words from Shoto, and seeing the transformation in him, made everything worth it for Izuku. The self-repression was gone. His friend had finally accepted his true self, both ice and fire, strength and vulnerability. Izuku. I knew you had it in you, he said with a proud grin. Your power, it's amazing. Shoto glanced at his left hand, watching as the fire danced in his palm. Then, for the first time in the entire match, he smiled back, a sincere and affecting smile. The arena, which had been caught in stunned silence, erupted in a roar of cheers and excitement. The spectacle of Shoto's full power being unleashed was breathtaking, and the emotional weight of the moment was not lost on the crowd. Present Mike's voice blasted over the loudspeakers, overflowing with energy. Mike. Are you seeing this, folks? Todoroki just unleashed his flames. I think it's safe to say we're in for a legendary finish here. These two are going all out now, No holding back. Izuku stood up, flames of determination burning in his own eyes. Izuku. Now the real fight begins, he muttered to himself, fists clenching as he prepared to face Shoto in his full glory. As Endeavor witnessed the flames erupting from Shoto, his heart swelled with pride. His son was finally embracing his fire, the legacy of his bloodline, the power that would surpass even All Might. Ecstatic, he stormed down toward the arena, his booming voice cutting through the cheers and excitement of the crowd. Enji. Yes, that's it, Shoto, finally, you're using your fire. This is why you were born, to surpass me, to surpass even All Might. You will carry on my legacy and rise to the top. But before Endeavor could continue his self-absorbed monologue, a thunderous clap echoed through the stadium. Izuku, with his Beowulf gauntlets on, brought his hands together with such force that a shockwave rippled out across the arena. The sheer power of the impact caused a strong gust of wind to blow straight at Endeavor, wiping the flames from his face in an instant. Without missing a beat, Izuku turned his steely gaze to the pro-hero and, with an unwavering voice, shouted. Izuku. Be quiet, scum. The crowd fell silent for a brief second, stunned by Izuku's blunt and audacious command. Even Endeavor froze in place, utterly bewildered by the forceful blow, both physical and verbal. Present Mike's voice rang out over the speakers, filling the silence with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Mike. Whoa, did you see that? Midoriya just blew out Endeavor's fire with a clap. Talk about putting a flame out with style. Guess that's one way to tell someone to stop with the fiery speeches. Endeavor, still processing what had just happened, glared at Izuku but said nothing, the roaring cheers and present Mike's pun echoing around the stadium. Meanwhile, Izuku turned back to Shoto, focus unwavering, ready to continue the battle. As the intense battle reached its climax, Shoto, still grinning from ear to ear with his flames blazing, looked at Izuku with curiosity. Shoto. Why are you grinning like that in such a hopeless situation, Midoriya? You do realize that I won't be to blame for what happens next. Izuku, instead of being intimidated, let out a low chuckle. He locked eyes with Shoto and, with a confident smirk, replied. Izuku. Well then, it's time to stop holding back. The air buzzed with tension, and then it happened. He let out a primal scream that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The raw, earth-shattering roar echoed across the arena. His voice reverberated through the stands, shaking the walls as if the sheer force of his will was being channeled into that scream. Izuku. Ah! His voice tore through the air, growing louder and louder with every second. His scream was filled with the intensity of his unrestrained power, his veins bulging as blue lightning crackled around him. The ground quaked, sending tremors across the stadium. People in the audience felt the vibrations beneath their feet, some even losing their balance. Above them, the once clear sky darkened as swirling clouds gathered, reacting to the sheer magnitude of Izuku's power. His aura exploded outward in a brilliant blue wave, glowing like the sun itself. The intense energy radiated from his body, creating shockwaves so strong that the audience behind him had to brace themselves against the powerful gusts of wind. It was a power-up like no other, an unstoppable force being unleashed. Izuku's body transformed, his muscles tightening and his hair spiking upward, glowing with an electrifying blue hue as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his power reaching an entirely new level. The crowd erupted in shock and disbelief, eyes wide, as the ground continued to quake under the weight of his transformation. Super Saiyan Blue. Skill type power-up skill. Description. Super Saiyan Blue is the awakened form of Kaioken, representing the ultimate combination of power, speed, and skill. This transformation increases the user's stats by 5x, pushing their abilities to their absolute limits. The radiant blue aura that surrounds the user is a testament to the immense power coursing through their veins, signifying their mastery over their skills and abilities. Abilities. 1. Enhanced strength. The user's physical strength is amplified, allowing them to deliver powerful attacks that can crush enemies with ease. 2. Enhanced speed. The user's speed is significantly increased, enabling them to move and react at incredible velocities. 3. Enhanced durability. The user's resilience and endurance are greatly improved, making them more resistant to damage and able to sustain prolonged combat. 4. Enhanced intelligence and senses. The user's cognitive abilities and sensory perception are heightened, allowing them to think and react faster in combat. 5. Aura of Power. A radiant, blue aura surrounds the user, signifying their transformation and intimidating their enemies. Special moves. 1. Cosmic Meteor Strike. The user charges up a massive amount of energy into their fists or legs and launches themselves at the enemy, crashing down with the impact of a falling star. Upon contact, the strike triggers a cataclysmic explosion that radiates in all directions, devastating anything within range and leaving a crater in its wake. 2. Starfall Barrage. The user first unleashes a barrage of elemental energy blasts, hammering the enemy from all sides. As the final move, the user condenses energy into a rainbow sphere before hurling it at the enemy, causing a devastating explosion of star-like particles that annihilate anything caught in the blast radius. Stats Boost. Strength x5, Speed x5, Endurance x5, Intelligence x5, Sense x5, Mana Consumption 600. Mic. No way, he screamed into the mic, nearly blown away by the sheer force radiating from Izuku. Is this a dream? Or did Midoriya just go full-on super in the middle of this match? From the stands, the boys, especially Kirishima and TetsuTetsu, were watching with admiration and absolute awe. Both had tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed by the sheer manliness of the moment. TetsuTetsu. Dude, he has spiky hair now, just like us. He exclaimed, his voice cracking with emotion. Jiro. Manly, so manly. His voice echoed, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand, clearly moved by Izuku's display of strength. As for Katsuki, it looked as though his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets. His face twisted in disbelief as he stared at Izuku, now shining in Super Saiyan blue form. Katsuki. What the hell? He muttered, his voice barely audible over the roar of the crowd. Deku. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, some random girls in the audience were too busy swooning over how incredible Izuku looked in his transformed state. Oh my god, he's so hot right now, one of them commented breathlessly. But amidst the admiration, a certain gravity girl narrowed her eyes at the comment. She wasn't thrilled with the idea of anyone else calling Izuku hot. She crossed her arms, her cheeks puffing up with a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Ochako. He's not doing this to look good, she muttered under her breath, glaring at the girls. At unknown place. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit hideout, Shigaraki sat watching the screen with wide, disbelieving eyes. His hands trembled uncontrollably as Izuku's transformation unfolded before him. Tamura. He has other forms. He stammered, his voice shaky with fear and disbelief. His mind raced back to the incident at the USJ, where Izuku had fought against Nomu, and now, the terrifying realization struck him like a hammer. You mean, he was holding back, against Nomu? His voice wavered as his hands scratched at his neck in a frantic, compulsive gesture, his growing anxiety evident. Standing beside him, Kurogiri looked at Shigaraki with concern. Kurogiri. Shigaraki, please calm yourself, he urged, his tone steady in an attempt to ease the panic in his young master. Shigaraki's scratching slowed, but his hands still trembled uncontrollably. The gravity of the situation was starting to sink in. He now understood the terrifying potential of Izuku, realizing how narrowly he had escaped true danger at the USJ. In the background, a voice spoke with calm authority. Don't worry, Tamura, came the deep, ominous tone of his master. Once we get rid of Midoriya, nothing will be able to stop us. Shigaraki's hands slowly stopped shaking, and his expression shifted from fear to a determined calm. He took a deep breath, his fingers still twitching slightly but no longer scratching at his neck. Tamura. You're right, sensei, he replied, his voice now steadier, though the underlying fear lingered in his eyes. We'll destroy him, and then no one will stand in our way. Back to the match. Back on the battlefield, the tension between Izuku and Shoto was palpable, the air thick with energy. Izuku's aura flared around him like a raging storm, and despite the overwhelming power, his smirk remained. Izuku. Ready to keep going? He asked, his voice calm but laced with the unmistakable confidence of someone who had just unleashed their true power. Shoto's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Izuku transform. The sheer power radiating from Izuku's Super Saiyan Blue form was nothing like he had ever felt before. The flames on his left side blazed even hotter, his competitive spirit flaring as well. For the first time, Shoto looked truly excited and determined. He clenched his fists, staring at Izuku. The air between them crackled with fiery tension as both fighters prepared to unleash their ultimate power. Shoto, with a determined roar, let loose a massive wall of flames from his left side, covering the arena with intense heat. But Izuku didn't even flinch. As Shoto's fire rushed toward him, Izuku responded in kind, weaving hand signs swiftly. "Izuku! Fire style, fireball jutsu," he called out, summoning a blazing sphere of fire that hurtled toward Shoto's flame. But something unexpected happened. As the fireball left his hands, it rapidly grew, expanding into an enormous wall of flame. It was turned into fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The massive surge of fire engulfed the battlefield, far more intense and destructive than Shoto had anticipated. "Mike! Whoa, are you kidding me?" he yelled into his mic, barely able to contain his excitement. "Now Midoriya's breathing fire. Is there anything this kid can't do?" As both of their fire attacks collided in the center of the arena, the overwhelming heat created a vortex of swirling flames. A gigantic fire tornado rose, spinning with unimaginable force, its heat radiating out to the spectators. The crowd gasped, feeling the searing warmth even from the stands, while the flames reached higher and higher. The arena itself seemed like it was about to be consumed by the blazing inferno. Shoto gritted his teeth, his eyes locked on Izuku through the flames. He realized that Izuku wasn't just powerful, he was adaptable, relentless, and completely out of this world. Katsuki gritted his teeth, fists clenched in frustration. "Katsuki! Damn it, both of those extras are going all out." He could feel the heat of Shoto's flames from where he sat and saw the unmistakable raw power emanating from Izuku. Ochako sat at the edge of her seat, her hands tightly clasped together. "Ochako! This is insane. Midoriya-kun, please be careful," she whispered, worry clear in her voice as she felt the energy radiating from both fighters. She glanced at the inferno forming around Shoto, her heart pounding in her chest. Kirishima was practically shaking from the excitement. "Jiro, this is it. The manliest clash of all time," he shouted, tears of pride forming in his eyes. "Those two are going full throttle. It's incredible." Beside him, TetsuTetsu nodded vigorously in agreement, both of them hyped by the sheer power on display. Fumikage watched quietly, his dark eyes fixed on the stage. "Tokiyami, Midoriya, Todoroki, they're both operating on a completely different level right now." His partner, Dark Shadow, murmured in agreement, sensing the magnitude of the battle. Mineta, on the other hand, was frozen in fear. "Mineta, they're going to destroy the entire stadium at this rate. This is way too much." Back to the match. Both competitors stood their ground, their flames raging against one another, but it was clear that Izuku's fire was growing even stronger. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, watching in amazement as the battle raged on. Izuku's eyes blazed with determination. "Izuku, let's finish this," he declared, his voice echoing through the arena. Shoto smirked, his resolve just as strong. Shoto couldn't agree more. The tension in the air was palpable as both fighters powered up, their auras clashing violently, sending shockwaves through the arena. The audience held their breath, sensing that this was the final clash. Fearing for the safety of the students, Smentos and Midnight exchanged worried glances. "Smentos, we need to step in," he said urgently, his voice laced with concern. "One of them might get killed if this keeps up." But before they could act, Shoto unleashed a massive wave of ice, covering the arena in an instant. The frigid blast surged towards Izuku, who responded with lightning speed. Channeling the power of Beowulf's greaves, he propelled himself high into the air, dodging the icy wave with ease. As Izuku soared through the sky, the crowd watched in awe, their eyes following his every move. He descended toward Shoto with deadly precision, his right gauntlet crackling with energy. "Izuku, this is it," he shouted, preparing to unleash a full-power punch. "Show me your motivation." Shoto stood his ground, switching to his fireside and superheating the area around him. The intense flames roared to life, enveloping him in a blazing inferno. Shoto. Thank you, Midoriya. He thought, gratitude and respect were clear. As Izuku hurtled towards him, the tension reached its peak. Smintos quickly erected massive concrete walls between them, hoping to stop the clash. But it was futile. The moment Izuku's punch collided with Shoto's fiery counterattack, the arena was consumed by a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave from their clash was unlike anything anyone had ever seen. It tore through Smintos's wall as if it were made of paper, the force so immense that it obliterated the entire fighting ring in an instant. Midnight's stand was knocked over by the blast, and a massive whirlwind swept through the audience, sending people reeling in their seats. For a moment, the entire arena was engulfed in chaos. The wind howled, debris flew everywhere, and the once pristine stage was now a shattered ruin. The audience, previously cheering, now sat in stunned silence, trying to comprehend the sheer power they had just witnessed. As the dust began to settle, Smintos, still reeling from the impact, looked over the destruction with wide eyes. Smintos. Just because something is powerful doesn't mean it's good, but this is amazing, he muttered, still in disbelief. Present Mike, recovering from the shock, shouted into the mic. Mike. What was that madness just now? What the heck is up with your class? He shouted from the floor. Shoto replied, his tone calm but serious. Aizawa. The explosion was caused by the rapid change in temperature. When Todoroki's intense heat met Midoriya's attack, it created a massive shockwave. Mike. That's what created this explosion. Just how hot was that? Geez, I can't see a thing. Hey, WHO won the match. As the smoke cleared, the arena was silent, all eyes focused on the stage. There, lying on the ground outside the ring, was Shoto, unconscious from the sheer force of the clash. The crowd gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Midnight, still somewhat dazed, quickly stepped forward and raised her hand. Midnight. The winner of this match is Izuku Midoriya, she announced, her voice carrying through the now quiet arena. The audience erupted into cheers and applause, though many were still in shock from the sheer spectacle they had witnessed. Izuku stood in the center of the ruined arena, breathing lightly with a victorious smile on his face. He had done it. Shoto had given everything he had, but in the end, Izuku had emerged as the victor, pushing both of them to their absolute limits. The arena was buzzing with the aftermath of Izuku and Shoto's heated showdown. Fans in the stands couldn't stop talking, their voices filling the air with a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Izuku, the dark horse of the tournament, had once again proven his strength, overwhelming Shoto Todoroki in a match that would be talked about for years to come. The battle between Shoto's ice and fire against Izuku's quirk was fierce, but ultimately, Izuku emerged victorious. Katsuki stood nearby, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. He overheard fans eagerly dissecting every moment of the fight. Their praise of Izuku and astonishment at Shoto's abilities grated on his nerves. Did you see how Midoriya dodged that ice wall? One voice exclaimed. And then Todoroki switched to his fire side. It was insane. I didn't expect him to go all out like that. Katsuki scoffed, feeling a burning irritation settle in his chest. Katsuki. Damn nerds. Can't believe they're getting so much attention, he muttered to himself. The very idea of Izuku surpassing him gnawed at him, and the crowd's admiration only made the sting worse. Katsuki was determined to make his own mark, but with everyone so focused on the recent battle, it felt like his thunder was stolen. Meanwhile, Shoto was being led to Recovery Girl's office. His body ached from the intensity of the fight, especially where Izuku's blows had landed. But more than the physical pain, the emotional turmoil of the battle churned in his thoughts. Using his left side, his fire, something he'd long rejected, had come so naturally in the heat of combat. Yet, the victory had still eluded him. After Recovery Girl's usual treatment, the fatigue lifted from Shoto's limbs, but his mind remained conflicted. As he walked through the corridor, lost in his thoughts, a familiar and imposing figure stepped into view, Endeavor, his father. Enji. Shoto, his deep voice echoed through the hallway. There was a moment of silence between them, the weight of past tension lingering in the air. You lost today, he stated, his tone devoid of surprise but carrying a hint of disappointment. But you used your fire. He continued, a flicker of pride evident. You've started to embrace your full potential. This is only the beginning, Shoto. You can still become stronger. I know you're on your own path, but after graduation, I want you to think about working as my sidekick. I can teach you how to master both sides completely. The offer hung in the air between them, thick with expectations. Endeavor's vision of their future had always been clear. Shoto is the heir to his legacy, surpassing All Might in power and dominance. But that wasn't Shoto's dream. Shoto's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and steady. Shoto. I didn't use my fire because of you. Endeavor blinked, the brief flicker of surprise quickly masked. Enji. What, Shoto? I haven't rescinded my disavowal of you, he continued, his voice unwavering. The only reason I used my left side was because, for a moment, I forgot about you entirely. It wasn't about proving anything to you. I didn't think of you at all. The weight of those words landed heavily between them. Endeavor, for all his ambition and desire to mold his son, was momentarily stunned. The idea that Shoto could have accessed his firepower without the internal struggle that had once plagued him, and without thinking of him, was a bitter pill to swallow. Shoto's eyes softened as he glanced down at his left hand. Shoto. I'm still unsure about my fire. I don't know if it's something I even want to use going forward, or if I'll find my own way without it. And if that's the case, then I won't need you. Not now, not ever. Without waiting for a response, Shoto turned on his heel and started walking away. Endeavor watched his son's retreating figure, a rare frown creasing his features. Despite his usual stoic demeanor, Shoto's words stung more than any rejection ever had. The flame hero stood there, staring at the space Shoto had vacated, his pride momentarily dimmed. He had always wanted to push Shoto to greatness, but now he began to realize that his son's path might take him in a direction where Endeavor had no place. As Shoto walked away, he felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. There was still much he needed to figure out, especially with his quirk, but for now, one thing was clear: he would find his own way, on his own terms. The crowd erupted as President Mike's voice echoed through the stadium. Mike. And now, on to the final round of semifinals. On one side, we have the explosion maniac himself, Katsuki Bakugo. And his opponent. She has a quirk that'll send you into space, Ochako Uraraka. Cheers filled the air, shaking the stadium as the two combatants stepped into the arena. Katsuki Bakugo, the relentless explosion expert, stood with a cocky grin, his eyes fixed on Ochako with a sneer. Katsuki. Ready to get crushed, round face. Ochako said nothing, her eyes locked on his, unyielding and calm. The memory of Momo and Jiro flashed in her mind, two of her closest friends, both brutalized by Bakugo in earlier rounds. She promised herself she wouldn't let that slide. Midnight raised her hand. Midnight. Let the battle begin. Boom. Bakugo rocketed toward her in an instant, his hands propelling him forward with a burst of fiery explosions. Ochako darted to the side, her reflexes sharp, but Bakugo was relentless. He followed up with another attack, sending a massive blast her way. Whoosh! Ochako leapt into the air with gravity-defying grace, her feet barely touching the ground before she hovered above, avoiding his attack. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Katsuki. Quit running, coward. He barked, firing off another explosion toward her floating form. But Ochako wasn't going to let him dictate the pace. Her hands glowed with astral energy as she clenched her fists. Ochako. Not today, Bakugo. She shouted, summoning her power. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed one of her secret moves. Universal pull. Whoom. Bakugo's body jerked violently, dragged toward her by an unseen force. His eyes widened in shock as he hurtled uncontrollably in Ochako's direction. Katsuki. What the? He snarled, trying to counter with an explosion, but it wasn't fast enough. Thwack. Ochako's fist, now enhanced by her astral energy, slammed into Bakugo's midsection with immense force. The impact sent him flying back into the arena floor, skidding to a halt, dust and debris flying into the air. Ochako. Not so tough now, are you? She muttered under her breath. The crowd gasped as Bakugo rolled back onto his feet, gritting his teeth. He clutched his stomach, momentarily winded, but his eyes burned with fury. Katsuki. You think that's enough to beat me? I'll kill you. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed as Bakugo launched himself back into the air, this time higher and faster. He reached out both hands, aiming directly for Ochako, and released a massive shockwave of fire and force. Ochako's eyes flashed. Ochako, you're not the only one who can bring destruction. She raised both hands, her body enveloped in shimmering astral energy. She unleashed a massive energy blast, a pinkish, concentrated beam of power, directly at Bakugo's incoming attack. Ka-boom! The two forces collided in midair with a deafening roar. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the stadium, the sheer power of the clash shaking the stands as sparks and smoke filled the sky. In the infirmary, Momo, who was covered in bandages, and Jiro are near each other, eyes glued to the screen, still recovering from their battles. Momo's fists clenched slightly as she watched Ochako. She couldn't help but feel pride and concern at the same time. Momo. Uraraka, she whispered, her voice soft. She knew how strong Ochako was, but this was different. She'd never seen her push herself like this before. There was an intensity to her movements that was both inspiring and alarming. Kyoka. She's doing amazing, she muttered, her eyes narrowing as she saw Bakugo start to ramp up his attacks. But, that bastard not gonna hold back. This could get bad. Momo nodded in agreement, biting her lip. Momo. Uraraka trained so hard. She's capable of so much more than anyone gives her credit for. But Bakugo, he's relentless. Back to the match. Bakugo grunted as he braced against the force of Ochako's energy blast, but he wasn't going to back down. Katsuki. Damn you, he roared, pushing harder with his explosions. The force began to overwhelm Ochako's attack, inching closer and closer to her. Ochako's teeth clenched as sweat dripped down her forehead. She couldn't let him overpower her, not after coming this far. She summoned the last of her strength, pulling the energy deep from within her core. Whoosh! She summoned debris from the arena floor, hurling it toward Bakugo to disrupt his momentum. She pulled them in rapid succession, throwing boulders, chunks of rock, and even pieces of the stadium itself at him. Katsuki. Are you serious? He shouted in disbelief as he dodged and blasted through the debris. You think throwing rocks at me is gonna stop me? But it was a distraction and a good one. With a sudden burst of speed, Ochako flew higher above Bakugo. Her hands glowed with gravity energy, and she raised them high. Ochako. This is for Yaoyorozu and Jiro. She shouted, slamming her hands down. Almighty push. A devastating shockwave exploded from her palms, sending an immense force crashing down on Bakugo. The air trembled as the sheer weight of gravity slammed into him, driving him toward the ground at breakneck speed. Krakoom. Bakugo hit the ground like a meteor, creating a crater on the arena floor. Dust and debris flew into the air, obscuring the view. The crowd gasped, some of them standing from their seats in disbelief. Present Mike's voice cracked through the microphone. Mike. Whoa, what a hit. Uraraka just sent Bakugo into the ground like a rocket. The crowd gasped, but Bakugo was far from finished. He staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and head. Katsuki. You think you're clever, huh? He growled, wiping the blood from his lip. You're just like Deku, full of tricks. Ochako hovered above him, her calm demeanor unshaken. Ochako. I've learned a lot from Midoriya-kun. But this is my fight. Bakugo's eyes blazed with fury. Katsuki. Then I'll end it. He launched himself forward with another powerful explosion, faster this time, more direct. Boom. His fist aimed straight at Ochako's face. But Ochako, with her enhanced speed, moved just as quickly. She spun out of the way, her body glowing with pink energy as she zipped around Bakugo's assault. In the blink of an eye, she was behind him. Ochako. Too slow, she said quietly, and before Bakugo could react, she slammed a powerful energy blast into his back. Wham! The pink blast of energy sent Bakugo flying across the arena, his body skidding across the ground. Bakugo coughed violently, trying to get up. His arms shook as he struggled to push himself off the ground. Katsuki. Damn it, he gasped, panting heavily. Ochako descended slowly, her eyes locked on him. She raised her hand, and the ground beneath Bakugo began to tremble. She was preparing another attack, This one larger, stronger. Bakugo's vision blurred, his ears ringing from the previous blows. But his anger fueled him, pushing him to his feet one last time. Katsuki. I won't lose to you, he screamed, summoning the last of his strength. I was saving this for Deku, but you just couldn't stay down, could you? His voice rose with each word, filled with venom. Ochako hovered a few feet away, her body pulsating with raw power, still glowing with astral energy. Her determination hadn't wavered, but Bakugo's words cut deep. Katsuki. You want to pretend you're strong, round face. He yelled, his face twisted in rage. You think you can stand up to me? You're just another extra in my way. He pointed at her with a shaking hand. And Deku both. You're nothing. He blasted himself into the air, spinning wildly as he prepared his final attack. You're done. His voice echoed across the stadium, his body twisting into a tornado of fire and destruction. Whoosh. The wind howled as Bakugo reached the peak of his altitude. Katsuki. This is it. Howitzer impact. Boom. The force of the explosion rippled through the arena, a spiraling burst of power launching toward Ochako. The sheer size and speed stunned the audience into silence, their eyes wide as the attack bore down on her. Ochako gritted her teeth, hands glowing as she prepared to defend herself, but Bakugo's words rattled in her mind. He insulted her, her strength, and worse, Izuku. Rage boiled within her, tightening her chest. He wasn't just insulting her, he was belittling the people she cared about, and she wouldn't stand for that. The moment the blast hit, Ochako used her telekinesis to form a barrier, but Bakugo wasn't finished. He landed hard on the ground, wasting no time. He lunged at her, ignoring the exhaustion threatening to slow him down. Bam! His fist connected with Ochako's side. Katsuki. Weak, he snarled, his voice low and dripping with malice. Another explosion erupted from his palm, blasting her back. Boom! Ochako's defenses faltered, the strain of keeping up with Bakugo's relentless assault evident. Her mind was racing, emotions boiling over as she tried to keep her composure. Katsuki. You thought you could win. He hissed, his voice oozing contempt. You and Deku and the other extras are the same, worthless. They do not deserve to be heroes. And neither are you. Her explosions intensified, each one more violent than the last as he continued to strike her. Ochako could barely hear him over the sound of her heartbeat, her vision blurring with the intensity of the battle. But then something inside her snapped. His words, his insults, they tore at her. The world around her grew silent, and all she could hear was the thundering rage inside her mind. Her eyes glowed with a fierce, ethereal light as she lost control. The ground around her began to crack, and the air around her twisted unnaturally. The pink aura that had once been calm now exploded into a chaotic storm of energy. She raised both hands toward the sky, her fingers curling as the very fabric of gravity itself bent to her will. Ochako. You don't get to talk about them like that, she screamed with fury. Tenya. What is she doing? He asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Izuku. Don't do that, Uraraka-san. He shouted from the stands, his voice raw with emotion. High above the stadium, the sky began to darken, swirling as a massive object began to form. Rocks, debris, and pieces of the shattered arena and from the obstacle course were pulled upwards, coalescing into a giant, planet-like sphere. The sheer size of it was terrifying, 2x the size of the arena's platform itself, and it hung in the air like a doomsday weapon. The crowd gasped in horror. Even the pros watching from the stands were on high alert, their faces filled with shock. Aizawa. What the? He muttered as he stared at the forming meteor. Present Mike's voice cracked with disbelief. Mick. What is this? Uraraka is. She's creating a meteor. The massive sphere continued to grow, the gravitational pull increasing with each passing second. Ochako's eyes were wild, filled with rage and hurt, her hands trembling as she held the giant meteor in place. Class 1A watched in horror and awe in the stands as the meteor grew larger and larger. Zero. Is she going to drop that? He exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Mineta. That thing's huge. He shouted, his eyes wide. It is a nightmare. In the infirmary, Momo and Jiro both gasped, their eyes glued to the screen. Momo. She lost control, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Quote, Kyoka. She was pushed too far by Bakugo. Her voice trailed off as she looked down at the arena, her concern for Ochako overwhelming her. All Might, watching from the stands, tensed as he prepared to intervene. All Might. This isn't good. Katsuki felt a chill of fear crawl down his spine. His eyes widened as he looked up at the enormous rock looming overhead, casting a shadow over the entire stadium. Katsuki. What the hell? He stammered, backing away instinctively. The bravado and confidence drained from his face as the realization of just how powerful Ochako had become dawned on him. You're kidding me, right? But Ochako wasn't done. Ochako. I'll crush you for everything you've done. She screamed, her voice cracking as she prepared to hurl the meteor down onto Bakugo, onto the stadium, and onto anyone who stood in her way. Smentos. THS is getting out of hand. He shouted, preparing to intervene. Midnight. She's going to destroy the entire stadium. We have to stop her. But before anyone could move, a white blur shot across the battlefield faster than anyone could react. Zeet. A sharp, high-pitched sound of 1,000 birds ripped through the air as a brilliant flash of blue electricity cut across the sky. In an instant, the massive meteor shattered into 1,000 pieces, disintegrating before it could crash down. The debris exploded into harmless dust, scattered by the wind. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes following the trail of lightning that cut through the arena. Standing there, in the middle of it all, was none other than Izuku. His hand crackled with the last remnants of electricity, his palm still raised from the devastating strike he had just unleashed. Izuku's Chidori had destroyed the meteor in the blink of an eye. The battlefield was silent, save for the crackling of Izuku's remaining energy. Slowly, he lowered his hand and turned to Ochako, whose body was still trembling from the emotional overload. Her wild eyes locked with his, but she was lost in her rage and power. She couldn't control it. Izuku acted swiftly. In a single motion, he was in front of her, his movements almost too fast to follow. With a gentle but firm strike to her neck, he knocked her unconscious before she could spiral any further out of control. Ochako's glowing eyes dimmed as she collapsed into Izuku's arms, the pink aura around her fading away. He caught her gently, cradling her carefully before laying her on the ground. The crowd finally exhaled, a collective sigh of relief as the threat of destruction passed. Pros in the stands exchanged glances of both admiration and concern. Astral gravity. Description. Astral gravity is an evolved form of Ochako Uraraka's original quirk, zero gravity, awakening her latent abilities to control gravitational forces and an ethereal energy field. This energy drastically enhances her combat and support capabilities, making her a versatile and powerful hero. With a deeper understanding of both gravity and this mystical energy. Abilities. 1. Gravity manipulation. Almighty push. Ochako can repel anything with immense gravitational force. With a gesture, she can send enemies, objects, or even energy attacks flying away from her with devastating force. Universal pull. In contrast to her pushing ability, Ochako can draw any object or person toward her. This pull is nearly inescapable for targets within range, allowing her to reposition enemies or grab objects instantly. 2. Astral energy manipulation. Energy shields. Ochako can shape ethereal energy into powerful, glowing shields that protect her from both physical and energy-based attacks. The shields are versatile and can be summoned at will for defense in the heat of battle or to protect allies. Enhanced strength and speed. The ethereal energy flowing through Ochako amplifies her physical capabilities. Her strength and speed increase dramatically, allowing her to hit harder and move faster than most opponents. Energy blasts. Ochako can unleash concentrated blasts of pure astral energy from her hands. These blasts can vary in intensity, from rapid, small bursts to larger, destructive beams that can tear through solid objects or heavily damage foes. 3. Telekinesis. Object manipulation. Ochako's telekinetic power allows her to mentally lift and control objects, people, or debris in her environment. She can precisely maneuver objects, whether large or small, and use them as projectiles, shields, or tools. Flight. By combining her telekinetic abilities with gravity manipulation, Ochako achieves faster, more dynamic flight. She can glide effortlessly through the air, make quick, evasive maneuvers, or charge into combat with agility and precision. 4. Berserker Mode. Berserker Mode is a dangerous state that Ochako enters when she taps into the full potential of astral gravity, dramatically increasing her powers. This mode is fueled by the ethereal energy within her body, pushing her abilities beyond their normal limits. In Berserker Mode, her aura becomes visibly radiant, emitting a pink blinding light, and her eyes glow with pure energy. Present Mike, who had been silent in shock, finally found his voice again. Mike. Folks, I can't believe what we just witnessed. Uraraka completely lost control, and if not for Midoriya, we could have had a disaster on our hands. But, the rules stand. The winner by default is Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd's reaction was mixed. Cheers for Bakugo's technical victory, but also murmurs of concern and confusion. It was clear that this was no ordinary match. Bakugo stood in the center of the arena, still processing what had happened. The victory felt hollow, overshadowed by the terror he had just experienced and the fact that Deku, had saved him yet again. His teeth ground together. Katsuki. TCH. Stupid. Deku and his friends. Izuku, still kneeling beside Ochako, glanced up at Bakugo but said nothing. His expression was calm, yet there was a coldness in his eyes that made Bakugo bristle. Izuku had saved everyone in the stadium without a word, without hesitation, and now the explosive blonde was left standing as the victor, a hollow title after everything that had happened. Midnight stepped forward, her voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. Midnight. That will conclude this match. Medical teams, please assist Uraraka and Bakugo. She motioned for Recovery Girl, who was already on her way. As the medics rushed toward them, Izuku gently laid Ochako down, brushing some stray hair from her face. He stood up and stepped back, watching as they carefully placed her on a stretcher. He knew she would be okay. Recovery Girl would see to that, but there was a sadness in his eyes. She had pushed herself to the brink, and in the end, it had cost her the match. Bakugo's fists trembled at his sides as he glared at Izuku. Katsuki. Don't think this means anything, Deku. I didn't need your help. I would have been fine. His voice was sharp, filled with frustration as he tried to shake off the lingering fear. Izuku's green and blue eyes flicked toward him, cold and unwavering. Izuku. So you have chosen death, he said coldly. Don't worry, I'll take care of you in finals. Bakugo grit his teeth, but before he could respond, Midnight cut in, stepping between the two boys. Midnight. That's enough. Fight all you want in the final round. The tension between them lingered for a moment longer before Bakugo finally backed off, his eyes still burning with resentment. He couldn't deny the fear he had felt, and it made him hate Izuku all the more. But even so, the match had ended in his favor, even if it didn't feel like a victory. As Bakugo walked off, following the medics to be checked over, the crowd finally began to buzz again. Mike. All right, folks. Due to the extensive damage to the arena, we'll need about 40 minutes to restore the stadium to its former glory. So, sit back, grab some snacks, and enjoy the break. The crowd let out a collective murmur as they began filing out to the concession stands, some discussing the intense fight between Ochako and Bakugo, while others speculated about the upcoming finals. Back in the recovery room, Izuku carefully laid Ochako on a hospital bed, covering her with his jacket. His classmates, who had been watching with bated breath, rushed to his side. Tenya. Midoriya, he called, his voice full of concern. Is Uraraka all right? Izuku. She'll be okay, he assured him, though his exhaustion was evident. She just needs some time to rest. Kirishima placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, trying to lift the mood. Jiro. Hey, man, you were awesome out there. You saved him. Izuku smiled faintly, but the weight of what had happened still lingered. Izuku. Thanks, guys. But still, I wish it hadn't come to that. The room fell into a quiet silence as they all processed the events of the match. Outside, the crowd continued to buzz with excitement. Roughly 20 minutes into the break, in the recovery room, Ochako's eyes fluttered open. She blinked slowly, her vision blurry at first, and for a moment, she didn't recognize where she was. The ceiling above her was bright and sterile, and the distant hum of medical equipment filled the silence. Her body ached, and her mind felt sluggish, like she had been running at full speed for hours. She tried to move but found her muscles weak and unresponsive. It wasn't until she tried to sit up that she realized someone was sitting beside her. Ochako. Midoriya-kun, she croaked, her voice hoarse and strained. Izuku was there, sitting in a chair near her bed, his green eyes filled with relief when he saw her wake up. Izuku. Uraraka-san. He stood up quickly, moving closer to her bedside. How are you feeling? Ochako blinked again, trying to focus. The memories of the fight came rushing back in a wave. Bakugo's relentless insults, the heat of the battle, and then, the meteor. Her chest tightened as the realization of what she had done hit her. She had lost control. She had almost killed, Bakugo. Ochako. I lost control, didn't I? She whispered, her hands gripping the blanket that covered her. Izuku's expression softened, and he nodded. Izuku. Yeah, you did. But it's okay now, everyone's safe. Her breath hitched, and she looked down, guilt and shame washing over her. Ochako. I'm so sorry, Midoriya-kun. I didn't mean to. Izuku. You don't need to apologize, he interrupted gently. You were pushed too far by Bakugo, he shouldn't have said those things. Ochako's face scrunched up as the memory of Bakugo's words burned in her mind. His insults, his mockery of her, her friends, and Izuku, had set something off inside her. She had wanted to prove him wrong, to show him that she was strong. But instead, she had lost herself to the anger. Ochako. I almost hurt you, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku shook his head firmly. Izuku. No, Uraraka-san. You didn't hurt anyone. I stopped it before it could happen. You did amazing out there. He gave her a small smile, his hand resting reassuringly on hers. You pushed Bakugo farther than anyone else has. You fought with everything you had. This isn't your fault. He paused, then let out a soft sigh. If anything, it's mine. If I had not used that skill on you, even accidentally, this wouldn't have happened. A moment of understanding passed between them, both recalling the particular skill Izuku was referring to. That one skill, he used on her to evolve her quirk but with the price. At that moment, Recovery Girl entered the room, her cane tapping lightly against the floor as she approached. Recovery Girl. Well, Miss Uraraka. You've given us quite the scare, she said, her voice stern but warm. How are you feeling? Ochako shifted slightly in the bed, her body still sore from the battle. Ochako. I'm better, I think. Recovery Girl gave a nod, then looked at Izuku with a raised brow. Recovery Girl. Young Midoriya, would you give us a moment? Izuku hesitated but nodded, standing up from his chair. Izuku. I'll be outside if you need me, Uraraka-san, he said, offering her one last reassuring smile before stepping out of the room. As the door closed behind him, Recovery Girl turned her full attention to Ochako. Recovery Girl. You used an awful lot of power out there, young lady. What were you thinking, letting your emotions get the better of you? Ochako winced. Ochako. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Recovery Girl. Don't apologize, she said sharply, cutting her off. It's natural to get emotional in a fight like that, but you have to learn control, or this could happen again. And next time, you might not have someone like Midoriya to stop you. Ochako nodded solemnly. Ochako. I understand, I'll work on it. Recovery Girl's stern expression softened, and she placed a hand on Ochako's shoulder. Recovery Girl. You're a good girl, Uraraka. You've got a lot of potential. Just remember, strength isn't about how much power you can throw around. It's about how well you can control it. Outside the room, Izuku paced back and forth in the hallway, his mind still racing from everything that had happened. He was relieved that Ochako was awake and recovering, but the whole situation had left him with a gnawing feeling of unease. Just as he was lost in thought, the door to the recovery room opened, and Recovery Girl stepped out. She gave Izuku a small nod before walking past him. Izuku stepped back inside, finding Ochako sitting up in her bed, looking a little more alert now. Izuku. Hey, he said softly, moving to sit beside her again. You feeling any better? Ochako nodded slowly, a small smile tugging at her lips. Ochako. Yeah, a bit. Thanks for staying with me, Midoriya-kun. Izuku. Of course, he replied. I wouldn't leave you alone after all that. There was a brief silence before Ochako spoke again, her voice quiet but determined. Ochako. I'm going to get stronger, Midoriya-kun. I won't lose control like that again. Izuku smiled, feeling a wave of pride for her. Izuku. I know you will, Uraraka-san. You've already come so far. As the two sat in the quiet room, Ochako's strength slowly returning, there was a moment of silence between them. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. His mind had been buzzing with thoughts about the upcoming match, but something else lingered in the back of his mind. Something personal. He glanced at Ochako, who seemed more at ease now, though still visibly exhausted. His heart pounded in his chest as he thought about what he wanted to say. It wasn't something he could blurt out easily, especially not after everything they had just gone through. But as the quiet stretched on, he realized that if he didn't say it now, he might never work up the courage. Swallowing hard, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Izuku. Uraraka-san. His voice came out a little shakier than he intended, and he winced slightly at how awkward it sounded. Ochako turned her head to look at him, still resting against her pillow. Ochako. Yeah, she asked softly, her eyes filled with warmth, though a bit of curiosity crossed her face at his nervous demeanor. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up, and he mentally berated himself for getting so flustered. Izuku. Come on, you can do this. He took a deep breath before speaking again, trying to keep his voice steady. Izuku. I know this might be a bit weird to ask, but, could you maybe start calling me by my first name? His words came out in a rush, and he immediately felt his face go red. He couldn't bring himself to look directly at Ochako, so he stared down at the floor, his heart racing like he had just run a marathon. For a second, there was silence. Izuku wondered if he had made things awkward. Maybe he had been too forward. Maybe. Ochako. Is Izuku. Her voice was soft, but hearing her say his name for the first time made his heart skip a beat. He finally looked up, meeting her gaze, and saw the faintest hint of pink spreading across Ochako's cheeks as well. She gave him a shy smile. Quote, Ochako. You want me to call you Izuku? Izuku nodded, trying to keep his blush under control. Izuku. Why yeah, I mean, we're good friends, right? And I think I'd like it if you called me that. I mean, only if you want to. He quickly added, feeling like he was stumbling over his words. Ochako's smile grew a little wider, and she chuckled softly, though the blush on her face deepened. Ochako. Okay, Izuku. She said his name again, testing it out like it was something new and special. In that case, you can call me Ochako. Hearing it made Izuku's heart flip. He couldn't help but smile, despite how embarrassed he felt. Izuku. Thanks, Ochako, he mumbled, still blushing but feeling a warm sense of happiness spread through him. There was something incredibly comforting in hearing her use his first name. As they sat together, the announcement system crackled to life again. Mick. All right, folks. We're just about ready to get things rolling again. The stadium's fixed in 10 minutes, so get back to your seats and get ready for the final round. Ochako chuckled weakly. Ochako. Looks like it's almost time. Izuku stood up, nodding. Izuku. Yeah, I should go get ready. Ochako gave him a tired but encouraging smile. Ochako. Good luck, Izuku. I know you'll win. Izuku returned her smile. Izuku. Thanks, Ochako. Get some rest. With that, he left the room, heading out to prepare for the final match. His mind was clear now, his focus sharpened. He knew what he had to do. The sports festival wasn't over yet, and the next battle was going to be the toughest one for his opponent. As Izuku exited the recovery room, heading back into the bustling arena, Ochako's gaze followed him for a moment before she turned her attention back to the small bedside table where her phone lay. The aftermath of the match and the overwhelming emotions had left her feeling drained and vulnerable. Just as she was about to pick up the phone to call her parents herself, it rang. Seeing her father's name on the screen, she took a deep breath and answered. Just as she was about to close her eyes and rest, her phone buzzed on the small table next to her bed. She glanced at the screen, and her heart skipped a beat when she saw the name, Dad. Hesitantly, she picked up the phone and answered. Ochako. Hello, Dad. Ochako. His voice came through, warm and full of pride. I just watched your match. You were amazing out there. His words hit her like a tidal wave, and for a moment, she couldn't find her voice. The praise that she had yearned for, the encouragement she desperately needed, was finally here. But instead of making her feel better, it only made the tears she had been holding back threaten to spill over. Ochako. Dad, I didn't do well, she finally choked out, her voice breaking. I failed. I almost killed everyone. There was a brief silence on the other end, and Ochako could hear her father's breathing slow as he processed her words. When he spoke again, his tone was gentle, filled with understanding. Dad. Ochako, sweetheart, you didn't fail, he said softly. You gave it everything you had. I saw how hard you fought, and how much you wanted to win. And that's what matters. Ochako. But, his voice trembled as she struggled to get the words out. But I lost control. I let him get to me, and I could have hurt so many people. What kind of hero does that? Her father sighed, his heart aching at hearing his daughter in so much pain. Dad. Honey, you're still learning. No one expects you to be perfect right away. You're growing, and with that growth comes mistakes. But it's what you learn from those mistakes that will make you the hero you want to be. Ochako bit her lip, trying to hold back the sob that was building in her chest. Ochako. I just wanted to win. I wanted to help you and Mom, to make things easier for you. There was a pause, and when her father spoke again, there was a new layer of emotion in his voice, something deeper that Ochako could feel tugging at her own heart. Dad. Ochako, we're already so proud of you, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You've done more for us than you could ever know, just by being the wonderful person you are. And I do not doubt that you'll become a great, caring hero. One who helps not just us, but everyone. You've got that kind of heart. Ochako's breath hitched, and before she could stop it, the tears started to flow. She clutched the phone tightly, her emotions pouring out in a torrent of sobs. Ochako. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry, Dad. Shish, it's okay, he soothed, his voice like a warm blanket wrapping around her. It's okay to cry, Ochako. You've been so strong for so long. But you don't have to carry everything by yourself. We're here for you, and we're so proud of you. Ochako's tears came faster now, her shoulders shaking as she cried into the phone. The weight of all her fears, her guilt, and her self-doubt finally broke, and she let it all out. Her father stayed on the line, offering quiet words of comfort as she wept, letting her know that she wasn't alone. After what felt like an eternity, her sobs began to subside, and she took a few shaky breaths, trying to calm herself. Ochako. Thank you, Dad. I just want to be strong enough. For you, for Mom, and for everyone. Dad. You are strong, Ochako, he said firmly. And you're only going to get stronger. But remember, strength isn't just about power. It's about knowing when to ask for help, and when to lean on the people who love you. You don't have to do it all on your own. Ochako nodded, even though he couldn't see her. Ochako. I'll remember that. I promise. There was a moment of silence, filled only by the sound of her breathing as she tried to regain her composure. Her father spoke again, his tone lighter, trying to lift her spirits. Dad. Now, you get some rest, okay? You've had a long day, and you deserve a break. We'll talk more when you're feeling better. Ochako. Okay, she whispered, a small smile tugging at her lips despite her tears. I love you, Dad. Dad. I love you too, Ochako. More than anything. As the call ended, Ochako held the phone tightly in her hand, her tears slowly subsiding. The weight of her emotions felt lighter, and she felt a renewed sense of determination. She knew she had a long way to go, but hearing her father's encouragement had given her the strength to face the challenges ahead. With Izuku sat in the waiting room, his hands resting on his knees, head slightly bowed as he tried to calm his racing thoughts. The tension from the previous battles still clung to him like a heavy fog. The memories of his friends who were brutally defeated by Katsuki gnawed at him, filling him with a quiet, simmering rage. Izuku. Why did it have to be like that? He tightened his fists, taking a deep breath to settle his nerves. The finals were next, and he needed to focus. But it was hard to let go of the fury bubbling just beneath the surface. Bang! The sudden, violent sound of a door slamming open shattered the silence. Izuku's head snapped up as Katsuki stormed into the room, his expression twisted in irritation and frustration. Katsuki. The hell are you doing here, Deku? He barked, his voice dripping with disdain. Izuku didn't flinch. He barely even blinked. His cold eyes tracked Katsuki's movements as the blonde stomped further into the room, not even giving him the satisfaction of a response. Katsuki's gaze darted around, realizing he was in the wrong waiting room. His scowl deepened as the realization hit him. Katsuki. TCH. He clicked his tongue in annoyance but made no move to leave. Instead, he decided to stay, his frustration now directed entirely at Izuku. The irritation he felt from his earlier fight, the growing frustration from how things had gone with Ochako, and the looming finals, all boiled over into a desire to lash out. Bakugo's lips curled into a sneer as he walked toward the table in the center of the room. Katsuki. You're ignoring me now. You've gotten cocky lately, haven't you? His voice was low, dangerous. Still, Izuku didn't acknowledge him. His silence only seemed to stoke Bakugo's fury. With a quick motion, Bakugo raised his hand, a flicker of orange light sparking from his palm. A small explosion erupted from his hand, sending a blast of heat and smoke toward the table in the center of the room. Boom! The table rocked violently, the force leaving scorch marks on its surface as the air filled with the acrid scent of burnt wood. Katsuki. Wake the hell up, Deku. He snapped, his voice now filled with a mixture of anger and frustration. You're not some damn big shot who can ignore me. Izuku finally raised his head, his eyes meeting Bakugo's with an intensity that instantly froze the air between them. There was no fear, no uncertainty, no hesitation. Just cold, steely resolve. His voice was calm but laced with venom as he spoke, his words chilling. Izuku. I warned you earlier but you didn't listen. Bakugo blinked. Katsuki. What the hell are you talking about? Izuku stood up slowly, his movements deliberate, as if the weight of what he was about to say had settled into his bones. His cold eyes never left Bakugo as he stepped around the table, each footfall as steady as the words that followed. Izuku. Because of you, Yaoyorozu and Jiro had to suffer. Physically and mentally. His voice was a low growl now, each word sharper than the last. Because of your arrogance, because of your need to prove something, they've been pushed beyond their limits, and hurt in ways they didn't deserve. Bakugo's face twisted into a sneer, but he said nothing. He could feel the pressure coming off of Izuku now, the weight of his anger more palpable than anything he had seen from him before. Izuku. And Uraraka, his fists clenched, his eyes narrowing. Because of you, she lost control. You pushed her too far, and she nearly destroyed the entire stadium. You endangered everyone. Bakugo scoffed, crossing his arms. Katsuki. What, you're blaming me for that? It's not my fault she couldn't handle the heat. If she wanted to play with the big boys, she should have known better than to lose control. Izuku's jaw tightened, and for a moment, he was silent. Then, his voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Izuku. Today, I'm going to crush you. Bakugo's sneer faltered, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Katsuki. What did you just say? Izuku. I'm going to break every damn bone in your body, he said, his voice now as cold as ice. For what you did to Yaoyorozu and Jiro, for pushing Uraraka to the edge. I'm going to make sure you feel every ounce of pain you've put them through. The room went silent. The tension between the two was thick, suffocating, as the air buzzed with unspoken rage. Bakugo's hand crackled with more explosions, his expression turning into a twisted grin. Katsuki. Is this a threat? Izuku didn't flinch. Izuku. No, it's a promise. Bakugo felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't used to this side of Izuku, this cold, unyielding presence that seemed ready to tear him apart. His grin faded, replaced by a scowl as he tried to brush off the unsettling feeling. He let out a frustrated growl, turning sharply on his heel. Katsuki. TCH. Whatever, Deku. Keep talking big, I'll see you out there. With that, Bakugo stormed out of the room, the door slamming shut behind him with another loud bang. As Izuku stood alone in the waiting room, the roar of the crowd faintly echoed through the walls, but he barely heard it. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the upcoming match, of the battle that would decide everything. The image of Bakugo sneering, his overconfident grin mocking him, played over and over in Izuku's mind. Izuku. I will stop him. I'll make him pay for what he did. His hands moved instinctively, fingers tracing the familiar contours of his gauntlets and greaves, Beowulf. They had been with him through countless battles, but today, he was ready to unleash their full wrath. He could feel the power humming just beneath the surface, waiting to be released. As if responding to his thoughts, the gauntlets and greaves began to glow, a brilliant white light emanating from them. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, watching in awe as the light grew brighter, enveloping his arms and legs in a radiant aura. The glow was almost blinding, but he didn't look away. He could feel something changing, something awakening within the very core of his weaponry. The light pulsed, and then, as suddenly as it had started, it began to fade. When the glow finally dissipated, Izuku looked down to find that Beowulf was gone. The once classic design had been replaced by something far more high-tech, sleek, and lethal. Izuku's eyes widened as he scanned the new gear, taking in its stats. And then, a psychotic grin spread across his face. His heart raced with excitement as he realized just how powerful this new equipment was. He had been prepared to face Bakugo before, but now he had something that would make the fight far more satisfying. As his fingers flexed within the new gauntlets, Izuku's mind was already racing with possibilities, strategies, and ways to punish Katsuki for everything he'd ever done. The thought of beating him down, leaving him broken and humiliated in front of everyone, sent a thrill through him. This was his moment, his chance to give Katsuki a taste of his own medicine. Izuku. I'm going to enjoy this, he muttered to himself, as a face mask appeared on his face. The anticipation, the sheer thrill of what was to come, sent a shiver down his spine. He was ready, more than ready. This time, he would not hold back. This time, he would let Bakugo feel the full extent of his wrath. The final match was about to begin, and Izuku couldn't wait to unleash everything he had. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the final match of the UA Sports Festival was about to begin. The arena, freshly repaired from the devastation of Ochako's previous battle, stood pristine under the bright stadium lights, ready to witness the culmination of everything the competitors had fought for. The tension in the air was palpable, with murmurs rippling through the spectators in anticipation of the final showdown. Present Mike's voice boomed across the stadium, snapping everyone to attention. Mike. LAAAAAADIES and GENTLEMEEEEN. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The final round of the UA Sports Festival. His voice reverberated off the walls, firing up the crowd even more. As the spectators erupted into cheers, Present Mike continued, his enthusiasm uncontainable. Mike. We've seen some amazing fights today, but now it's time for the grand finale. And what a matchup it's gonna be, folks. First up, we've got the guy who's blown through the competition, quite literally. He's already taken on 3 girls and blasted his way through them with explosions and fury. He paused for dramatic effect. It's the one, the only, Katsuki Bakugouu. The pun hit the crowd hard, a mix of laughter and cheers rising from the audience. But Bakugo's reaction was anything but pleased. His eyes twitched as his hands crackled with small explosions, clearly irritated by the remark. Katsuki. What did you just say? He growled, his voice barely audible over the noise of the crowd, but the fury in his expression was unmistakable. I'll kill you for that, you bastard. Present Mike ignored Bakugo's outburst, a wide grin plastered on his face as he continued. Mike. And in the other corner, the underdog turned rising star, the guy who's been hiding his true strength, waiting to make it unleash, Izuku Midoriyaaa. Izuku walked onto the field with a calm, composed demeanor. He exuded a quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the fiery fury Katsuki was radiating. The crowd erupted once again, their cheers mixing with whispers and murmurs of anticipation. Everyone knew that this fight was going to be different. The tension between the two was electric, and it was clear that something was about to erupt. As both competitors faced each other in the center of the arena, the tension was almost tangible. The air crackled with anticipation, the crowd buzzing with excitement as Midnight stepped forward to initiate the match. "Midnight. All right, you two," she began, her voice authoritative. "This is the final round. Fight with everything you've got, but remember the rules." Izuku raised his hand, cutting her off mid-sentence. The interruption surprised both Midnight and the crowd. "Izuku. Before we start," he began, his eyes scanning the crowd before shifting toward Katsuki, "I have a request." The stadium quieted, the crowd leaning in, curious to hear what Izuku had to say. Even Katsuki's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Izuku. "Izuku. I don't want this to be a normal match," he said, his tone resolute. "I want a real fight. No restrictions, no rules. I want to show everyone here, every pro, every student, what I'm truly capable of." A ripple of shock and excitement surged through the stadium. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued by Izuku's bold declaration. Izuku raised his voice, addressing them directly. "Izuku. What do you say?" he called out, his voice echoing through the stadium. "Do you want to see a fight where we can go all out, without holding back?" The crowd roared in approval, the sheer volume of their cheers sending a wave of exhilaration through the stadium. The prospect of seeing both competitors fight without any limitations excited them to no end. Midnight glanced around, slightly taken aback by the response. She raised her hand to quiet the crowd, her voice firm as she addressed Izuku. "Midnight. Midoriya, this is highly irregular. The rules are in place to protect." Suddenly, her headset crackled to life, and she paused, listening carefully. After a moment, her eyes widened slightly, and she nodded. She cleared her throat and looked directly at Katsuki. "Midoriya has made a bold request, but Principal Nezu has given his approval, if you agree as well, Bakugo. This would be a no-holds-barred match, with no restrictions. Do you want this, or not?" The attention shifted entirely to Katsuki, who stood still, his hands sparking as his eyes narrowed at Izuku. He could feel the challenge in the air, the way the crowd was watching his every move. There was something about Izuku's calmness that gnawed at him, something that made his blood boil. Katsuki's lips curled into a snarl as he considered his options. He wasn't about to back down, he never backed down. But there was something strange about Izuku's demeanor, something that made him suspicious. His crimson eyes flicked over Izuku, sizing him up, trying to understand what he was planning. Why would Deku ask for something like this now? What was he hiding? Before Katsuki could voice his response, Izuku smirked, a cold, taunting expression. His voice dropped to a chilling tone as he spoke, just loud enough for Katsuki to hear. "Izuku. What's wrong, Bakugo? Are you scared of a challenge?" That did it. Katsuki's fists clenched tightly, sparks flaring from his palms as he glared at Izuku with seething anger. "Katsuki. Scared," he barked, his voice dripping with venom. "You think I'm scared of you, Deku? You don't get it, do you? I'll blow you to pieces, rules or no rules." He stepped forward, his presence intimidating as ever, his teeth bared in a fierce snarl but that turned into a cruel smirk. "Fine. No restrictions, but you're gonna regret this, Deku." The crowd erupted into even louder cheers, their excitement reaching a fever pitch as the stakes for this fight skyrocketed. Everyone knew this was going to be the most explosive and intense fight of the sports festival. Midnight hesitated for a moment, glancing between the two boys, before nodding slowly. "Midnight. Very well," she announced, her voice cutting through the noise. "The final match will be fought with no restrictions. May the best fighter win." Izuku's cold smile remained as he prepared himself. "Izuku. Bakugo doesn't know what's coming, but he will soon enough." The air in the stadium became thick with tension, the crowd holding its breath in anticipation of the explosive battle about to unfold. Izuku and Bakugo stood across from each other, their eyes locked, the entire stadium trembling with the weight of what was about to happen. There would be no holding back this time. No limitations. And no mercy. As Izuku and Bakugo squared off in the arena, the rest of Class 1A watched from the stands, tension gripping their hearts. Each of them had a different reaction to the sudden turn of events, their eyes locked onto their two classmates as the excitement of the crowd surrounded them. Denki. No rules. This is going to be ugly. His voice trailed off as he exchanged a glance with Mina and Shiro, who were sitting beside him. You think this has anything to do with what Bakugo said to Uraraka earlier? Mina crossed her arm. Mina. It wouldn't surprise me. Midoriya looked pissed after that whole meteor thing. Plus, Bakugo's been treating everyone like his personal punching bag since the beginning of this tournament. Meanwhile, a pair of familiar faces made their way through the rows of seats. Momo and Jiro, both a little worse for wear but determined to witness the final fight, finally reached the spot where their classmates were sitting. Denki. Hey, look. He called out, spotting them from the edge of the group. Who comes back? The rest of Class 1A quickly turned their heads, their faces lighting up as Momo and Jiro neared. Both girls still bore signs of their earlier battles, but they carried themselves with quiet determination, unfazed by their previous defeats. Mina. Hey guys, over here. She waved them down enthusiastically, her cheerful grin shining brightly. Hey Jiro. Glad you guys could make it, he added, standing up to make room for them. You missed some crazy stuff earlier. Momo smiled warmly, though her face carried a slight weariness. Momo. Thanks, everyone. We didn't want to miss this match, no matter how much we've been through today. Jiro nodded in agreement, rubbing her neck as she sat down beside Momo. Kyoka. Yeah, this final round, it's gonna be intense. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Meanwhile, Uraraka, still recovering from her earlier fight, watched the arena with wide eyes, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. A sense of guilt gnawed at her, mixed with concern for both Izuku and Bakugo. Ochako. Izuku, she whispered to herself. She could see it in his body language, the cold determination that radiated from him. She knew he wasn't the type to let things slide, especially after seeing her lose control in her fight with Bakugo. As the conversations buzzed through the class, a hush fell over them as they turned their attention back to the arena. The excitement and tension were rising to unbearable levels, and everyone could sense that this match was going to be different. There was something dangerous in the air, something that told them this wasn't just about proving who was the strongest. Jiro bit her lip nervously as she watched the tension between Izuku and Bakugo escalate. She remembered how Bakugo had treated both Momo and herself during their matches, not pulling his punches. Kyoka. I don't know if this is about the way Bakugo fought us, but it's clear Izuku is taking this personally. He's never this intense. Her voice was tight with concern. Momo, sitting next to Jiro, sighed, her expression conflicted. Momo. Midoriya is incredibly strong, but I worry this is more about revenge than proving himself. She remembered her own battle against Bakugo, how ruthless he had been. This isn't just a match for him anymore. Iida adjusted his glasses nervously, standing with his usual posture of formality. Tenya. But Midoriya should know better than to throw himself into a battle like this without restraint. This is reckless, especially considering what happened in the previous match. Denki. But you saw what Bakugo did, right? He interjected, leaning back in his seat. He's been pushing everyone's buttons all day, and Midoriya's finally had enough. Honestly, I kinda get it. Bakugo's gone way too far, and now Midoriya wants to show him who's boss. Jiro. Still, he muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on the two competitors, this is going to be one hell of a fight. Back to the match. The crowd held its breath as Midnight raised her hand, signaling the start of the match. The tension between Izuku and Katsuki was so thick it was almost tangible. Every eye in the stadium was trained on the two competitors, waiting for the first move, the first strike, the moment when everything would explode into action. Midnight. Begin, she declared, and in an instant, Katsuki sprang forward, his hands already crackling with explosive energy. Katsuki. Deku. He roared as he launched himself at Izuku, his right fist hurtling forward with a blast of fire and smoke. Boom. His fist exploded with energy, sending shockwaves through the arena as he aimed straight for Izuku's head. But Izuku didn't move, not an inch. At the last second, Izuku tilted his head just slightly, the explosive punch grazing past his ear, missing him by a hair. The explosion roared past him, but Izuku's expression remained calm, his eyes locked onto Katsuki with unsettling focus. The calm in his gaze only enraged Katsuki more. "Katsuki! What the hell?" he shouted, twisting his body to follow up with a spinning kick aimed at Izuku's ribs. Izuku swiftly brought up his left arm, blocking the kick with his forearm. The impact was solid, the sound of Katsuki's boot slamming into his arm ringing out with a sharp thud, but Izuku remained unmoved. His stance was solid, unshaken as if he'd barely felt the force behind the blow. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief before he jumped back. His hands lit up again as he prepared for another assault, the air thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burning debris. "Katsuki! You think you can just stand there and take it?" he snarled, his face twisted in fury. Izuku said nothing. His gaze remained calm, calculated, as he stepped forward, not with haste, but with deliberate precision as if each step was a calculated move in a chess game. Katsuki screamed in frustration, launching himself forward again, this time with a barrage of rapid punches, each one accompanied by small bursts of explosions. Boom! 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 The sound of the blasts echoed throughout the stadium as Katsuki unleashed his fury, his fists flying with explosive force. But every punch was met with a calm, methodical dodge from Izuku. He leaned just out of reach, weaving around Katsuki's attacks with almost effortless precision. Katsuki's left fist came screaming toward Izuku's face, and with a quick shift of his weight, Izuku ducked low, feeling the air ripple from the missed punch above him. Katsuki's follow-up right hook came fast, aimed at Izuku's side, but once again, Izuku twisted his body, stepping back just enough to avoid the blow. "Katsuki! Stand still!" he shouted, furious as Izuku evaded every attack with ease. Izuku still didn't respond, his calm demeanor unshakable. Instead, he countered with a swift, open-handed strike to Katsuki's wrist, redirecting an explosive punch upward before planting a solid jab into Katsuki's midsection. Thwack! The sound of Izuku's fist hitting Katsuki's stomach reverberated through the arena, and the impact forced Katsuki back a few steps, the breath knocked from his lungs. Katsuki gritted his teeth in pain, but before he could recover, Izuku stepped forward again, landing a precise kick to Katsuki's left thigh. Wham! The kick was sharp and powerful, causing Katsuki's leg to buckle slightly. He stumbled, regaining his balance just in time to see Izuku step into his space, ready for another attack. "Katsuki! Why don't you use your quirk on me?" he snarled, igniting an explosion right in front of Izuku's chest, the blast sending shockwaves through the air. Boom! The explosion forced Izuku back, but he flipped midair, landing gracefully on his feet as if the blast had barely affected him. His clothes were singed, smoke curling off the edges of his sports shirt, but his face remained impassive. "Katsuki! Are you underestimating me?" he yelled, his voice hoarse with rage. He charged again, this time using his explosions to propel himself faster, each blast pushing him forward like a missile. He aimed another punch at Izuku, but this time, Izuku met him head-on. With calm precision, Izuku blocked the punch with his forearm, the explosion sending out a shockwave but not moving him an inch. Katsuki, wide-eyed with fury, tried again, another punch, another blast. But Izuku countered, grabbing Katsuki's wrist and twisting it with a sharp movement. Crack! Katsuki howled in pain as Izuku forced his arm down, using his momentum against him. Before Katsuki could react, Izuku slammed his knee into Katsuki's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. The crowd gasped as Katsuki hit the dirt, dust, and debris flying into the air, but before he could hit the ground fully, Izuku stepped back, giving him just enough space to recover. Katsuki groaned, pushing himself up with one hand while wiping blood from his lip. His eyes were wild, filled with hatred and disbelief. "Katsuki! You're just messing with me, aren't you, Deku?" he spat, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. "You think you're better than me now, don't you?" Izuku's cold eyes flickered for just a moment as he gazed down at Bakugo. Slowly, he shook his head and finally spoke. "Izuku. I'm not messing with you, Bakugo. You're just not as strong as you think you are." That single sentence made Katsuki's blood boil. Katsuki. You damn nerd. He exploded, both literally and figuratively, as he lunged at Izuku again, his palms glowing bright with an intense blast. He kept pushing Izuku with smaller explosions, trying to wear him down. Izuku remained composed, blocking and countering every single attack with mechanical precision. Each time Katsuki threw a punch or a kick, Izuku was already there, redirecting the force and punishing him with a quick jab to the ribs or a swift kick to his legs. Bam! Thwack! Katsuki's movements became more erratic, desperate even, as Izuku kept up the relentless defense. Every time Katsuki tried to provoke him, Izuku would simply remain calm, his face unreadable. It was driving Katsuki mad. With Class 1A, the entire 1A section of the stands was fixated on the match, unable to tear their eyes away from the intensity of the fight unfolding before them. Jiro. Holy crap, he muttered, leaning forward in his seat, his crimson eyes wide with shock. Bakugo's giving it everything he's got, but Midoriya's not even breaking a sweat. Mina. He's not even using his quirk, he exclaimed, gripping the edge of her seat. What the heck is Midoriya doing? Why isn't he fighting back for real? At the front of the class, Shoto watched with a calm, focused gaze. His mismatched eyes narrowed as he observed the way Izuku moved. Every block, every dodge, every counter was precise and efficient. He could tell that Izuku was holding back, but the question of why lingered in his mind. Shoto. He's testing Bakugo, he muttered quietly, mostly to himself. Momo. What do you mean? She asked, overhearing Todoroki's remark. She, too, had been watching the fight intently, but the subtlety of Izuku's movements seemed lost on her. Todoroki glanced at her, his expression thoughtful. Shoto. Midoriya's not just dodging. He's making sure every attack Bakugo throws is met with minimal effort. It's like he's toying with him, forcing Bakugo to exhaust himself. Momo's eyes widened as she processed the analysis. Momo. But why? Midoriya wouldn't do that unless. Shoto. Unless he's planning something big, he finished, his gaze returning to the fight below. As the fight raged on, Present Mike's voice boomed over the stadium, providing commentary with his trademark excitement. Mike. Whoa, folks. I don't know if anyone else is seeing this, but Midoriya's just eating Bakugo's attacks like they're nothing. Every punch, every explosion. He's dodging it like it's no big deal. Look at that precision, he continued, his voice reaching an almost fever pitch. Midoriya hasn't used his quirk once. He's just countering Bakugo with pure skill. I don't know about you all, but this is insane. Aizawa, sitting next to Present Mike in the announcer's booth, watched the match with his usual calm, yet discerning expression. His sharp eyes tracked every movement, every exchange. Aizawa. He's holding back for now, he remarked dryly. Midoriya controls the fight without using his quirk. Bakugo's strength relies on his explosiveness, but Midoriya is making sure he wastes all his energy before the real fight begins. Present Mike threw his hands up in excitement. Mike. I knew it. It's like a cat and mouse game, but in this case, the cat's wearing gloves. Bakugo is going full force, but Midoriya is just staying calm, composed, and cool as a cucumber. And that, my friends, is a rare sight. Finally, Katsuki pulled back, panting heavily as sweat dripped down his face. His chest heaved with exhaustion, his body aching from the series of counterattacks Izuku had delivered. His hands were still sparking, but his fury was boiling over. Izuku, on the other hand, remained unnervingly calm, his cold, calculating eyes never leaving Katsuki. He stood there, fists at the ready, waiting for the right moment. The crowd had been silent, watching in awe as Izuku deflected and countered Katsuki's relentless onslaught with precision and ease. Then, as if sensing the perfect time, Izuku's stance shifted ever so slightly. His eyes narrowed, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. It was time. A soft, metallic hum filled the air, so quiet at first that only those closest to the arena noticed it. But then the hum grew louder, and soon, the entire stadium was filled with the sound of mechanical whirring and power surging through the air. Mike. What's happening? His voice boomed over the speakers, his excitement palpable. It looks like Midoriya's about to bring out something new. What could it be? The arena was left in stunned silence as the transformation was complete. Izuku stood tall, now clad in something far more imposing than Beowulf. His hands were encased in high-tech gauntlets with small cannons that shimmered with a metallic sheen, his legs similarly armored in powerful greaves that radiated strength. A fearsome mask covered his face, and behind him, sleek back armor in the shape of wings completed the transformation. It was Gilgamesh. Izuku flexed his fingers, feeling the raw power surging through the gauntlets, and looked up at Katsuki with a smirk that sent chills down the spines of everyone watching. Katsuki. What the hell is that? He snarled, his eyes wide as he stared at the new gear adorning Izuku's body. But there was something in his voice, something bordering on fear. Izuku's smirk widened. Without warning, he lunged forward, closing the gap between him and Katsuki in the blink of an eye. Katsuki barely had time to react, bringing up his hands to blast Izuku away, but it was too late. Izuku's fist slammed into Katsuki's face with a terrifying force that shattered the ground beneath them. Boom! The explosion that followed was deafening. A massive shockwave rippled out from the point of impact, shaking the very foundations of the stadium. Fire and smoke erupted from the collision, sending dust and debris flying in every direction. The audience gasped, some even screaming as they felt the ground tremble beneath them. Katsuki was launched backward, flying across the arena like a rag doll, before crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. He skidded to a halt, leaving a deep groove in the dirt. Mike. Holy, his voice cracked with excitement. Did you see that? He just punched Bakugo and it caused a freaking explosion. What even is that gear? The crowd was in an uproar, unable to process what they had just witnessed. They knew Izuku was strong, but this was something entirely different. Denki. What the hell? He muttered, his eyes wide as he watched the first explosive punch land, sending Katsuki flying. Did Midoriya just blow up the Bakugo with his punch? Shiro leaned forward, practically hanging over the railing of the stands, his face pale. Shiro. That wasn't just a punch, dude. That was a freaking bomb. Momo. Midoriya-san's gauntlets. They must have some kind of built-in explosive mechanism, she reasoned, but his voice was shaky. Even he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mike. What kind of tech is Midoriya using? I've never seen anything like it, he continued, his voice practically vibrating with energy. And did you see the force behind that punch? That explosion was massive. Is Bakugo okay? In the arena, Katsuki groaned as he tried to push himself up, his vision swimming from the impact. His face was bruised, and blood dripped from a cut on his lip. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, glaring at Izuku through blurry eyes. Katsuki. You damn nerd. He hissed, his voice shaky but still filled with rage. What the hell is that thing? Izuku stood a few feet away, the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipating around him. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, as if the punch had required no effort at all. With a cold, dangerous glint in his eyes, Izuku flexed his fingers again, the gauntlets humming with power. Izuku. This? He said, his voice calm and measured as he held up his hand, inspecting the gauntlet. This is Gilgamesh, a little upgrade. Gilgamesh, item class, S, item rank, legendary. Type, gauntlets, greaves, mask and back armor, durability, unbreakable. Description. Gilgamesh is a formidable gauntlet and greaves set, complete with a fearsome face mask, that can unleash devastating attacks with immense power and precision. As the awakened form of Beowulf, Gilgamesh enhances the user's strength and agility, making them a formidable force in close-quarters combat. Each punch and kick generates small explosions upon impact, causing additional damage to enemies. Abilities. 1. Explosive Strike. A powerful punch that generates a shockwave and a small explosion, knocking back enemies and inflicting heavy damage. 2. Inferno Kick. A devastating kick that sends enemies flying, causing massive damage and creating a fiery explosion upon contact. 3. Rising Dragon. An upward strike that propels the user into the air while delivering a crushing uppercut. The impact generates a spiraling explosion that launches enemies skyward, dealing significant damage. 4. Earth Shatter Stomp. Stomps the ground with immense force, creating fissures and explosive shockwaves that damage and destabilize enemies. 5. Blitz Combo. A rapid series of powerful kicks delivered in quick succession, each strike generating a small explosion that adds to the overall damage. The final kick unleashes a larger explosion, sending enemies flying. 6. Incineration Cannons. The gauntlets transform into powerful cannons, allowing the user to channel massive energy beams. The power of this move is adjustable, ranging from 5% to 100%. At full power, the beams can almost obliterate anything in their path. Stats: Strength, plus 250% agility, plus 150% durability, plus 200%. Impact damage, plus 300% explosive damage, plus 100%. Izuku lowered his hand, his gaze locking onto Katsuki's. Izuku. And you're going to be the first person to feel its full power. Katsuki's eyes widened, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the power radiating off of Izuku in waves, unlike anything he'd ever felt before. But more than that, there was something different about Izuku himself. His calm, his confidence, the way he was looking down at Katsuki as if he were nothing more than an obstacle to be crushed. It pissed Katsuki off. Katsuki. You think you can scare me with your stupid toy? He spat, forcing himself to his feet, despite the pain coursing through his body. I don't care what kind of gear you've got, I'm going to blow you to pieces. Izuku chuckled, a low, cold sound that sent chills down Katsuki's spine. Izuku. Blow me to pieces. He repeated, tilting his head slightly as he took a step forward. Is that what you think you can do? He paused, his smirk growing darker. Let me remind you of something, Bakugo. You've been fighting girls this entire festival, and now you're finally facing someone who isn't going to hold back. The words stung, and Katsuki's face twisted in fury. Katsuki. Shut up. But Izuku wasn't finished. He took another step forward, his eyes locked onto Katsuki's. Izuku. You hurt them, you pushed them to the edge. Do you think you're strong because you can bully people into submission? Do you think you can break people? No, Bakugo. Today, I'm going to break you. Katsuki's face contorted with rage. Katsuki. I'll kill you, you damn nerd. Izuku's smirk faded, replaced by an ice-cold stare. Izuku. Come on then. Try, he said as he took his stance. Katsuki, now completely unhinged, charged forward, explosions roaring in his hands as he launched himself at Izuku with everything he had. But this time, Izuku wasn't just going to stand there. The real fight had just begun. Meanwhile, in the stands, the audience was equally divided between awe and disbelief. Chant after a chant of Izuku's name echoed through the stadium, growing louder with every passing second. I can't believe this. Did you see that punch? One fan yelled, their voice barely audible over the crowd. This is insane. How is Bakugo even still standing? But amidst the excitement, there were murmurs of unease. Did you see the way Midoriya's looking at him? He's not holding back at all. This fight, it feels too intense, a pro hero in the crowd muttered, concern evident in his voice. Yeah, another hero agreed. It's like Midoriya's out for blood. Izuku met Katsuki head-on, his gauntlet-covered fists blazing with power. Every punch he threw connected with a thunderous boom. Small explosions erupted with each impact. Katsuki, despite his fury, could barely keep up with the onslaught. Izuku was faster and stronger, and each hit sent shockwaves through his body. Boom. 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 Izuku's fists flew in rapid succession, a relentless barrage of punches that left Katsuki reeling. And then, with a powerful uppercut, Izuku launched Katsuki into the air, his body spiraling upward as a spiraling explosion followed him. The crowd erupted in cheers and gasps, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Mick. This is insane. He shouted, his voice cracking from the excitement. Midoriya is absolutely dominating. And those explosions. They're coming from his own punches. What kind of monster is He? As Katsuki came crashing back down, Izuku was already waiting, his gauntlets humming with power. Izuku. Get up, Bakugo, he said coldly, his voice cutting through the noise of the crowd. I'm not finished with you yet. As Katsuki stood again without a word, Izuku lunged forward again, moving faster than he had before. Katsuki barely had time to react as Izuku closed the distance between them, Gilgamesh humming with power. Katsuki raised his hands to blast Izuku away, but Izuku was already moving. By closing the gap in a blink, Izuku delivered a rapid series of punches, each one landing with a heavy boom, generating small explosions on impact. Katsuki was forced to block, but the sheer speed and power of the punches overwhelmed him. Every time a punch connected, a burst of energy sent him stumbling back, unable to keep up with the relentless assault. Boom. 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 The final punch came with a thunderous explosion, and Katsuki was sent flying across the arena, crashing into the ground with a loud crash. Dust and debris flew everywhere as Katsuki hit the stadium floor, coughing as he struggled to breathe through the pain. Mike. What an unbelievable combo. His voice rang out, barely audible over the cheers of the crowd. Midoriya just unleashed a series of kicks like it was nothing. Those explosions from his gauntlets are more powerful than Bakugo's own attacks. Beside him, Aizawa watched with narrowed eyes. Aizawa. I'm not surprised if Midoriya upgraded his gear, he commented, his tone even. He would have wanted something that could counter Bakugo's explosions with his own. Typical Midoriya, always thinking ahead. Katsuki growled, his body racked with pain, but he refused to give up. With a roar, he launched himself back into the air, using his explosions to propel himself at Izuku, fists outstretched. Katsuki. I'm gonna blow you to pieces, you damn nerd. Izuku's lips curled beneath the mask. Without a word, he advanced. Katsuki immediately tried to meet Izuku head-on, blasting the ground to propel himself forward. His right arm stretched out, an explosion ready in his palm. Izuku didn't even flinch. He weaved past Katsuki's explosive strike at the last second, slipping around to his left. Before Katsuki could even register Izuku's movement, a fist collided with his ribs. Thwack. Izuku's punch sent a shockwave rippling through Katsuki's torso. The explosion from the impact flared, and Katsuki was thrown sideways, his body folding under the force. Pain surged through his side, his ribs creaking under the weight of the hit. But before he could recover, Izuku was on him again. This time, it was a brutal kick to the gut. Boom. The impact lifted Katsuki off his feet. His body curled from the force as he gasped for air. Before he even hit the ground, Izuku grabbed his arm and yanked him back down with a powerful tug, using his momentum to spin and slam his elbow into Katsuki's back. Crack. Katsuki crumpled forward, the air forced from his lungs in a desperate wheeze. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. But Izuku wasn't done. His movements were fluid and seamless, as if every strike had been meticulously planned and executed with precision. Izuku pulled back and immediately stomped down hard on Katsuki's right leg. Crack. A shockwave shot through Katsuki's leg, the bone creaking under the impact. Katsuki roared in pain, explosions erupting from his palms in a desperate attempt to push Izuku away. But Izuku barely flinched, his body twisting away from the wild blasts with grace. A second later, Izuku's knee came crashing into Katsuki's side, directly into his lower ribs. Thud. Another explosion followed. Katsuki screamed through gritted teeth as the pain radiated throughout his torso, his body shaking from the sheer power of the blow. His hands spasmed as he tried to form another explosion, but Izuku was moving too quickly. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's wrist with both hands, twisting sharply before planting his foot in the middle of Katsuki's chest and pulling him forward. With a brutal motion, Izuku swung Katsuki over his shoulder and slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. Boom. The ground beneath them cracked, the impact leaving a crater on the arena floor. Katsuki's body shook from the impact, pain shooting through every inch of him. But even then, he tried to fight back, forcing an explosion from his left hand to propel him up. Izuku stepped back, dodging the blast with ease. Just as Katsuki tried to rise, Izuku closed the gap once more. This time, his fist drove straight into Katsuki's right shoulder. Boom. Katsuki's arm jerked back unnaturally, the force nearly dislocating his shoulder. The explosion that followed sent Katsuki skidding back, but Izuku's relentless assault wasn't over. Izuku followed up immediately, delivering a spinning kick to Katsuki's abdomen. Crash. Katsuki's body twisted in the air before he hit the ground hard, rolling across the arena floor as dust and debris scattered everywhere. His breathing was ragged, each inhale a painful reminder of the blows he had taken. Izuku's gaze never wavered. He stalked forward, his fists still crackling with energy. His steps were slow, methodical, almost taunting as he closed the distance. Katsuki, shaking from the pain, forced himself to his feet, his entire body trembling. Katsuki. I'm not done, he spat, wiping the blood from his mouth as he raised both arms. Explosions sparked from his hands, wild and erratic. Come on. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, his right fist glowing with energy as he drew it back. Katsuki charged forward, explosions bursting from his hands. But Izuku sidestepped again, his body moving like a blur as he ducked under Katsuki's arms. Before Katsuki could react, Izuku drove his fist into his side once more. Boom! The explosion sent Katsuki spinning through the air, his body crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. His vision blurred, and he could feel the world spinning around him. Every inch of his body ached, his muscles screaming in protest. But he refused to stay down. He forced himself up once again, his eyes wild with anger and frustration. Izuku's calm voice cut through the chaos. Izuku, you're still getting up. You must be in a lot of pain by now. Katsuki's response was an incoherent snarl as he charged forward with all the energy he could muster. He tried to throw a punch, his right arm shaking from the effort, but Izuku caught it midair, twisting it sharply. Katsuki's face twisted in pain, but before he could scream, Izuku delivered a swift elbow strike to his sternum. Thud! Katsuki stumbled back, clutching his chest as the air was knocked out of him. Izuku didn't relent. He advanced again, driving his knee into Katsuki's side with brutal precision. Crack! Katsuki's body lurched to the side, his entire torso screaming in pain. His vision was growing dim, and it was getting harder to keep his balance. But Izuku wasn't finished. With a powerful motion, Izuku slammed his fist into Katsuki's stomach, sending another shockwave rippling through his body. Boom! Katsuki doubled over, gasping for breath, his knees buckling from the sheer force of the punch. His body shook uncontrollably, but Izuku wasn't giving him any time to recover. He grabbed Katsuki by the collar of his uniform and pulled him up, looking directly into his eyes. Izuku, you said you wanted me to go all out, he growled, his voice low and menacing. So let's see how much more you can take. With that, Izuku delivered a powerful kick to Katsuki's thigh, causing the muscle to spasm violently as Katsuki screamed out in pain. Crack! Katsuki's leg gave out beneath him, and he dropped to one knee. Izuku stood over him, his cold, unrelenting eyes watching his opponent struggle. Katsuki was panting heavily, his entire body bruised and battered, explosions still sputtering weakly from his hands. He glared up at Izuku with all the hatred and defiance he could muster, but deep down, he knew this fight wasn't going his way. Izuku raised his fist one last time, but instead of finishing the fight, he simply stood there, his hand trembling with restrained power. Izuku, is this really what you wanted, Bakugo? To be humiliated in front of everyone? To see the difference in our strength? Katsuki's glare wavered for just a moment, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Katsuki, I'll kill you. Just as Izuku raised his fist to deliver the final blow, he stopped. His cold, calculated expression remained unchanged, but something else clicked in his mind. Without warning, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a small vial, a glowing, red liquid swirling inside. The crowd's murmurs intensified as they wondered what he was planning. In one swift motion, Izuku tossed the vial toward Katsuki, who instinctively caught it midair, his battered and trembling hands barely able to hold onto the item. Katsuki stared at the vial in confusion, still hunched over, his breathing ragged and uneven. For a moment, silence settled over the stadium. Katsuki. Oi, what the hell is this? He growled, his voice laced with exhaustion and confusion. But before he could finish, the vial cracked open, and the healing liquid seeped into his hands, quickly spreading across his body. His bruises began to fade, the swelling in his muscles and the sharp pains in his bones dissipating as the potion worked its magic. The crowd gasped in disbelief, and the pros watching from the stands exchanged glances of confusion and shock. Present Mike's voice suddenly boomed over the speakers, breaking the stunned silence. Mike, what is this? Midoriya he healed Bakugo. Is this even allowed? This is absolutely unprecedented. Ladies and gentlemen, I have never seen anything like this in all my years of commentating. Aizawa, standing nearby with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes but kept his usual calm demeanor. Aizawa. Seems like Midoriya's full of surprises. He was toying with Bakugo till now, he muttered. But giving him another chance to fight at full strength. What the heck is going on? One of the pros in the crowd exclaimed. Why would Midoriya give him a potion in the middle of the fight? That was a perfect opportunity to finish it. Midnight. I'm not sure whether he's mocking Bakugo or if he's confident enough to give him a second chance, she muttered, her eyes locked on the two competitors. Back in the arena, Katsuki stood still, feeling his body rejuvenate as the pain and exhaustion melted away. His breathing became steady, his muscles relaxed, and his strength returned with a rush of adrenaline. Slowly, he clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the newfound energy surge through him. He looked up at Izuku, still seething with rage but also confusion. Katsuki. What the hell is wrong with you, Deku? Izuku, his face obscured by the mask of Gilgamesh, gave a faint, cold smile. Izuku. I told you, Bakugo. I'm going to break every bone in your body. But I don't want any excuses when I do. No holding back, no weakness. So fight me at your best. He said. Plus it's good to know it can work on other people too without harming them. It's another win for me. The audience roared in excitement at Izuku's bold declaration, their cheers echoing across the stadium. The tension was palpable as everyone realized Izuku wasn't merely fighting to win, he was fighting to utterly defeat Katsuki, without leaving room for doubt. Katsuki's eyes flared with rage. Katsuki. You think I need your damn help? I'll kill you, he spat out, flames sparking in his palms again as he stomped forward, his body now back at full strength. Present Mike was still reeling from the shock, his voice crackling over the speakers. Mike. I don't know what to say, folks. Midoriya just reset the entire fight. We're about to witness a match on a whole different level. The crowd continued to roar as Izuku lowered his fists, his entire body now glowing faintly with the power of Gilgamesh. His mask concealed the smirk on his face as he stared down Katsuki, eager to continue the fight. The tension in the air was palpable as the crowd watched with bated breath. Izuku stood calmly amid the chaotic battlefield, his hands forming precise seals at a speed that left the pros in the audience whispering in confusion and awe. Mike. What now? His voice cut through the stadium, excitement barely contained. Midoriya's hands are moving so fast I can't even keep up. What's he got planned next? Suddenly, the ground beneath Izuku trembled. Cracks splintered out from his feet, spreading across the arena in jagged lines. Then, with a deafening rumble, massive stone pillars erupted from the earth, towering above both Izuku and Katsuki. The stone pillars formed an almost maze-like structure, cutting through the arena in towering formations, their sheer size casting long shadows over the battlefield. The audience gasped as the transformation unfolded before their eyes. Izuku. Earth style. Earth wall jutsu. His cold voice echoed across the arena, his stance firm and calculated as the last of the stone formations settled in place. Katsuki looked around at the new battlefield with narrowed eyes, his scowl deepening with every second. He was trying to figure out what Izuku was up to. Katsuki. So, what you wanna play hide and seek now, Deku? Or are you scared and need to hide behind your little walls? Izuku slowly turned his head toward Katsuki. His cold gaze locked onto Katsuki's, and then, to everyone's surprise, a smirk crept onto Izuku's face as the mask was removed. Izuku. No, he replied, his voice calm, but there was a deadly edge to it. I didn't create these pillars to hide behind. I made them for this. In a blur of movement too fast for the untrained eye to follow, Izuku dashed forward putting on the mask again, closing the distance between him and Katsuki in a fraction of a second. Katsuki barely had time to react before Izuku's hand shot out like a viper, wrapping tightly around his ankle. Katsuki. What the? His eyes widened as he realized too late what was happening. With no effort, Izuku yanked Katsuki off the ground with brutal force, his hand gripping Katsuki's ankle like a vice. The world seemed to slow down for a brief moment as Izuku swung his body, the power in his arms magnified by the raw strength of Gilgamesh. Boom! The entire stadium shook as Izuku slammed Katsuki into the ground with enough force to create a small crater beneath him. The sound of impact echoed through the air, the audience recoiling at the sheer brutality of the move. "Mike! Holy!" he screamed, his voice cracking in disbelief. "Did you see that? Midoriya just slammed Bakugo into the ground like a rag doll." Katsuki coughed, the wind knocked out of him as his body lay half buried in the earth, his mind spinning from the impact. He tried to push himself up, but before he could regain his bearings, Izuku was on him again. This time, Izuku reached down, his gloved fingers wrapping around Katsuki's face. Katsuki barely had time to register what was happening before Izuku yanked him up off the ground and started dragging him. With terrifying strength, Izuku dragged Katsuki through the dirt, his body skidding and scraping against the ground as Izuku plowed forward with purpose. And then, without any warning, Izuku smashed Katsuki's body straight into one of the towering stone pillars he had created earlier. Crash! The sound of Katsuki's body colliding with the pillar was like thunder, bits of stone and debris shattering and raining down around them. Katsuki screamed in pain, but Izuku wasn't done. Izuku continued dragging him, slamming him into another stone pillar with equally devastating force. Crash, and another, crash, and another, crash, crash, crash. Each time Katsuki's body collided with the pillars, the explosions and impacts reverberated throughout the stadium, the sheer brutality of the move leaving the audience in stunned silence. It was a relentless, savage display of strength, one that left no doubt about the power difference between the two fighters. Midoriya isn't letting up. He's dragging Bakugo through the pillars. This is insane. He was practically losing his mind, his voice straining with excitement and disbelief. The pro heroes watching from the stands exchanged uneasy glances. This level of raw power and precision was beyond anything they had anticipated from the final round. Katsuki, now dazed and battered, tried to gather his bearings, but Izuku wasn't finished. He dragged Katsuki toward the last pillar with frightening speed before slamming him into it one final time, the stone crumbling from the sheer force of the impact. As the dust settled, Izuku let go of Katsuki's face, his body slumping to the ground, barely conscious. He stood there, towering over Katsuki, breathing steadily as if the entire ordeal had barely taxed him. The stadium was dead silent for a moment, the sheer brutality of the display leaving everyone in stunned awe. Katsuki coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glazed with pain and fury. But even through the haze of pain, there was fear. Katsuki had never seen Izuku like this, so cold, so calculated, so devastatingly powerful. "Katsuki. I'm not done yet, Deku," he screamed, his voice a harsh rasp of fury and pride. "You think I'm just gonna lie down after all that? That I'm just gonna give up?" His hands began to crackle violently, sparks igniting as sweat poured from his palms. "If I give up now, everything I've done, everything I stand for, it's all meaningless." Izuku stood silently, his expression impassive as he watched Katsuki continue to charge up power, the air around him vibrating with the sheer intensity of his explosions. Katsuki's pride was keeping him standing, keeping him fighting, but Izuku wasn't moved by his words. In fact, his stoic face betrayed no sympathy at all. "Katsuki. Deku," he roared, his eyes blazing with hatred and desperation. "You're mad because of those damn girls, aren't you? You think they'll help you beat me? I'll wipe out all that weak power you believe in." Without warning, Katsuki aimed his right arm, not at Izuku, but at the stands, where the spectators sat wide-eyed and horrified at the chaos below. "Katsuki. I'll show you what true power looks like." Momo's eyes widened in horror as she realized what Katsuki was about to do. "Momo. He's aiming at us," she shouted, her voice trembling. Her hand instinctively reached for her quirk, ready to create a shield, but she knew it would be futile against something that powerful. Jiro stood frozen beside her, heart pounding as she watched the glowing energy ready to burst forth. "Kyoka. Is he crazy?" Her voice cracked in disbelief. Mina clutched her seat, her voice shaky. "Mina. What's he doing?" Meanwhile, Todoroki leaned forward, his normally stoic face reflecting concern. His mismatched eyes glinted with worry. "Shoto. He's really lost it," he muttered, cold mist beginning to rise from his hand. He debated whether to intervene, knowing there would be no time. Iida stood up, panic etched into his rigid stance. Tenya, we have to move. But before anyone could react, boom. The deafening sound of the explosion rocketed through the air, tearing through the arena as Katsuki unleashed his blast toward the stands. Aizawa, who had been watching the match closely, narrowed his eyes at the unfolding situation. His hand hovered over his goggles, ready to activate his erasure quirk. Aizawa. Damn it, Bakugo. He growled, his normally calm demeanor fracturing as he prepared to intervene. All Might, sitting in the VIP section, instinctively tensed up. His hand clenched around the armrest of his seat as he prepared to move faster than anyone could blink. His mind raced, but a small voice told him to hold back. Smentos, standing on the sidelines, already had his hands raised, his quirk ready to form barriers to protect the crowd. His face was a mask of disbelief as he glanced toward Midnight and Aizawa. Smentos. Should we? Even Midnight had a brief moment of shock. Her whip was poised, ready to lash out if necessary. Midnight. Bakugo's gone too far. The tension in the air reached its boiling point, and it seemed that several pro-heroes were about to spring into action to protect the audience. But Izuku's reaction was instantaneous. In a flash, he dashed in front of the beam, his hand outstretched. The very air seemed to ripple as he summoned the raw strength of Gilgamesh, a barrier of energy forming around his hand as he deflected the beam with a swipe, sending the destructive blast veering off course like a nuisance and crashing harmlessly into the empty ground far from the spectators. The audience fell silent once more, shocked by Izuku's sheer speed and power. The explosive beam that could have wreaked havoc on the crowd had been dealt with like an afterthought. Izuku's hand still crackled with energy as he turned his cold, unfeeling gaze back toward Katsuki. His calm expression twisted into one of controlled fury, the weight of his emotions finally breaking through his cold exterior. Izuku. You, his voice was low, his tone sharp with a cold rage as he gritted his teeth. You crossed a line, Katsuki. Katsuki panted, the smirk fading from his face as he saw the shift in Izuku's demeanor. Something in Izuku's eyes burned deeper than mere competition now. It was anger, not for himself, but for his friends. Izuku. I might not be a hero yet, he continued, his fists clenching, a dark blue aura swirling around him. But anyone who threatens or hurts my friends is gonna paayy. He said as the aura around him exploded. Before Katsuki could even react, Izuku was on him, his fist glowing with an ominous light, charged with the sheer force of Gilgamesh. Boom! Izuku's punch connected with Katsuki's face in a devastating blow, an explosion erupting on impact as Katsuki was sent flying backward with bone-shattering force, crashing through the remaining stone pillars. The ground shook with the impact as Katsuki's body skidded across the arena floor, debris scattering in all directions. Katsuki coughed violently, trying to push himself back to his feet, but his body trembled under the weight of the damage he had taken. Still, the fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed. He refused to stay down. He couldn't stay down. For Katsuki, giving up now would mean rejecting everything he believed in, his strength, his pride, his desire to surpass everyone. Katsuki. You, tard. He growled through gritted teeth, stumbling as he charged back toward Izuku, explosions propelling him forward in a desperate last attempt. I'm not done yet. But Izuku stood his ground, his face now expressionless, the power of Gilgamesh swirling ominously around him. Katsuki lunged at him, explosions erupting from his hands as he threw wild punches, aiming to take Izuku down by sheer force. Boom, boom. Explosions went off at point-blank range as Katsuki unleashed a flurry of attacks, each blast sending shockwaves through the arena. But every single one of Katsuki's punches was either dodged or deflected by Izuku's swift movements. Izuku's counters were precise, calculated. Every time Katsuki threw a punch, Izuku was there with a block or a strike of his own. The sound of fists connecting with flesh, followed by the crackle of small explosions, filled the arena. Wham! A punch to Katsuki's stomach sent him staggering back. Crack! A swift kick to his side, followed by a loud boom as the explosive energy erupted on contact. Katsuki's eyes widened as he felt the overwhelming power of Izuku's blows. Every hit was like getting smashed by a freight train, the force behind each strike compounded by the explosions generated by Gilgamesh. He was losing ground fast, and he knew it. But Katsuki wasn't the type to go down quietly. With a loud roar, Katsuki gathered every ounce of strength he had left and launched himself into the air, his gauntlets crackling with volatile energy. Katsuki. I'll end this, Deku. He prepared to unleash one final blast, a Hotizer MPACT that would end the fight once and for all. But Izuku, with a calm yet terrifying expression, raised his arms, his gauntlets shifting and transforming, the air around him growing dense with energy. Izuku. It's over, Katsuki, he said coldly, his voice cutting through the noise. With a single motion, he raised his gauntlets toward Katsuki, the transformation complete. Energy crackled around them, charging up with power as they shifted into their ultimate form, the incineration cannons. The cannons hummed with energy, growing louder with each passing second. Izuku's eyes flashed with determination as he aimed them directly at Katsuki, who was still soaring through the air, charging his final attack. And then, with a voice filled with finality, Izuku whispered. Izuku. 25% output. FWOOOOOOOOSH. The cannons unleashed a massive beam of raw energy, tearing through the air with devastating force. The beam collided with Katsuki's final blast, obliterating it instantly and engulfing Katsuki in a blinding surge of power. Boom! The explosion shook the stadium as Katsuki was sent spiraling out of the sky, crashing into the ground with a deafening impact. The shockwave rippled through the arena, scattering dust and debris in all directions. When the dust finally cleared, Katsuki lay on the ground, unmoving, his body smoking from the aftermath of the blast. The entire arena was silent, save for the faint hum of Izuku's cannons powering down. Izuku stood at the center of the battlefield, his cold eyes staring down at Katsuki, who had finally been defeated. The match was over. Present Mike's voice trembled as he declared, Mike. And the winner of the UA Sports Festival final round is Midoriya Izuku. The roar of the crowd that followed was thunderous. But Izuku remained motionless in the center of the arena, his chest rising and falling steadily as the adrenaline from the fight began to fade. His fists, still crackling faintly with the residual energy of Gilgamesh, clenched and unclenched, as if he was still processing the intensity of what had just happened. His cold eyes scanned Katsuki's unconscious form, lying several meters away, his body bruised and battered from the relentless onslaught. Pro heroes in the stands, particularly the ones from the UA, exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from shock to concern. Aizawa, watching from the observation room, narrowed his eyes in thought. Aizawa. That level of power, he muttered to himself. Quote. Endeavor, crossed his arms, his face a mixture of stern admiration and wariness. Enji. That kid, he's not just strong, he's terrifyingly efficient. He didn't hold back at all. Midnight sighed, her expression somber. Midnight. We should have expected this after what he said about no rules or restrictions. All Might, standing in the back with a serious look on his face. His heart felt heavy, torn between pride and concern. He knew that Izuku's strength had grown by leaps and bounds, but there was something about the way he fought Katsuki that left a pit in his stomach. The coldness in Izuku's eyes, the calculated brutality, this wasn't the same wide-eyed, hopeful boy he had last time he saw. As medical teams rushed into the arena to attend to Katsuki, Izuku finally unclenched his fists and took a deep breath. He glanced at the UA staff who were now approaching him, one of the medics checking if he was injured, though Izuku dismissed them with a simple nod, signaling he was fine. The pro heroes on standby weren't sure what to say. Even though Izuku had won, the victory felt unsettling. His display of power was something they hadn't seen from any student before, and that raw strength wasn't easily forgotten. The crowd's cheering began to subside as recovery crews started repairing the damage to the arena, resetting everything in preparation for the award ceremony. It would be a while before the ceremony could commence, and many spectators used the break to take in what they'd just witnessed. After leaving the arena, Izuku headed to the waiting room, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. The fight had taken a toll on his body, but his mind was still racing with the lingering fury Katsuki had provoked. He flexed his fingers, feeling the weight of Gilgamesh receding as the weapon deactivated, and his gauntlets and greaves vanished. He pushed the door open to the empty waiting room and sat down on one of the benches. His heart still pounded in his chest, but the cold mask he had worn during the fight began to slip away. His emotions threatened to resurface, but he forced them down, focusing on his breathing instead. Izuku. I did what I had to, he thought, leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees. He was out of control. He threatened everyone in the stands. I had to stop him. But that was also my fault. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of guilt creeping in. Katsuki had always pushed him. Yet this time, it had gone too far. Not just for Katsuki, but for him too. If he had ended the match quickly rather than let himself to controlled by his emotions, this would never have happened in the first place. Before he could lose himself in those thoughts, the quiet creak of the door interrupted the silence. Izuku's eyes flickered open, and in walked Momo. Her face was flushed with concern. Momo. Midoriya-san, she began softly, her voice gentle but filled with worry. She stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind her, her gaze flicking to the gauntlets on his arms. Are you okay? Izuku gave a small nod, though he couldn't hide the weariness in his expression. Izuku. Yeah, I'm fine. Just catching my breath. Momo approached him cautiously, her eyes scanning him for any signs of injury. It was then that Jiro appeared at the door as well, leaning against the frame, her earphone jacks dangled loosely from her ears, twitching slightly as if she was trying to gauge his heartbeat. Kyoka. You sure you're fine? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Because from where we were sitting, it looked like you were about to tear Bakugo apart. Izuku sighed, lowering his head. Izuku. He put everyone in danger, he went too far. Jiro's eyes softened, but before she could respond, the door opened a bit more, and Ochako stepped in. She had a faint bruise on her cheek from her earlier match, but her concern for Izuku seemed to overshadow any thoughts about her own injuries. She hesitated for a moment before stepping into the room, her gaze darting between Momo and Jiro before settling on Izuku. Ochako. Izuku, she started, her voice quiet but filled with emotion, I was worried about you. That fight, it was intense. Izuku blinked at her, feeling a slight twinge of guilt. He hadn't meant to worry them. Izuku. I didn't mean to, he trailed off, unsure of how to express the swirl of emotions inside him. He went too far. I couldn't let him. Momo placed a hand gently on his shoulder, her touch warm and reassuring. Momo. We know, you did what you had to do. But, she hesitated, choosing her words carefully. You seemed different out there. Jiro crossed her arms, nodding. Kyoka. Yeah, like. I've never seen you fight like that, Izuku. It was scary. Ochako, standing a little closer now, added. Ochako. It was like you were a completely different person. I get it, Bakugo can be. She paused, searching for the right word. A handful, but we've never seen you fight with that kind of anger. Izuku leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, the weight of their words sinking in. He hadn't realized how much his emotions had bled through during the fight. He was always careful to keep his calm, to keep that cold exterior, but Katsuki had pushed him to a place he hadn't wanted to go. Izuku. I'm not proud of it, he admitted, his voice low. But when he threatened the crowd, something snapped inside me. I couldn't let him hurt them. I couldn't let him hurt you. The room grew quiet after those words, and for a moment, no one spoke. Momo, Jiro, and Ochako exchanged glances, their expressions softening with understanding. They knew that Izuku carried a heavy burden, one of power, responsibility, and the constant pressure to be better than the threats they faced. Katsuki's reckless actions had been the tipping point. Ochako, now standing directly in front of him, knelt down slightly to meet his gaze. Ochako. Izuku, you don't have to carry all of this on your own, you know. Izuku looked at her, his expression softening. Izuku. I know, but sometimes it feels like I have to. I have this power, and if I don't control it, if I don't use it right, people get hurt. Jiro snorted lightly, though her tone was gentle. Kyoka. Well, for someone who's always about control, you sure kicked the crap out of Bakugo. But hey, no one's blaming you for it. He had it coming. Momo's grip on his shoulder tightened a little, reassuring him. Momo. We're just glad you're okay, Izuku. You protected everyone. You always do. Izuku felt the weight of their words, the concern and care they had for him. For a moment, the cold exterior he usually maintained melted away, and he allowed himself to appreciate the fact that he wasn't alone in all of this. Izuku. Thanks, he said quietly, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. I mean it. Ochako smiled warmly, standing back up. Ochako. We'll always be here, Izuku. We're a team, after all. Momo nodded, her elegant posture calming the room. Momo. And we're proud of you. That fight was, well, incredible. Jiro chuckled, leaning against the door frame once more. Kyoka. Yeah, just don't go all psycho on us, okay? Save that for Bakugo. Izuku managed a small smile at that, the tension easing a little as his friend's presence brought him a sense of normalcy. Despite everything, despite the chaos and the danger, his two sisters and a girl friend were still there, standing by him. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaching the waiting room caught their attention. A moment later, a voice rang through the slightly ajar door. It's almost time. It was Aizawa, his calm and no-nonsense tone breaking through the camaraderie. He stood at the entrance, his usual stoic expression unreadable. Aizawa. The awards ceremony is about to begin, he said, glancing at Izuku before nodding to Momo, Jiro, and Ochako. Make sure you're ready. Izuku stood up, rolling his shoulders as he felt the weight of the gauntlets and greaves again. He glanced back at his friends one more time before taking a deep breath. Kyoka. Time to face the music, she quipped, smirking. Izuku gave them one last grateful look before heading toward the door. Izuku. Yeah, he said with a faint smile, let's get this over with. The air was buzzing with excitement, even after the intense and destructive matches that had unfolded. All eyes were now focused on the large podium in the center of the arena, where the top contenders of the festival were about to be celebrated. The grand platform was divided into 3 levels. On the highest stood Izuku, the undisputed champion of this year's event, his face calm but resolute, his hands behind his back. His white hair blew lightly in the breeze, a contrast to the vibrant energy surrounding him. To his right, on the second level, shared space for 2 contestants stood Ochako, who looked both proud and anxious, still recovering from the emotional and physical toll of her own matches, especially her loss of control against Katsuki, and Shoto, his face stoic but contemplative, seemingly lost in thought about the path that had brought him to second place. His dual-colored hair hung low, his icy blue eyes flicking briefly toward Izuku. On the third level, stood Momo with her elegant posture and radiated poise, despite the toll her battles had taken on her body. Before the ceremony could officially start, the crowds whispered in anticipation. Everyone seemed to wonder where Katsuki Bakugo was. His wild behavior and savage matches had captivated and shocked the audience in equal measure, and his absence was noticeable. Present Mike's booming voice broke the silence. Mike. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the closing ceremony of this year's UA Sports Festival. Let's give it up for our top contenders. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers as the spotlight shone on the podium, highlighting Izuku, Shoto, Momo, and Ochako. Midnight, standing at the center of the stage in her characteristic outfit, raised a hand to quiet the crowd. Midnight. Thank you, everyone, she began, her voice carrying over the murmurs. But before we proceed with the awarding, we must address a matter concerning Katsuki Bakugo. Whispers surged through the audience, curiosity growing. Midnight continued, her tone now more serious. Midnight. Due to his wild and destructive behavior during the final match, as well as his attack directed toward his classmates, Katsuki Bakugo has been officially disqualified from the festival. His actions posed a danger to everyone involved, and such conduct cannot be tolerated in a professional setting. The audience and reporters gasped, many unable to believe the hot-headed competitor had been disqualified. Katsuki's reputation had always been fierce, but this was a level of recklessness that even his admirers hadn't expected. Still, many people who had seen the extent of the destruction he had caused, particularly when he aimed at the stands, understood the decision. Midnight allowed the murmurs to die down before continuing. Midnight. Bakugo is currently recovering from the bruises and injuries sustained during the final match, courtesy of Izuku Midoriya's overwhelming strength, but rest assured, he is receiving proper care. As soon as she mentioned Izuku's name, the spotlight shifted back to the champion. Izuku stood on the highest platform, his expression was sad as he remembered what Iida had told him. Flashback. Tenya. Midoriya, this is sudden, but I must leave early. A villain got my older brother, he said in a hurry. Izuku. Your brother, you mean Ingenium? He asked in concern. Tenya. Yes. Izuku. How's he doing? He asked worriedly. Tenya. I don't know the details. So I'm going to visit him directly to see. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. Flashback end. He was brought out from midnight. Midnight. Now, we will award the medals. The presentation of the medals will, of course, be by this man. Ha ha, ha, is that All Might? At the top of the stadium in his hero costume was none other than the symbol of peace, and number one hero, All Might. Midnight. Our very own hero, All Might. All Might. I have brought the medals, here. All Might landed beside Midnight and there was a silent pause of awkwardness. Midnight. I talked over you, my bad, she apologized as she clasped her hands in embarrassment. All Might sighed, shaking his head with a smile as the crowd chuckled at the exchange. All Might. No harm done, no harm done. His larger-than-life presence filled the arena as he waved to the cheering audience, his trademark grin radiating warmth. He turned his attention to the 4 students on the podium, his face softening as he approached them. You all fought with incredible heart today, he said, his voice filled with pride. No matter the outcome, you're all shining examples of what it means to be a hero. He approached Momo first, his signature grin softening into a look of encouragement. Young Yaoyorozu, you've done incredibly well. To reach 3rd place in such a competitive environment shows both your intelligence and your willpower. He handed her the bronze medal, but before she could say anything, he pulled her into a quick hug, patting her shoulder. Keep training, and trust your instincts. You're on the right path to greatness. Momo blinked, tears brimming in her eyes as she hugged him back, nodding. Momo. Thank you, All Might. I won't let you down. Next, he turned to Shoto and Ochako, who stood side by side on the 2nd place podium. All Might approached Ochako first. All Might. Young Uraraka, he said with a proud smile, offering her the silver medal. You've shown incredible growth and bravery today. You pushed yourself beyond your limits, and I couldn't be prouder. He added, leaning in with a softer tone. Keep that fire burning, but never forget why you became a hero in the first place. Ochako took the medal, her heart swelling with gratitude. She nodded firmly, and All Might pulled her into a gentle embrace. Ochako. Thank you, All Might. I'll keep getting training. All Might then moved toward Shoto, holding out the other silver medal. His expression was a little more serious now as he spoke. All Might. Young Todoroki, you fought brilliantly today, but I couldn't help but notice. You didn't use your flames in the final match. Shoto's eyes shifted to the ground for a moment before he responded quietly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Shoto. Midoriya, he opened my eyes during our fight. But even so, I still have doubts about myself, about who I really want to be. He looked up at All Might, his face conflicted. I believe my path to becoming a hero is still clouded. I need time to figure things out. All Might placed the silver medal around Shoto's neck, and hugged him. All Might. It's okay to have doubts, young Todoroki. What matters is that you keep moving forward, even if the path isn't clear. You'll find your answer. Shoto nodded, though his mind still weighed heavily with questions. Finally, All Might approached Izuku. The tension between them was palpable as the symbol of peace stood before the young man who had just won the entire festival. Izuku's cold gaze bored into All Might, a subtle hatred simmering beneath the surface. Even now, despite the cheers and praise, Izuku's resentment for the hero was evident. All Might hesitated for a moment before placing the gold medal around Izuku's neck. All Might. Young Midoriya. You've come so far. Your strength, your will, your heart, they've carried you through so much, and today, you showed everyone just how far you've come. And I am sorry for doubting on you. He said the last part in a whisper. As All Might placed the gold medal around his neck, Izuku felt the weight of the medal, not just physically but emotionally. He had fought hard, harder than ever before, and this victory felt like more than just a title. It was a testament to everything he had overcome. All Might then turned around to face the rest of the freshmen. All Might. Well, they were the winners this time. But listen here, anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's just as you saw competing, improving each other, and climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So I have just one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it to me. Ready, go. All Might. Plus Ultra. Thanks for your hard work. All Might and Izuku. What? It should have been. Plus Ultra. There, All Might. They shouted in unison. All Might. Well, I thought everyone worked hard. Quote. As the celebrations continued, the roar of the crowd and the lively energy of the stadium filled the air. Medals gleamed on the necks of the top 4 winners, but for Izuku, something else was on his mind. Amidst the loud cheering, he suddenly turned, stepping down from the podium and making his way toward Kyoka, who had been standing on the sidelines, watching the awards ceremony unfold. She blinked in confusion as he approached, unsure of what he was planning. Izuku, with his characteristic quiet smile, took off his gleaming gold medal and, without a word, gently placed it around Kyoka's neck. Jiro's eyes widened in shock, her hands instinctively reaching up to touch the medal that now rested on her chest. Kyoka. What? She stammered, her voice trembling with confusion. Why did you? Izuku gave her a soft pat on the head, his expression warm and affectionate, much like an older brother showing care for his younger sibling. Izuku. Because it's thanks to you, little sister, he said, his voice calm but filled with sincerity, that I made it this far. You deserve this medal more than I do. Kyoka froze for a moment, processing his words. Her heart swelled with emotion, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes. All the pressure, all the hard work, and all the support she had shown him throughout their journey had led to this moment. Izuku, her big brother, was recognized for her efforts in the most heartfelt way possible. Unable to contain her emotions, Kyoka let out a quiet sob as she wrapped her arms around Izuku, hugging him tightly. Kyoka. I don't deserve this, she whispered through her tears. You're the one who fought so hard. Izuku chuckled softly, his hand gently patting her back as he returned the hug. Izuku. You've done more than you realize, Kyoka. You all are my family. That means we carry each other forward. The heartwarming scene didn't go unnoticed by Class 1A, and the girls in particular couldn't hold back their reactions. Squeals of joy and excitement erupted from them, their faces lighting up at the sight of the brother-sister-like bond between Izuku and Kyoka. Mina, Toru, and even Ochako all chimed in with coos and exclamations about how adorable the moment was. Mina. "Ah, that's so cute," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. He really treats her like his little sister. Toru was practically bouncing in place, her invisible hands clapping in excitement. Toru. It's adorable. Even Momo couldn't help but smile at the tender moment, her eyes softening as she watched the hug. Momo. It's moments like these that show how much we've all grown as a family. Other students from different courses who had gathered to watch the awards ceremony also whispered among themselves, some smiling warmly at the heartfelt display while others couldn't believe the bond they were witnessing. The crowd's chatter grew louder as people marveled at the wholesome moment between the two young heroes. As Kyoka pulled back from the hug, her eyes were still glossy with tears, but a smile had found its way to her face. She gently touched the medal around her neck once more, her fingers tracing its edges as if to remind herself it was real. Kyoka. Thank you, Izuku, she whispered, her voice shaky but full of gratitude. With the tender moment concluded, Izuku turned and made his way back down to the stadium floor, where his aunt and uncle were waiting. Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo, who had been watching the entire exchange, approached him with a mix of pride and concern. Mitsuki had tears in her eyes as she saw Izuku approaching. She reached out, placing a hand on his cheek as she looked him over, her maternal instincts kicking in. Mitsuki. You did amazing, Izuku, she said, her voice trembling slightly. But, you scared us today. We've never seen you like that before. Masaru, standing beside his wife, nodded in agreement, his expression equally concerned. Masaru's. What happened out there, Izuku? You were so violent. We know Katsuki can be difficult, but... Before Masaru could finish, Izuku bowed his head, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. Izuku. I'm sorry, he said quietly, his voice filled with regret. I know I went too far. I let my anger take control, and I hurt Katsuki more than I should have. Mitsuki looked at her nephew, her heart aching at the sight of him so troubled. She pulled him into a tight embrace, holding him close as she stroked his hair. Mitsuki. You're a good kid, Izuku, she whispered, her voice gentle. But you have to be careful. That anger, it can destroy you if you let it. Masaru placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, offering him a kind smile. Masaru. You have a good heart, Izuku. Just remember to use that strength of yours to protect, not to harm. We know you can do it. Izuku nodded, feeling the warmth and support from the only family he had left. Izuku. Thank you, and Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, he said softly. I promise I'll do better. I won't let it happen again. Mitsuki pulled back, wiping her eyes as she gave him a stern look, though her love for him was evident. Mitsuki. You'd better not, she teased, her tone lightening. But no matter what, we're proud of you. You've come so far, and I know your mom and dad would be proud of you too. Izuku's heart tightened at the mention of his parents, but he nodded, feeling a sense of peace. Izuku. I hope so, he said quietly. Before Izuku could go back to his classmates, a new chant began to rise from the crowd. People started shouting, their voices growing louder as they cheered for something unexpected. Show us the dragon. Bring back the dragon. Izuku blinked in surprise, hearing the excited crowd's request. All of them had witnessed his shadow dragon, Kaizel, during the cavalry battles of the sports festival, and now they were eagerly chanting for his return. Present Mike, who had been keeping an eye on the crowd, chuckled into his microphone as he addressed the rising excitement. Mike. Whoa, looks like the crowd's hungry for more. They wanna see Midoriya's dragon again. Literally my own reaction while writing this degree. The stadium was alive with cheers and claps as the crowd's demands grew louder and louder. Even the pros sitting in the stands were intrigued, some nodding in approval at the crowd's enthusiasm. Midnight raised an eyebrow, grinning as she glanced at Izuku. Midnight. Well, Midoriya, seems like you've become quite the sensation. Even Kyoka gave Izuku a nudge, a playful smirk on her face. Kyoka. Looks like they want an encore, big bro. Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. He looked around at the cheering crowd, then nodded slowly, deciding to give them what they wanted. Taking a step forward, he raised his hand into the air, the shadows beneath him beginning to swirl and shift ominously. With a surge of dark energy, a massive figure began to materialize above him. The shadows coiled and twisted until they formed the fearsome, majestic shape of Kaizel, Izuku's shadow dragon. The dragon let out a powerful roar as it appeared, its glowing blue eyes scanning the crowd, and the sheer size of the creature cast a long shadow over the arena. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers as Kaizel soared above the stadium, his wingspan enormous as he circled once before coming to rest beside Izuku. The sight of the dragon, dark and menacing yet obedient to Izuku's command, left the audience in awe. Even Kyoka, now standing beside Izuku with the gold medal hanging proudly around her neck, couldn't help but grin at the spectacle. The once serious atmosphere of the awards ceremony had shifted into something far more celebratory and exciting. As the dragon hovered in place, Izuku reached out, gently petting its head. Kaizel lowered its massive snout, nudging Izuku affectionately, the bond between them as strong as ever. And yup, he transformed into his baby form, sitting on Izuku's head, getting coos from the crowd as well as Izuku's classmate. For the first time, Izuku felt what it meant to have a real family. After the adrenaline of the sports festival had died down, the students of Class 1A were still basking in the afterglow of victory and the intense emotions of the battles they'd fought. However, their tired bodies and weary minds were not lost on their homeroom teacher. Gathered in their classroom the next day, the exhaustion was evident in each student's expression. Bruises, bandages, and yawns filled the room, though the buzz of excitement and pride still lingered. Aizawa, standing at the front of the room, looked at them with his usual stern but concerned demeanor. Aizawa, you all performed well during the sports festival, he began, his voice carrying an unusual warmth despite his neutral expression. You pushed yourselves beyond your limits, and some of you are probably still processing everything that happened. His gaze swept over the class, lingering on some of the more battle-worn students, like Izuku, Ochako, and Shoto. That's why I'm excusing you all from school for the next 2 days. A chorus of surprised gasps and relieved sighs echoed through the room. Even though they'd fought like pros, they were still students at the end of the day, and they needed rest. Aizawa continued, Aizawa, whether you spend that time at the dorms or visit your families, that's up to you. When you return, we'll review the draft forms you'll get. This is your chance to recover and reflect on what comes next. The class erupted into chatter, many students already making plans. Some, like Ochako and Shoto, would head home to see their families, while others planned to stay at the dorms to catch up on rest or personal matters. The weight of the festival was behind them, but now they had time to think, to process, and to recuperate. Elsewhere, Iida moved with urgency, his heart pounding as he hurried into the pristine halls of Hosu General Hospital. He had been here many times over the past few weeks, but each time felt just as heavy as the first. His brother, Tensai Iida, lay in a hospital bed, his body still recovering from the brutal injuries dealt to him by the villain Stain. Tenya rushed to his brother's side, his footsteps almost echoing in the sterile room. Tensai looked up at him, his face weary and lined with pain, but there was a glint of recognition and warmth in his eyes. Tenya, he said, his voice soft and weak. Tenya, brother, he choked out, his throat tight with emotion. Seeing Tensai like this was always difficult. He had always been his role model, his hero, and now, to see him confined to a hospital bed was unbearable. Tensai. I'm sorry, he continued, his voice barely a whisper. I failed. I couldn't live up to the ideal I set for you. I couldn't be the role model you deserved. The following day, Shoto stood in front of the psychiatric ward, his breath coming in slow, deliberate inhales. He had been here before, but never to visit. His mother had been a distant figure in his life for so long, a ghost in the shadow of his father's relentless training. The idea of seeing her, of speaking to her after so many years of avoidance, filled him with a strange mix of anxiety and determination. His older sister, Fuyumi Todoroki, had tried to dissuade him from coming. She had argued that it might be too much for their mother, that seeing him could reopen old wounds. But Shoto knew this was something he needed to do. He couldn't move forward, couldn't fully embrace the path of becoming a hero, without confronting the past. Without understanding his mother's pain, and his own. He took one last deep breath and stepped through the doors, his mind resolute. Inside, the ward was quiet, and peaceful in its own way. The walls were painted in soft, calming colors, and there was a serenity to the air that felt almost surreal. When Shoto finally reached the room where his mother resided, he hesitated. His heart pounded in his chest, and for a moment, he almost turned away. But he forced himself to open the door and step inside. His mother sat by the window, gazing out at the garden beyond. The light filtered through her soft, silver hair, and though she looked older than he remembered, there was still a gentleness in her face that made his heart ache. She turned at the sound of the door opening, her eyes widening in recognition. Shoto, she whispered, her voice soft and trembling. Shoto stood there for a moment, speechless. His heart was in his throat, and all the words he had prepared seemed to slip away. But then he walked forward, his steps slow and deliberate. Shoto. Mom, he said, his voice quiet. I came to see you. I want to talk with you. She smiled, though it was a sad, wistful smile. I'm so sorry for everything, Shoto. Shoto. No, he interrupted, his voice firmer now. I'm the one who's sorry. I've avoided you for so long because I thought my presence would hurt you more. But I need to understand. I need closure, so I can move forward. His mother's eyes filled with tears, but there was a sense of relief in them as if the weight of years of silence was finally lifting. They talked for hours, about the past, about his father, about the future. And by the end of it, Shoto felt lighter, as though a burden he had carried his whole life was finally starting to fade. with Ochako. Meanwhile, Ochako was making her way home, her thoughts filled with the words Izuku had shared with her after the festival. He had reminded her of her strength, of how far she had come, and of the importance of believing in herself. When she arrived at her family's home, she was greeted with open arms and warm smiles. Her parents had watched the sports festival with bated breath, cheering for her as she fought her heart out in every match. "Dad, you were amazing, Ochako," he exclaimed, pulling her into a tight hug. "We're so proud of you." Her mother smiled, her eyes glistening with pride and tears. "Mom, you've grown so much, Ochako. We always knew you were a strong girl." The warmth of their embrace and their words made Ochako's heart swell. She had come so far, but she knew her journey was only just beginning. And with her family's support, and the lessons she had learned from the festival, she felt more ready than ever to continue pursuing her dream of becoming a hero. 2 days later, the lively chatter of Class 1A filled the room as the students gathered after their brief break. The excitement of the UA Sports Festival still lingered in the air, making the atmosphere electric with energy and anticipation. "Mina, it's different when they broadcast the matches on TV after all, huh? So many people talked to me on the way here," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Jiro, "Yeah, me too," he added, grinning and flexing his muscles. "People were all like, 'Dude, you're so manly.'" Toru, "People were staring at me too," she chimed in, though her invisible form made her comment more amusing than usual. It was kind of embarrassing. Ojiro, who sat near her, chuckled. "Ojiro, isn't that normal for you, Hokage?" Shiro, who had been slumped over his desk, sighed heavily. Shiro, "Hey, I had some elementary schoolers suddenly tell me, 'Don't worry about it.'" Suyu, with her usual straightforwardness, replied. Suyu, "Don't worry about it, Hiro." Shiro's face fell further into his arms, groaning. Shiro, "That's not helping, Su." Kaminari leaned over to Mineta. Denki, "So, what about you, Mineta? Does anyone recognize you?" Mineta, seemingly deep in thought, smirked. Mineta, "Yeah, a few people. UA really is amazing, huh? We're like celebrities now." As the students laughed and shared their stories, a noticeable absence lingered at the back of their minds, Bakugo's seat, which remained empty. Though no one openly mentioned it, it cast a quiet, uneasy shadow over their otherwise enthusiastic conversations. The tension began to rise as more students took notice. Before anyone could voice their concerns, the door slid open, and Aizawa entered the room, looking completely recovered, his bandages gone, and his usual stern expression back in place. The class quickly quieted down, the buzz of conversation fading as everyone returned to their seats. Aizawa walked to the front of the room and turned to face them, his gaze sweeping across the students. He seemed to sense their unspoken questions about the empty seat. Aizawa, "All right, everyone, I'm aware that most of you are curious," he began, his tone carrying a weight that silenced any further whispers. "Some of you are worried, especially regarding Bakugo's absence." Aizawa's eyes swept across the room, and though his face was as unreadable as always, there was a heaviness in the air. The students waited with bated breath for the explanation. Aizawa, "Bakugo Katsuki has been transferred to Class 1B. The announcement hit like a shockwave. Murmurs broke out across the room, but Aizawa raised his hand, instantly quelling the noise. He continued. Aizawa. The decision was made due to his behavior during the sports festival. Principal Nezu believes that Bakugo's temperament is a danger to himself and others, especially in combat scenarios where heroes are expected to protect people, not endanger them. The students exchanged glances. Bakugo had always been intense, but none of them had expected such drastic consequences. Aizawa continued, his voice steady but firm. Aizawa. In Class 1B, Bakugo will undergo additional training, not only in combat but in mental discipline. Hound Dog, the school's counselor, will oversee these sessions to address his aggression and violent tendencies. Several students shifted in their seats, visibly uncomfortable at the thought of what Bakugo might be going through. Kaminari looked worried. Denki. So, what happens if he does not show improvement? He asked hesitantly, voicing the question that had been on everyone's minds. Aizawa paused for a moment, then sighed. Aizawa. If Bakugo does not show improvement and if he continues to pose a threat to others, yes. Principal Nezu has made it clear that if he fails to adapt, he will be expelled, not just from the UA, but from all hero schools in Japan. A heavy silence fell over the room as the weight of those words sank in. Bakugo's path as a hero was in serious jeopardy, and it was no secret that for someone like him, being a hero was everything. Aizawa. However, he added, this is not a foregone conclusion. Bakugo has been given a chance to correct his behavior, and I expect all of you to respect that decision. This school's job is to teach and help students grow, and that applies to Bakugo as much as it does to anyone else. The class was silent, each student processing the news in their own way. Bakugo had always been a difficult person, but no one could deny his strength or his drive. For him to be at risk of expulsion felt like a shock to the system. Izuku, who had been quiet throughout the entire conversation, sat with a complex look on his face. His own thoughts were swirling. He had clashed with Bakugo, fought him fiercely, and even beaten him, but this was something else. Despite their rivalry, despite Bakugo's harshness toward him, Izuku never wanted to see him expelled. Jiro leaned closer to Izuku, whispering, Kyoka, do you think he'll change? Izuku didn't answer immediately. He looked down at his hands, still remembering the heat of their final exchange, the intensity of Bakugo's blows. Finally, he replied softly. Izuku. I hope so. The tension that had been looming in the classroom shifted the moment Aizawa changed the subject. He adjusted his stance, giving the class a bit of a break from the heavy topic of Bakugo's absence. Aizawa. Now, on to something a bit more exciting for all of you, he began, his tone slightly less stern, though still carrying his usual dry edge. Today's homeroom class will be about hero informatics. The students collectively stiffened. Hero informatics sounded far too much like hero academics, which almost always meant a test. Aizawa, sensing their apprehension, cut through the rising tension. Aizawa. No, we're not having a test. You'll be choosing your hero names today. That announcement hit the class like a lightning bolt. The room erupted into cheers and excitement as every student jumped up from their seats, thrilled at the prospect of finally solidifying their hero identities. Kirishima. Yes, I've been waiting for this, he shouted, fist pumping the air. Mia. We finally get to pick our real hero names, she practically squealed, spinning around in excitement. Aizawa let the excitement settle for a moment before continuing. Aizawa. Before you get too carried away, remember that these names will follow you for your entire career. Choose wisely. This also has a lot to do with the pro hero draft picks. That caused a few of the students to pause, bringing their focus back to the reality of the situation. The draft picks were a big deal, and having the right hero name could make or break how pros remembered them. Hagakure tilted her head and asked, Toru. So we'll have to prove ourselves once we get picked, huh? Aizawa. That's right, he confirmed. You're only a first year, and any offers you receive can be retracted before you graduate. The real work begins once you're accepted. Mineta groaned again, this time louder. Mineta. Adults really are selfish, he grumbled under his breath, shaking his head. Aizawa ignored Mineta's complaints and picked up a remote, pressing a button that caused a large screen to descend from the ceiling. Aizawa. Here are the totals for those with offers, he said as the screen flickered to life. The numbers appeared before the class, a comprehensive list of all the students who had received internship offers from pro heroes. Internship offers. Izuku Midoriya 8011, Shoto Todoroki 4123. Ochako Uraraka 3156, Momo Yaoyorozu 802, Kyoka Jiro 390. Fumikage Tokiyami 360, Tenya Iida 301, Denki Kaminari 272. Jiro Kirishima 108, Honta 014, Mineta 8011. He shrieked, his voice cracking in disbelief. Are there even that many pro heroes in Japan? The class erupted into a mix of shock and awe, particularly at the staggering number of offers that Izuku had received. The gap between him and Shoto, the next closest in line, was astronomical. Kyoka. Whoa, big bro, that's insane. She exclaimed, staring at the numbers in disbelief. I knew you'd get offers, but this is on a whole different level. Shoto, who had received a significant number of offers himself, raised an eyebrow at the sheer size of Izuku's total. His mind flickered back to the final match during the festival. The overwhelming power Izuku had demonstrated was clearly a major factor in attracting so many offers. Meanwhile, Kaminari threw his head back in frustration, groaning loudly. Denki. Gah, there's such a big difference. I thought getting over 200 was pretty good, but now it feels like nothing. Yuga. Those pro heroes don't know a good thing when they see one, he said dramatically, placing a hand on his chest in a pose of wounded pride. He frowned when he didn't see his own name on the board, clearly feeling overlooked. Izuku, however, sat quietly in his seat, not overwhelmed by the number of offers, but for concerns how will he manage to do an internship while doing dungeons. Aizawa, as if sensing the collective unease, spoke up. Aizawa. In other years, the offers are usually more spread out, but this year, all eyes were on the top 3, he said, nodding toward Izuku, Shoto, and Ochako. Still, Izuku smiled toward his friends. He glanced at Shoto, who remained stoic but he swore he saw a tiny smile, and Ochako, who was still staring at the board with a mix of pride and disbelief. Momo leaned over toward Shoto, offering a congratulatory smile. Momo. Todoroki, congratulations on receiving so many offers. I'm not surprised at all, you performed spectacularly. Shoto, however, didn't seem as enthused. He returned her smile politely but shook his head slightly. Shoto. Thanks, Yaoyorozu. But, I think most of those offers are because of my father's influence, not because of anything I did. Meanwhile, Ochako was practically bouncing in her seat, her usual exuberance shining through as she shared her excitement with the others. Ochako. I can't believe we all got offers. This is such a big step for us. I'm so happy we can all experience internships. Even students who hadn't received offers didn't stay discouraged for long, as Aizawa assured them that they would all get the chance to intern with pro heroes, regardless of offers. His reassurance helped ease the minds of those like Hontasiro and Mashirao Ojiro, who hadn't received many offers compared to their classmates. Aizawa. Now, before we get too deep into the excitement of internships, he said, his voice cutting through the chatter, you'll need to choose your hero names. These names will define you for your career, so take this seriously. You need a name that reflects who you are and what you aspire to be. He stepped back as the door to the classroom opened, revealing none other than the R-rated heroine, Midnight. Kaminari, Siro, and Mineta perked up instantly, their eyes widening and grins spreading across their faces as Midnight sauntered in with her usual seductive grace. Midnight. All right, everyone. As your teacher said, choosing your hero's name is a very important step. Announced, flashing the class a teasing smile. Remember, many of the hero names used by students end up becoming their professional hero names. So if you pick something silly or immature, well, you'll have hell to pay later. While the boys struggled to contain their excitement at her presence, the girls gazed at her with admiration. Midnight commanded attention wherever she went, her confidence and beauty leaving an impression on everyone. Aizawa, meanwhile, made his way toward his sleeping bag, preparing for a much-needed nap. Aizawa. Midnight will help you with the names. I'm not really good at this kind of thing, he mumbled, already halfway to curling up in the corner of the room. He briefly reminisced about his own hero name, Eraserhead, which Present Mike had nonchalantly given him back during his time at UA. And as fate would have it, he ended up keeping the name professionally. Midnight passed out canvases to each student, encouraging them to write down their ideas. Midnight. Once you've written down your name, you'll present it to the class. She instructed, I'll be the judge of whether your name is acceptable or not. The room was filled with nervous energy as the students began to think about their hero names. Most of them weren't sure what to pick, while others hesitated, worried that their choices wouldn't live up to expectations. Aoyama was the first to step forward, standing confidently before his peers. He raised his canvas high and announced, Yuga. I cannot stop twinkling. The class stared at him in stunned silence, some of them snickering quietly. Midnight considered the name for a moment before smiling and shaking her head. Midnight. How about we shorten that to, can't stop twinkling? It has a nice ring to it, she suggested. Aoyama beamed and nodded. Midnight. Very well, can't stop twinkling it is. Next up was Ashido, who proudly declared her name to be Alien Queen. However, Midnight was quick to put a stop to that. Midnight, sorry, but I can't let you name yourself after the villain from Ridley Scott's movies, she said scared, causing Mina to groan in disappointment. Tsuyu stepped up next, confidently presenting her name, rainy season heroine, Froppy. The class cheered at Tsuyu's choice, her name being much more straightforward than the previous ones. Midnight gave her approval without hesitation. Then came Kirishima, who stood tall and confidently declared his name to be Sturdy Hero, Red Riot, in honor of his idol, Crimson Riot. His name evoked a sense of strength and determination, and it reminded Izuku of how, as a child, he had often chosen playful hero names inspired by his idol, All Might. But now, standing at the crossroads of his journey, Izuku realized that he had to become his own hero rather than become like All Might. Kaminari struggled to pick a name, and Jiro, noticing his frustration, teasingly suggested Kyoka. How about jamming Wei? Kaminari's eyes lit up at first. Denki. Oh, that sounds cool. Wait, his excitement faded when he realized Kyoka was making fun of him. Hey. Giggling, Kyoka stepped forward confidently. Kyoka. I'll go with Hearing Heroine, Earphone Jack, she declared, receiving approval from Midnight. Other names followed in quick succession. Shoji chose Tentacle Hero, Tentacle. Siro picked Tape Hero, Cellophane. Ojiro settled on Martial Arts Hero, Tailman. Sato selected Sweets Hero, Sugarman. Mina revised her name to Pink Herpine, Acid Queen, while giving Izuku a thumbs up because he suggested her. Denki went with Stun Gun Hero, Chargebolt. Toru selected Stealth Heroine, Invisible Girl. Momo confidently chose Everything Heroine, Kriti. Tokiyami picked Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyomi. When it was Shoto's turn, the class was curious to see what he would choose, given his unique and powerful quirk. After a pause, Shoto declared, Shoto. My hero name will be Elemental Hero, Frostburn. The name reflected not only his quirk, which combined both ice and fire, but also his complex personality and the internal struggles he faced in reconciling both sides of himself. As more names were chosen, Ochako finally stepped up, brimming with excitement. Ochako. I'll be the Gravity Heroine, Uravity. She announced proudly, her enthusiasm contagious as the class cheered her on. That left only Tenya and Izuku. Tenya stepped up next, his mind still on the hospital visit to his brother. Though Tensai had wanted him to take on the name Ingenium, Tenya ultimately decided to stick with his own name out of respect for his brother's legacy. Tenya. Tenya, he said simply. The class waited in anticipation as Izuku stood up, walking to the front of the room. Holding his canvas firmly in hand, he revealed the name he had chosen. Everyone was taken aback by the unique name choice. It didn't seem like the flashy name of a hero they expected. Seeing their reactions, Izuku explained. Izuku. As you all know, for most of my life, I was powerless. Every player starts from level 1, but for me, it was from 0. That's why I chose this name. It reminds me of where I came from and how far I've come. That's why my name will be the Gamer Hero, 0. The room fell silent for a moment before the applause started. His classmates respected the meaning behind his name, realizing how much it represented his journey. Midnight smiled approvingly. Midnight. Well, it's certainly unique and fitting for you. I approve. As lunchtime rolled around, the cafeteria at the UA was bustling with lively conversation. The topic of internships was on everyone's mind, and naturally, the students of Class 1A couldn't resist discussing their choices for agencies. Mina brought it up first as they gathered around a table. Mina. So, has everyone picked an agency yet? She asked, eyes darting around the group curiously. Mineta points himself, clearly eager to share his decision. Mineta. I picked MT. Ladies agency. I mean, who wouldn't want to work under her? She's got experience, and she's super popular. His voice trailed off as he noticed the disapproving stares from some of his classmates. Tsuyu didn't hesitate to voice her opinion. Tsuyu. You only picked her because you're a perv, Mineta, she said flatly, her blunt words causing Mineta to recoil in the mock offense. Mineta. What, me? No. I mean, she's a professional. And besides, she's one of the best when it comes to giant rescue missions. Suyu just rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Suyu. Sure. Ojiro chimed in thoughtfully, scratching his chin. Ojiro. It's kind of surprising that Mina didn't get any offers. You made it to the first round of the finals, after all. Mina shrugged it off with her usual upbeat attitude, though there was a slight edge to her smile. Mina. Yeah, it sucks, but I'll still get a great internship. I'll just prove myself in other ways. Nearby, Izuku was engaged in his helpful mode, offering advice to his friends about which agencies might be a good fit for them. He had already talked to several classmates, helping them weigh their options. Kyoka leaned in, looking a bit unsure. Kyoka. Hey, Izuku, what do you think I should do? I got offers from smaller agencies, but I'm not sure it's the right fit. Izuku smiled thoughtfully, tapping his chin. Izuku. Well, if I were you, I'd probably go with Present Mike's agency. You both have sound-based quirks, and he's an expert in using sound for hero work. I bet he could give you some valuable pointers. Kyoka's eyes lit up, and she gave Izuku a grateful nod. Kyoka. You're right, that's actually a great idea. Thanks, Izuku. Momo, who was sitting across the table, hesitated before speaking. Momo. I was thinking of going with Uebami. She's got a lot of experience, and it would be a good chance to learn from her, right? Izuku's expression became serious as he read her drafts and considered her choice. Izuku. Uebami is a talented hero, no doubt, but she prioritizes her modeling jobs over hero work most of the time. If you want to grow as a hero and really hone your skills, I think you should consider Magic Hero, Majestic instead. He's a powerful support hero, and you'll learn more from him about strategy and teamwork. Momo blinked, surprised by his suggestion. She had been leaning toward Uebami's agency because of her popularity, but now that Izuku mentioned it, he was right, Majestic would provide more serious hero training. Momo. That's actually really insightful. I'll think about it, thank you, Midoriya-san. As they continued talking, Ochako finally spoke up, sharing her own decision with excitement. Ochako. I've already chosen Battle Hero, Gunhead's agency. She announced with a determined look in her eyes. I want to get stronger and gain a different perspective on hero work. He's known for combat training, and I think that'll help me become more versatile. Plus, I need to control my astral gravity better. Izuku, looking over the drafts of her decision, nodded approvingly. Izuku. That's a solid choice. Gunhead will definitely help you get stronger. He's got great close combat techniques. However, as he skimmed the list of offers she had received, his eye landed on one name in particular, causing him to pause. His expression shifted from one of casual interest to surprise. Izuku. Wait, Ochako, you got an offer from Dragoon Hero, Yukio. The moment he said her name, the entire table seemed to freeze. Yukio, the number 9 hero, was a well-respected and powerful pro hero, known for her dragon-like quirk and her leadership skills. She wasn't just a hero who took on anyone as an intern, her agency was considered one of the best. Kyoka. Yukio, she exclaimed, did you get an offer from a top 10 hero? Ochako's face was one of pure shock. Mina. That's amazing, Uraraka. She cheered, practically bouncing in her seat. You're gonna be working with a real top 10 hero. Momo. Top 10, huh. That's impressive, she added, clearly impressed as well. Yukio's quirk is dragon, right? She's really powerful. Izuku nodded, his expression shifting to one of thoughtful consideration. Izuku. Yukio could definitely help you with your quirk, Ochako. Especially with controlling your astral gravity and managing its energy output. She's got experience with large-scale combat and controlling immense power, so I think you'd benefit a lot from training under her. Ochako's smile brightened even more, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ochako. Really? That's awesome. I'll definitely consider her then. Thanks, Izuku. As they continued discussing their internship choices, it became clear how much the sports festival had changed their lives. Not only had it brought them recognition from pro heroes, but it had also opened up new opportunities for them to grow, learn, and become stronger. As Izuku scrolled through his offers, something unexpected happened. A familiar ding echoed in his mind, and a quest notification appeared before his eyes. He instinctively froze, knowing exactly what it meant. Alert! New quest has arrived. Difficulty: SS rank. Objective: clear the dungeon and retrieve an ancient relic. Level requirement: none. Quest reward: active skills from the Devil Hunter class unlocked. Either during or after quest completion. Time limit: 7 days. Failure penalty: penalty will be revealed upon failure. Accept or decline. Izuku blinked, his breath catching in his throat as the quest screen floated in front of him. His thoughts raced as he quickly scanned the quest details. There was nothing too specific, just the words retrieve an ancient relic. The part that unnerved him the most was the penalty, vague and left to his imagination because he never faced penalties before. Izuku. 7 days, he thought, his fingers twitching slightly. It was a limited amount of time, but more than enough for him to prepare for whatever awaited him in the dungeon. His quirk always had a way of pushing him to his limits, often beyond what he thought possible. Kyoka. Hey, Izuku. Her voice snapped Izuku out of his thoughts. You've been staring at that page for like 10 minutes. Is everything okay? Izuku blinked again, quickly closing the quest screen from his vision. He shook his head and gave her a small smile. Izuku yeah, sorry. Just thinking about all these offers. It's a lot to process. Denki. 8011 offers would do that, he added with a chuckle, still in disbelief at how many opportunities Izuku had. Man, you're living the dream. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly, trying to focus on the conversation again. As they continued discussing internships and agencies, his mind kept drifting back to the quest. This wasn't the first time he had received an urgent mission, but it felt different somehow. The rewards, and the risks, were always shrouded in mystery. After school, Izuku found a quiet moment to himself in the courtyard of UA, sitting under a tree where no one would disturb him. He opened his menu, scanning through the details again. Izuku. But what kind of dungeon will it be? He wondered. Every dungeon had its own challenges and each time the stakes were high. He couldn't afford to fail, not with so much on the line. He could already feel the weight of the unknown penalty hanging over him like a shadow. Izuku closed the menu with a sigh. He steeled himself for what he had to do. He had made a decision. As much as he wanted to work with the pro heroes who had extended their hands to him, this quest, his quirk, demanded his full attention. His quirk had always been unpredictable, but it had also been his greatest teacher. No pro hero could help him develop in the way his quirk could. With a determined stride, he made his way to Principal Nezu's office. As he walked through the corridors of the UA, students bustled around him, discussing their upcoming internships with excitement. He caught snippets of conversations, students excitedly chatting about which agencies they had chosen and the heroes they would work with. Izuku felt a pang of guilt but reminded himself that this decision was necessary. Finally reaching Principal Nezu's office, Izuku took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Nezu. Come in, his cheerful voice came from the other side. Izuku stepped inside, finding Principal Nezu seated behind his desk, surrounded by stacks of papers and a warm cup of tea. Despite the clutter, Nezu's sharp eyes immediately locked onto Izuku. Nezu. Ah, Midoriya, he greeted with a curious smile. What brings you here at this time of day? Izuku stood at attention, trying to find the right words. Izuku. Principal Nezu, I need to talk to you about my internship offers. Nezu's ears perked up as he leaned forward, clearly interested in what Izuku had to say. Nezu. Oh, you've been quite the popular choice this year. 8,000 offers, if I recall correctly. That's quite a feat. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Yes, sir, and I'm very grateful for all the opportunities the pro heroes have given me. But, I'm afraid I need to decline all of them. Nezu blinked, his expression unreadable for a moment before he placed his tea down and folded his hands on the desk. Nezu. Decline all of them. That's a rather bold decision, Midoriya. May I ask why? Izuku took a deep breath, preparing to explain. Izuku. It's my quirk. You see, I received a new quest from my quirk today, and it's important. I have to complete a dungeon within a week, and if I don't, there will be consequences. I know the internship is an incredible opportunity, but my quirk is my biggest asset right now. I need to focus on getting stronger, and the only way I can do that is by following the path my quirk has laid out for me. No pro hero can help me with this. Nezu's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly processing the information carefully. After a brief moment of silence, he leaned back in his chair, his face softening into a thoughtful expression. Nezu. I see. So, you believe this quest is vital to your growth, more so than any internship could offer. Izuku. Yes, sir, he answered firmly. I know it might sound odd, but my quirk has always been different. It's unpredictable, but it's also guided me to become stronger. I've faced dungeons before, and each time, I've come out stronger because of it. I believe this is the next step for me. Nezu hummed in thought, tapping his fingers against his chin. Nezu. You're right, Midoriya. Your quirk is unique, and the challenges it presents to you are unlike anything any of us have ever encountered. It's understandable that you'd want to prioritize it, given the circumstances. Izuku stood there, feeling both nervous and hopeful as he awaited Nezu's response. He knew this was a big request, but he had to stay true to what he believed. Finally, Nezu smiled and nodded. Nezu. Very well, I'll support your decision, Midoriya. If this quest is what will help you grow and become stronger, then it's the right choice for you. I'll accept your request. Izuku's shoulders relaxed, and he let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Izuku. Thank you, Principal Nezu. I really appreciate it. Nezu smiled warmly. Nezu. There's no need to thank me, Midoriya. Your dedication to becoming stronger and mastering your quirk is commendable. I'm simply helping you achieve your goals. And who knows, maybe this quest will unlock even more potential within you. Just before Izuku turned to leave Nezu's office, the principal called out. Nezu. Oh, Midoriya, one more thing. Izuku stopped in his tracks and turned back to face Principal Nezu, curious about what else the principal had to say. Nezu reached into his desk drawer, pulled out a small slip of paper and wrote something, handing it over to Izuku with a thoughtful expression. Nezu. This is something important, especially given the nature of your quirk and the quest you're undertaking, he explained. This is an official document, signed by myself. Izuku carefully took the slip and examined it. His eyes widened slightly as he read the text. UA. High Authorization Slip. Student. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. Ready Player 1. Permission. This document authorizes Izuku Midoriya to use his quirk in public only in cases of extreme emergency. Signed by Principal Nezu. Approved by UA. High School. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. This was an incredibly rare privilege, one typically reserved for high-ranking pro heroes or students in very specific situations. The weight of it settled on his shoulders. Nezu continued, noticing Izuku's reaction. Nezu. Given the unpredictable nature of your quirk, and the dangerous situations you might find yourself in during this dungeon quest, I want to make sure you're legally protected should the need arise. This permit gives you the right to use your quirk in public, but only under emergency circumstances. Izuku looked up at Nezu, filled with gratitude but also an acute awareness of the responsibility that came with the document. Izuku. Thank you, Principal Nezu. I'll be careful with this. I promise I won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Nezu smiled and nodded. Nezu. I trust you, Midoriya. You've always shown excellent judgment when it comes to using your quirk responsibly. This is just a precaution. The last thing we want is for you to be penalized for protecting yourself or others during a critical moment. Izuku felt a wave of relief, knowing that he had the principal's trust and a safety net in case his quest put him in a difficult position. Having this document would give him the freedom to act without worrying about the legal consequences, as long as he followed the conditions. Nezu. Good luck with your training and your quest, he said warmly, his smile never fading. I believe you'll achieve great things, Midoriya. Izuku bowed respectfully, his voice filled with determination. Izuku. Thank you, Principal Nezu. I won't let you down. As he left Nezu's office, slip in hand, Izuku felt an even stronger sense of purpose. Not only was he preparing for the upcoming dungeon quest, but now he had an official permit that gave him the freedom to use his quirk if the situation became dire. He tucked the permit safely into his pocket, knowing that while it was a powerful tool, it came with great responsibility. The clock was ticking, and Izuku knew he had to use every resource available to him wisely. He needed to plan, to prepare mentally and physically. If there was one thing he knew about these dungeons, it was that they were unpredictable. But even so, he couldn't help but feel excited. The chance to unlock his full Devil Hunter abilities meant that he was one step closer to becoming stronger. The countdown was ticking, but Izuku was ready. With every step he took, he felt more confident in his path forward. Meanwhile, Aizawa stood in his usual slouched posture and reviewed the placements. Something caught his attention. Iida had chosen an agency in Hosu City, but not one of the more prominent or well-known heroes. Instead, it was a lower-tier hero, someone who typically didn't attract much attention. Aizawa frowned, his instincts telling him that something wasn't right. Iida was a diligent student, someone who took his future seriously. So why would he choose such an obscure offer? His thoughts drifted to the recent news reports. Ingenium, Iida's older brother, had been gravely injured by the notorious hero killer, Stain, in Hosu City. The connection between Iida's choice of internship and his brother's condition was too glaring to ignore. Aizawa's frown deepened. He suspected Iida wasn't going to Hosu just for the internship. There was something more, something personal driving his decision. Aizawa. A revenge quest, maybe. He muttered under his breath. He knew that such a path could be dangerous for a young hero in training. Personal vendettas often clouded judgment and led to rash decisions. He made a mental note to keep a closer eye on Iida, perhaps even have a word with him before the internships began. 2 days later, the sun was low in the sky as the students of UA High's Class 1A wrapped up their morning discussions and headed toward their respective internship preparations. Aizawa stood at the front of the class, his expression as unreadable as always. He dismissed the students with a few words of advice, his tone measured but unmistakably firm. Aizawa. Stay sharp. Internships are an extension of your training. Treat them as such. You represent this school, and your actions will reflect on you as both students and future heroes. His eyes scanned the class, lingering on each student, but they briefly paused on Iida. There was something in Iida's demeanor, a tension that even he couldn't ignore, but he chose not to comment on it. Make sure to meet your mentors and absorb as much as you can. That's the only way you'll grow. With that, he waved them off, and the students started to disperse. As everyone filtered out of the station, Iida moved with a purpose, heading straight for his train. Izuku and Ochako, however, exchanged a quick glance. They had noticed Iida's behavior growing more distant over the past few days, and they couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. They both quickened their pace, catching up with their friend just before he made it to the door. Izuku. Iida, wait. He called out. Ochako followed closely behind, her expression full of concern. Tenya paused his back to them for a moment. His shoulders seemed tense, and for the briefest of seconds, he didn't turn around. When he finally did, his face was calm, composed, almost too composed. Tenya. Midoriya, Uraraka, he greeted them formally, adjusting his glasses, the faintest smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Ochako. Are you okay, Iida? She asked, stepping forward. Her voice was gentle, but there was no mistaking the worry in her eyes. You've been really quiet lately, and we're both a little worried about you. Izuku nodded, his eyes watching Iida closely. Izuku. Yeah, you don't have to handle everything alone. We're your friends. If something's bothering you, you can always talk to us. We're here for you. Iida looked between the two of them, his posture stiff but polite. Tenya. I appreciate your concern, he began, his voice steady but distant, as if rehearsed. But I assure you, I'm fine. There was a weight in his words, something heavier than he was letting on. Ochako glanced at Izuku, both of them sensing the same thing, though neither could quite put it into words. Izuku. Whatever it is, you don't have to do it alone, he insisted, stepping closer. His voice was quiet but firm, the same kind of determination that had driven him through countless battles and challenges now driving him to help his friend. Iida's hand rose, signaling Izuku to stop, and gave them a small, tight-lipped smile. Tenya. I'll see you both after the internship. Thank you for your concern. With that, He turned on his heel and walked away, his back straight, but as he passed through the doorway and thought himself unseen, the warm expression fell from his face, replaced by something darker. His eyes narrowed, filled with determination, one born not from heroism but from vengeance. Ochako let out a small sigh, watching him go. Ochako, do you think he's really okay? Izuku, I don't know, he replied. But I have a bad feeling. Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the skies shifted from orange to deep purple, Izuku found himself sitting side by side in the car with Aizawa, who took it from the present mic to leave Izuku at the desired place at the request of Principale Nezu. Aizawa, you know you don't have to do this alone, he said, his voice as steady as ever. You could bring someone with you. It might even make the dungeon go faster. Izuku shook his head immediately, his expression resolute. Izuku, I can't, Aizawa-sensei. As I get stronger, so do the monsters inside the dungeons. The difficulty increases with each level 1 gain. If I brought anyone with me, they could get seriously hurt, or worse. He clenched his fists. I can't risk anyone else's life. This is something I have to do alone. Aizawa studied him for a long moment, his eyes unreadable. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he sighed. Aizawa, you thought this through. I can respect that, he said, his voice low. Just don't let your desire to grow stronger get you killed. If things get too dangerous, you get out. Understand? Izuku gave a firm nod. Izuku. Understood. Izuku took a deep breath and held his hand out in front of him, summoning the familiar interface of his quirk. A translucent screen appeared, showing his inventory where he put his basic things for survival like a tent and food for a week, etc. As he took the wooden key of the dungeon, he looked with a final glance at Aizawa, who gave him a small nod of approval. He activated the portal and a red gate of the dungeon appeared. His heart raced with anticipation as the swirling red energy opened up before him. When the swirling energy dissipated, the scenery shifted dramatically, enveloping him in an eerie atmosphere that was vastly different from anything he'd experienced before. Instead of the molten, hellish landscape he'd imagined, Izuku found himself in a twilight forest. The sky above was an endless gradient of dark purple and deep blue, littered with dim, shimmering stars. A dense mist clung low to the forest floor, winding through the trees like ghostly tendrils. The trees themselves were massive, their twisted trunks black as onyx, and their branches extended high into the sky, gnarled and intertwining as if they were trying to block out the faintest traces of light. The leaves were dark and translucent, reflecting a faint glow from the bioluminescent fungi scattered around the forest floor. The air was cool and damp, and Izuku could hear the faint rustling of leaves and distant howls, though no creatures were immediately in sight. This was the Twilight Grove of Vernash, a dungeon of shadows and mystery. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of foreboding, and even the faintest movement of the mist felt like it concealed danger. Izuku stood still for a moment, taking in the dark, haunting beauty of the place. Despite its peaceful appearance, he knew the dungeon would be far from serene. The monsters here were likely more cunning than those in the dungeons he'd faced before. He could feel it, the weight of the danger that lurked beyond the trees. His hand instinctively gripped the sword of omen, ready for battle. The blade hummed faintly with a familiar power, the form of the weapon shimmering slightly as it attuned itself to its wielder's will. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the ground beneath his feet crunched softly with each step, the dense mist parting as he moved. Shadows flickered just beyond his sight, and the air carried a strange, otherworldly scent, floral, yet tinged with something more sinister. Suddenly monstrous roars echoed from deeper within the forest, a cacophony of snarls and growls that signaled the presence of beasts far beyond the realm of normality. These were no ordinary foes, they were creatures born from myth, feral spirits bound to this twisted place, and they were hungry for blood. Izuku smirked. Izuku, looks like I've got some playmates. Let's see what you've got. He taunted, his voice echoing through the fog as his eyes flickered with the fiery glow of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Ms. Suddenly, a horde of monstrous creatures burst from the underbrush. They moved with unnatural speed, their grotesque forms illuminated only by the faint glow of their red eyes. Some had elongated limbs, others multiple heads, and all of them were covered in thick, dark fur that made them nearly indistinguishable from the shadows. Izuku wasted no time. His hand shot to his back, drawing the Sword of Omen in one smooth motion. The legendary blade shimmered with power, and as he gripped it tightly, he could feel it hum in response to his will. The monsters were fast, but he was faster. With a single step, he dashed toward the nearest creature, his movements a blur. Slash! The Sword of Omen cleaved through the first creature's body with ease, the blade cutting through its dark flesh like butter. Blood sprayed into the air, but Izuku was already moving again. He twisted on his heel, bringing the sword around in a wide arc, decapitating 2 more creatures in a single, fluid motion. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku. Come on. Is that all you've got? He taunted, his voice filled with amusement. I expected more from you. As if on cue, more of the beasts surged forward, their claws and fangs bared. Izuku's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sidestepped the first lunging attack. He ducked low, letting the creature sail over his head, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the warp dagger toward another approaching monster. Thunk! The dagger embedded itself in the creature's chest, and before the beast even had time to react, Izuku disappeared in a flash of lightning, reappearing right next to it. With a grin, he shoved the creature off his blade, slashing it down in one swift motion. Izuku. Too slow, he quipped as the monster crumpled to the ground. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Suddenly, 2 more beasts lunged at him from either side. With a quick spin, Izuku planted his feet firmly into the ground and channeled mana into his lungs. Forming the necessary hand signs, he quickly gathered air into his mouth, focusing his mana. Izuku. Fire style. Great Fireball Jutsu. Izuku exhaled a massive orb of flame, sending it roaring toward the oncoming enemies. The flames consumed them both in an instant, the fireball crashing into the ground with a deafening whoosh. The surrounding trees were set ablaze as the creatures were reduced to ashes. Izuku. Burn, baby, burn. He shouted with a laugh as he leapt backward, flipping through the air to avoid the claws of another beast. His feet landed lightly on the ground, and he immediately sprang forward again, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As he moved, his body was a blur of speed and precision. He dodged one attack after another, narrowly avoiding claws and fangs with the grace of a dancer. Every strike he made with the Sword of Omen was deadly, each slice perfectly aimed to take down his enemies. Slash, slash. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed through the air as more monsters fell around him. Blood splattered across the dark ground, but Izuku never slowed down. A particularly large creature charged toward him, its massive jaws open wide, ready to tear him apart. Izuku smirked and activated one of his favorite techniques. Izuku. Lightning style. Chidori. Electricity crackled around his right hand, the air sizzling with power as the energy built up. Izuku dashed forward with blinding speed, thrusting his electrified hand straight into the creature's chest. The sound of tearing flesh and bone was accompanied by a loud zap as the lightning spread through the creature's body, paralyzing it. You leveled up. 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 Izuku. You just weren't fast enough, he said, his voice dripping with confidence as he ripped his hand free, letting the monster fall to the ground, twitching and smoking from the electricity. More creatures came at him, but Izuku was already on the move again. Holstering the Sword of Omen, he reached for Ebony and Ivory, his trusted twin pistols. With a cocky grin, he unleashed a barrage of bullets, the sharp bang of the guns echoing through the forest. Bang, bang, bang. He aimed with pinpoint precision, each shot hitting its target perfectly. One bullet took out a charging monster's kneecap, causing it to collapse to the ground. Another shot hit the next beast between the eyes, dropping it instantly. He twirled the pistols in his hands as he moved, firing with one hand while dodging attacks with the other. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku. Come on. Keep 'em coming, he shouted, spinning on his heel as he blasted away another wave of enemies. His taunts only seemed to anger the creatures more, and they swarmed him from all sides. Seeing the sheer number of enemies, Izuku quickly leapt into the air and holstered his guns. His hands moved in rapid succession, forming the necessary hand seals. Izuku. Wind style. Gale palm. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his hands, slamming into the oncoming creatures and sending them flying backward. Their bodies were tossed around like ragdolls as the force of the wind scattered them across the battlefield. Izuku, you're all bark and no bite. He laughed as he landed gracefully on the ground, watching the monsters struggle to get back to their feet. He drew the Sword of Omen once more, feeling its power surge through him. With a quick mental command, the blade transformed into its katana form, elongating into a sleek, deadly weapon. Izuku grinned, admiring the blade's elegance as he rushed forward, closing the distance between him and the scattered enemies. Slash! The katana cut through the first creature with ease, the blade's precision unmatched. Izuku moved like a blur, darting from one enemy to the next, his movements too fast for them to follow. You leveled up, 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 Izuku. Too slow, he taunted again, his voice mocking as he danced around their attacks. One of the monsters, a hulking beast with massive claws, managed to get close enough to swipe at him. Izuku barely dodged the attack, feeling the rush of air as the claws passed inches from his face. Izuku. Not bad, but you're still not good enough, he said with a smirk as he spun around, bringing the katana down in a deadly arc. Slash! The creature's arm fell to the ground, and Izuku wasted no time, following up with a powerful thrust that pierced straight through its chest. He twisted the blade before pulling it out, watching as the monster crumpled to the ground in a heap. The remaining creatures circled him, but Izuku was unfazed. He sheathed the katana back into the Amensheth and cracked his knuckles. Izuku. Time to get up close and personal. With a grin, he activated the Gilgamesh gauntlets and greaves, feeling the familiar weight of the legendary set settle over his hands and feet. The ground beneath him cracked slightly as he clenched his fists, his strength enhanced by the gauntlets. The monsters hesitated for a moment, sensing the power shift. But Izuku wasn't going to give them a chance to recover. Izuku. Let's see how you handle this. He shouted as he dashed forward, his fists crackling with energy. Boom. His first punch connected with the closest creature, and the force of the blow sent it flying backward, crashing through a nearby tree. The impact was so powerful that a small shockwave rippled out from the point of contact, knocking back several other monsters in the process. Izuku. One down. Plenty more to go. He laughed, his voice filled with adrenaline as he spun on his heel, delivering a devastating kick to another creature. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the air as the monster crumpled to the ground. Izuku didn't stop, his movements a blur as he punched, kicked, and blasted his way through the horde. Each hit was precise and powerful, enhanced by the explosive force of Gilgamesh. A particularly large creature roared and charged at him, but Izuku simply smirked. Izuku. You're in for a world of hurt. He leapt into the air, flipping over the beast's head, and as he descended, he brought both of his fists down onto its skull. Boom. Izuku's fist slammed into the creature's skull with the force of a meteor, sending a shockwave that rippled through the air. The ground beneath the creature's massive form caved, forming a small crater. The beast let out a garbled roar, its skull crushed beneath the strength of Gilgamesh, and collapsed in a lifeless heap. You leveled up, 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 you leveled up. Izuku landed gracefully, his boots touching down with a soft thud as the dust settled. He looked around, surveying the battlefield. The ground was littered with the broken bodies of the Twilight Forest's monstrous inhabitants, but even more of them emerged from the darkness, growling and snarling, undeterred by their fallen comrades. He cracked his neck and grinned. Izuku. You guys never learn, do you? Guess I'll have to teach you the hard way. He flexed his fingers, the Gilgamesh gauntlets gleaming with a faint blur glow. Several monsters darted toward him in unison, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. Izuku responded by moving into a blur of speed, sidestepping their wild strikes with ease. His enhanced reflexes, honed by years of battle, allowed him to weave through their attacks as if they were moving in slow motion. Izuku. Chidori. Lightning crackled in his hand once again, the familiar sound of electricity ripping through the air. With a quick pivot, Izuku drove his Chidori into the chest of the nearest creature. The lightning surged through the beast, its body convulsing violently before exploding into charred pieces with a loud crack. Two more creatures tried to flank him, but Izuku was already prepared. In a single fluid motion, he dismissed Gilgamesh and drew ebony and ivory once more. Bang, bang, bang. The twin pistols fired in rapid succession, the bullets tearing through the air with sharp, thunderous blasts. The first bullet struck one creature squarely in the forehead, dropping it instantly. The second round was aimed at the creature to his right, hitting it directly in the shoulder and spinning it around before the final shot pierced its chest. You leveled up, 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 you leveled up. As more monsters swarmed him, Izuku twirled ebony and ivory in his hands, the metal gleaming in the dim light. Izuku, you're gonna have to do better than that, he taunted, his voice dripping with cocky confidence. Come on, don't tell me that's the best you've got. Several smaller, faster monsters charged at him from the front, trying to catch him off guard. Izuku quickly slid backward on his heels, dodging their slashing claws with ease. As the creatures barreled toward him, he dropped to one knee, simultaneously crossing both guns over his chest. Bang 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 bang, a rapid barrage of bullets erupted from his pistols, shredding through the oncoming creatures with pinpoint accuracy. Their bodies collapsed into lifeless heaps before they could even touch him. The sheer speed and ferocity of his shots left nothing but smoldering corpses in his wake. Still moving, Izuku quickly holstered ebony and ivory and sprinted toward the remaining group of monsters. They growled and snarled, but he could see the hesitation in their movements. They knew they were outmatched, but their primal instincts drove them to attack anyway. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. Izuku grinned again, relishing the thrill of battle. Izuku. All right then, let's take this up a notch. He reached behind him and grasped the hilt of the Sword of Omen, pulling it free with a sharp swish. The blade gleamed in the dim light, its power resonating with him. As he raised the sword, he focused his mana, channeling energy into the blade. In an instant, the sword transformed, extending into its katana form again. Izuku vanished in a blur of speed, reappearing in front of the largest creature. He swung the katana in a perfect arc, the blade slicing through the beast's thick hide as though it were paper. Slash! Blood sprayed into the air as the creature let out a guttural cry and collapsed to the ground. Without pausing, Izuku spun around, performing a series of rapid slashes, each one hitting its mark with deadly precision. Swish, swish, swish. Every strike was fluid and seamless, the movements of a true swordsman. Izuku's eyes gleamed with intensity, the thrill of combat driving him forward. The remaining creatures tried to surround him, but he was too fast. He danced between them, dodging their strikes and countering with devastating slashes from the katana. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. One of the creatures managed to swipe at him, its claws barely grazing his Shadowhunter attire. The impact was minimal, the enchanted fabric absorbing most of the damage. Izuku chuckled, his lips curling into a smirk. Izuku. Nice try, but you're not getting through this suit. In a flash, he twisted his body, launching himself into the air. His hand moved in a flurry of hand signs. Izuku. Wind style. Gale palm. He unleashed a powerful gust of wind from his palm, the force of the jutsu knocking back the surrounding enemies. As they stumbled and struggled to regain their footing, Izuku landed gracefully, his katana still gleaming in his hand. But he wasn't done yet. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed the katana back into the Amenhotep and summoned Cavalier. He revved the engine, the dual blades spinning and roaring to life with a thunderous vroom. Izuku. Time for a ride. He called out, his voice echoing through the forest as he mounted the Cavalier. The motorcycle roared as he sped forward, the spinning blades cutting through the monsters like a buzz saw. Vroom, vroom. The sound of metal slicing through flesh filled the air as Izuku carved a path through the enemy ranks. The monsters stood no chance against the sheer destructive power of the Cavalier. He rode through them with ease, the twin blades shredding everything in his path. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. As he reached the edge of the battlefield, he pulled the bike into a sharp turn, drifting back toward the remaining enemies. The ground shook beneath him as he accelerated, his body leaning into the turn with perfect control. Izuku. Can't keep up, can you? He taunted, his voice dripping with amusement. You're too slow. The creatures lunged at him, but Izuku was ready. He leapt off the cavalier and grabbed the handle, swinging the massive weapon in a wide arc. The dual blades spun with a deafening whirr as they cut through the oncoming monsters, their bodies exploding in a shower of blood and gore. Vroom! The final creature let out a desperate roar and charged at him, but Izuku sidestepped the attack with ease. As it passed by him, he planted the cavalier into the ground and used the momentum to flip over its back. In midair, he reached for the Sword of Omen once more. With a single swift motion, he slashed downward, the blade cutting clean through the creature's spine. It crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Izuku landed softly, the Sword of Omen in hand, and surveyed the battlefield. The once threatening horde of monsters now lay in ruins around him, their bodies scattered across the forest floor. You leveled up. You leveled up. He let out a satisfied sigh, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Izuku. Well, that was fun, he muttered, sheathing the Sword of Omen. His heart was still pounding with adrenaline, but the battle was over. At least for now. But the forest around him remained eerily silent, and Izuku knew there was more to come. Deciding to call it a night, Izuku made a small camp in an open place, cooked dinner, and after eating he went to sleep. With Ochako. As the sliding glass doors of Yukyu's agency opened, Ochako stepped inside, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and determination. The towering building exuded the professionalism and power of one of the top 10 pro heroes, and she felt a surge of pride knowing that she had been accepted into such a prestigious agency. Despite her nerves, there was a spark in her eyes, a confidence that had been growing since her training with Izuku and her victory during the sports festival. Ochako straightened her posture and took a deep breath as she entered the large, polished lobby. It was bustling with activity, sidekicks, and staff members moving efficiently in and out of offices. There was a buzz of energy that filled the air, a palpable sense that everyone here was striving to be better, stronger, and more capable. As she approached the front desk, a woman with sharp features and short, professional hair glanced up. You must be Ochako Uraraka, correct? Ochako smiled and nodded, her eyes bright. Ochako. Yes, that's me. I'm here for the internship. The woman, who wore a sidekick uniform, gave a friendly nod in return and gestured toward the elevators. Yukio is expecting you. Her office is on the 12th floor. I'll let her know you're on your way up. Ochako. Thank you, she replied, bowing slightly before heading toward the elevators. She pressed the button and waited, her heart racing as she glanced at her reflection in the polished metal doors. The moment felt surreal. She had dreamed of working under a top hero, and now it was happening. The elevator ride was quick, and when the doors opened on the 12th floor, Ochako stepped out into a spacious hallway lined with framed photographs of Yukio in action, battling villains and saving civilians. She admired the strength and grace captured in each image, feeling a deep sense of inspiration. As she approached the large oak door at the end of the hall, she steeled herself for the meeting. With a firm knock, she was greeted by a deep, calm voice from within. Come in. Ochako pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately greeted by the sight of Yukio, who was seated behind a large desk, her calm yet imposing presence filling the room. Despite her dragon-based quirk, Yukio had a soft, approachable demeanor, yet her power was unmistakable. Beside her, a sidekick stood, Natsuko, Yukio's assistant. She had a friendly, welcoming smile and motioned for Ochako to come closer. I know she doesn't have one, so I added it personally. Yukio. Ochako Uraraka aka Uravity, she said, standing from her desk and extending her hand. Welcome to my agency. Ochako took her hand, shaking it firmly. Ochako. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here and grateful for the opportunity. Yukio smiled, her eyes scanning Ochako with a thoughtful gaze, as though assessing her before speaking again. Yukio. I've seen your performance at the UA Sports Festival. You showed a lot of promise, and your quirk has great potential for both rescue and combat scenarios. That's why I chose you. Ochako beamed, feeling a sense of pride welling up in her chest. To be acknowledged by such a powerful hero meant the world to her. Ochako. I really want to get stronger, she said, her voice steady with resolve. I want to control my quirk better. I think I can learn a lot from you here. Yukio nodded approvingly, walking around the desk to stand in front of her. Yukio. Your goals are admirable, and I believe you've come to the right place. Throughout this internship, we're going to focus on control, refining your abilities so that you can use them more effectively without exhausting or losing control over yourself. Being a pro hero is about more than power. It's about discipline and balance. Natsuko chimed in, holding a tablet in her hand. Natsuko, we'll be focusing on various field missions, but training is also going to be a core component of your time here. Yukyu's agency handles everything from rescue operations to combat situations, so you'll get a taste of what it's like to deal with the unexpected. Ochako felt her nerves ebb away, replaced by a thrill of anticipation. The idea of being put through real-world situations where she could grow as a hero was exactly what she had hoped for. Ochako, I'm ready for it, she said, clenching her fists with determination. Yukyu smiled again, this time with a hint of pride. Yukyu. Good. Then let's get you settled in. Today will mostly be an introduction to the agency, but tomorrow we'll begin your training in earnest. You've already shown your combat ability, but I want to see how you handle different scenarios, rescue work, crowd control, and, of course, refining your quirk. You've got lots of potential, Ochako. Let's see how far we can push it. Ochako felt her heart swell with determination. This was her chance. She had come this far with her training and her evolution during the sports festival, but there was still so much more she wanted to achieve. If she could truly master her quirk under Yukyu's guidance, she would be one step closer to becoming the hero she always dreamed of. Ochako, thank you so much for this opportunity, she said, bowing deeply. I won't let you down. Yukyu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Yukyu. I know you won't. Let's get to work. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open, and a girl with bright blue hair swept in with a whirlwind of energy. She was beaming as she greeted everyone with a cheerful wave before making her way toward Yukyu's office. Her hero costume was immaculate, a form-fitting blue and white suit with energy bands circling her legs and arms. She looked like she had just come off patrol, and there was an unmistakable glow of joy in her demeanor. She exchanged a quick greeting with Yukyu, who smiled warmly at her. But as soon as her eyes landed on Ochako, her expression lit up with excitement, and she practically flew over to her in a flurry of movement. Wait, I know you. You're Ochako Uraraka, I saw you at the sports festival. Ochako blinked, slightly taken aback by the girl's sudden burst of energy. She hadn't expected to be recognized so quickly. Ochako. Yes. That's me, she replied, offering a polite smile, though her nerves were already kicking in. Before Ochako could say anything else, the blue-haired girl was already launching into a rapid-fire barrage of questions, her words spilling out so fast that Ochako could barely keep up. What's your quirk? Is it the same as I saw at the sports festival? Do you always make yourself float with it? Does it make you feel dizzy if you use it for too long? How do you control the gravity blasts thing? Can you really push or pull things using your quirk? What's that like? How do you lose control when you use it? Ochako's eyes widened in surprise, trying to follow the flood of questions but quickly getting overwhelmed. The girl barely paused between her words, her intense curiosity making it difficult for Ochako to get a word in edgewise. Ochako. She stammered, struggling to respond to even one of the questions. The speed at which they were being thrown at her was dizzying, and she could feel her heart start to race. The girl, seemingly unaware of Ochako's confusion, continued her enthusiastic interrogation. Can you pull asteroids from space with your quirk? That will be so amazing. Is there a limit to how much you can float? Ochako opened her mouth to try and answer, but the words were caught in her throat. The overwhelming flood of questions was too much, and she was quickly becoming nervous, unsure of how to handle this unexpected barrage of curiosity. It was then that Yukyu stepped in with a soft chuckle, clearly amused by the situation. Yukyu. Ochako, this is Najire Hato. She's one of my interns and part of the big three at UA. Najire, try to give her some breathing room. She just got here. Najire blinked, her bright expression shifting as she realized she had been overwhelming Ochako. Her smile softened, and she laughed, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. Hato. Oh, sorry. I get super excited when I meet new people, especially when they have interesting quirks like yours. I didn't mean to throw so many questions at you all at once. Ochako let out a small breath of relief, grateful for the momentary reprieve. Ochako. It's okay. I'm just not used to being asked so many things at once. She laughed nervously, rubbing the back of her neck. But, to answer your first question. My quirk is called astral gravity. I can push and pull anything with immense gravitational force, sending objects and people flying or dragging them toward me. I can also shape this strange, ethereal energy into shields for protection, and fire energy blasts from my hands. Nijire's expression was one of pure fascination as Ochako continued. Ochako. It also enhances my strength and speed, making me faster and stronger than before, she added, her tone reflecting her own excitement about how far she had come. I also have telekinesis, so I can move objects with my mind and use it alongside gravity control to fly. At the mention of flight, Nijire practically bounced on the balls of her feet, her excitement reaching a new peak. Hado. You can fly. That's so amazing, she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. I can fly too, but it's because of my quirk, wave motion. We're going to be flying partners, I just know it. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Ochako couldn't help but laugh, feeling a rush of warmth at Nijire's infectious energy. The blue-haired girl's excitement was so genuine, so full of life, that it made Ochako feel even more excited about her own abilities. Ochako. Yeah, I'm still getting the hang of it, she admitted with a sheepish grin. But I'm really looking forward to learning more and getting better. Nijire leaned in even closer, her curiosity and energy radiating as she hung onto every word. Hado. What else? What else you can do? Can you show me later? This will be so cool. Ochako. Well, she hesitated for a moment, deciding whether she should reveal the last part, but she knew that if she was going to train with Yukio and Nijire, they needed to know. There's something else. When I push my quirk to its absolute limit, I enter something I call Berserker mode. At the mention of this, both Yukio and Nijire's expressions shifted slightly. The excitement was still there, but now a layer of understanding crossed their faces. They had seen it before, the moment Ochako unleashed her raw power at the UA Sports Festival, creating a meteor and almost launching it at Bakugo. Ochako. In Berserker mode, she explained, her voice lowering slightly, sometimes I lose control. All my abilities become supercharged. I can control the entire landscape within a certain limit using gravity. I can create weapons from pure energy, fire off massive energy blasts, and even release devastating explosions. Nijire's mouth dropped open, and Yukio folded her arms thoughtfully as Ochako continued. Ochako. The power, it's overwhelming. I can manipulate everything around me, and change the battlefield in an instant, and it feels incredible. But it drains me fast, and I can only maintain it for a short time before I'm completely exhausted. I have to be really careful when I tap into that power. It's risky. Yukio nodded, her expression serious but understanding. Yukio. That makes sense. We've seen that raw power during the sports festival, and it's clear that you're pushing your quirk to new heights. The trick will be learning how to control it better, tapping into that strength without losing yourself in the process. Ochako nodded, knowing Yukio was right. Berserker mode had incredible potential, but the risk of losing control and hurting someone, just like what almost happened during the festival, was always looming. Nijire, on the other hand, was still buzzing with excitement. Hado. That sounds amazing. I mean, the whole control part is super important, but wow, Ochako. You're like a gravity mistress. We'll have to work on keeping control, and maybe we can practice together. We'll be the best flying duo. Ochako laughed, feeling the tension melt away in the face of Nijire's energy. Ochako. I'd love that. I still need to practice my flying, so any help would be great. Yukio smiled, stepping forward with a confident nod. Yukio. You're in the right place, Ochako. We'll help you refine that control, and by the end of this internship, I'm sure you'll have a better grasp of your abilities. Ochako smiled, grateful for the warm reception and support from both Yukio and Nijire. The anxiety she had felt earlier about the internship was gone, replaced by a new sense of determination. She was going to make the most of this opportunity, push her quirk to new limits, and learn everything she could from her new mentors. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.